Hey guys, question for you. So like I said, since I'm doing this on an iPad, it's going to be kind of tough for me to do the chat because I'll have to keep reaching up like this. Do you
Okay.
guys want to make like a text group instead? Would
Yeah,
that be easier?
that's fine.
All right.
Yeah.
I don't have Nick's number, so Alan, if you can make it or something, but I think that would probably just be easier.
All right, we're gonna start right now.
That is going to be entirely virtual. Not, there's not going to be a war.
It's finally here. It is now active sports. It is now active sports news. We are back in terms of the sports world, back in the forefront as the NFL draft is finally here, and that means another edition of the Steelers Now NFL Draft Show. Unfortunately, we're not enjoying apps and beer and pulled pork nachos and calamari at the Walnut Grove Robinson that we were last year. So that's upsetting. But the benefits are we can kind of be business on the top and party on the bottom, and we can all be comfortable while we're doing this. So we're bringing this to you with our virtual version of the NFL Draft Show here for Pittsburgh Steelers Now on Pittsburgh Sports Live. I'm your host, Mike Asti, and I'm going to be joined alongside the gauntlet of analysts here for this program, Alan Saunders, Cale Berger, and Nick Farabaugh, who will join us throughout this program. We're going to be with you all through the first round and all through the second round, or at least until the Steelers pick, and depending on what goes on. So the commissioner is broadcasting from his basement. I'm broadcasting from my basement, and it's the NFL draft. So the fact the sports world is on a pause, not the big deal it is right now, because right now we have active sports, at least to talk about, even if not active games. So guys, it's here, and this is an interesting thing because this is going to be the first for everybody to experience this virtual draft. If this would have happened in the world 10, 20 years ago, this wouldn't be possible. The NFL has been able to not as usual in the past month or so, while other leagues have kind of been halted. I know I've talked about that on my show a lot, that no matter what, they just basically weren't going to stop operating, but they managed to keep going. So you have the virtual draft, you have things happening right now as we lead into the first pick. But Alan, just what are your thoughts on this draft happening this way? And I know Kevin Colbert, for example, talked about there should be extra rounds provided. John Harbaugh didn't really enjoy this being the decision. It's been kind of controversial, even though we're forced into this. And I'm imagining we're going to be dealing with a lot of chaos and potential confusion and errors that I'm sure are going to happen thanks to technology. But we're here nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's the technology thing is going to be something interesting to watch. Will every team be able to get their picks in on time? Will there be some snafus? I know they went through a dry run of this the other day and they had some issues, so that's certainly something to keep an eye on. At the end of the day, I expect most of the teams to be sort of respectful about that. I don't think you'll see anybody sort of jump ahead if somebody doesn't get their pick in time. There may be some issues, but I expect things to get done. I think the hard thing is going to be trades. Everybody's talking about there being a lot of trades in this draft. I think those are going to be difficult to pull off in your time allotment, technically, just with making phone calls. You're Zooming with your guys, and then how are you going to get, break with those guys, go talk to a different GM, and then he's going to talk to his guys and then get back to you. I think there's a lot of moving parts there for those, and I think those are going to be pretty difficult to pull off on the fly. And that's why a lot of GMs have been making those sort of preliminary conversations in the days and weeks ahead of this draft. And that's why I think we've been hearing so much about potential trades, is that the GMs have been trying to do most of the legwork beforehand. But other than that, I think you're going to have a normal draft. I mean, guys are going to be in their living rooms instead of on the stage. GMs are not going to be with their scouts, but really the process that plays out doesn't require anybody to be in close proximity as things normally go.
That's true. And it was evident, and the reports actually said this, that a lot of teams in their kind of mock draft, their practice, their test of this draft, every team was forced to make a trade. So people were freaking out in some of those mock reports that got leaked and what teams did in that test draft, that test virtual draft, where the Bengals traded first overall pick and teams traded. They were all forced to make a trade just to make sure every team could do it. They knew how to do it and that it would work. So that's interesting. So we'll see what happens. Cale, you have the best background for sure. I'll give you the victor in the background.
I appreciate
you
that.
got a Marino Wheaties box. He was big in a draft back in '83. You got even Antonio Brown back there, even though Steeler fans might not be too thrilled with that one. You got a lot of Rooney DVDs there behind you. You definitely got it going on in terms of the background. I just hung a picture. Alan's wife is perfecting her green
Got a plant
right there that's hanging over his shoulder, and I think Nick's in his bedroom. So I think right now we're going to give the win to Cale. Now, Cale, as we're getting things started here and we're getting towards this draft, and we talked about how their teams are maybe going to be making more trades or thinking about trades. Alan kind of thinking this is going to go business as usual, which is what the NFL has been doing since the pandemic hit. Are you expecting things to be any different because this is a virtual draft? Are you expecting any teams to maybe freak out and get knee-jerk or not know how to do this? Say Minnesota Vikings seemingly always mess up during drafts historically. Will they be the team to screw this up? Is that why Nick is going to be speaking about that after that pick? Is any thoughts in terms of will this be different at all?
Well, I think only in terms that it might be different. I actually think, a lot of people, like Alan mentioned, think that people are going to be wheeling and dealing and making a bunch of trades and stuff because it's like a wild, wild west kind of draft. I actually think the exact opposite. I think that it's going to be, people are going to be really passive and really safe with what they do because of the technology aspect, because they've been so concerned over the last 2 or 3 weeks or so with how this thing was going to work. I really think that we're not going to see that many trades to begin with. But other than that, I mean, like Alan said, I think it's going to be pretty normal. I think that it's just going to go and flow smoothly. I think the NFL has kind of figured this out. I think there will be some teams that might take a little longer than they're supposed to make their picks. But the NFL is also giving those teams, they get them extra time, so it's not like the normal, I forget how much minutes they get or something, a normal draft year. But they've extended that time so they have a little more leeway of getting these picks. And I think they're going to be a little forgiving as well. They're not going to have like a hard deadline and say, oh, you don't get to pick anyone now or something like that. I don't think that's going to be the case. I think they're really going to
if everyone's technology freezes, they're going to still let them pick?
Yeah, I think they're going to be understanding. But other than that, I think that's going to be pretty normal. And you mentioned the Wheaties box back here. I pulled it out of the storage earlier in the day and said, I wonder what would happen if I ate this. And I looked at the date. This Wheaties box is a year older than I am. So I'm definitely not going to be much into those as we get into the later portions of the first round or tomorrow night. Just a little factoid I want to throw in there.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'm happy to have that background info on the Wheaties box. We don't have the Jerome Bettis Cheerios back there. I did have those years ago when I was with PXI, and they brought those in all the time. Those are good, but I wouldn't eat anything a year or so, older than you. Or myself in terms of the shelf life. So yeah, I almost kind of agree with you guys in terms of, I think teams are also going to be maybe a little scared to be trading every pick or making this wild, wild west or making this like a fantasy draft. We've all done fantasy drafts before, and there's always somebody who has technical issues. Somebody's screen freezes. Somebody doesn't have a connection. Somebody's going to use that as an excuse. There's some problem. They missed a pick. The time ran out. So in order to do a fantasy draft well, maybe you make 1 or 2 trades. You talk to somebody about making trades afterwards, but you don't get buck wild during the draft, depending on how many people you have involved. So I think teams might be a little scared and a little weary to get too crazy where they may be nervous technology might bite them somewhere. Now, Cale, do you have any thoughts on what Kevin Colbert said? That we've covered this in Steelers Now as well, and I covered this on my show for Pittsburgh Sports Live, that he thinks there should be some consolation prize of literally more rounds built in because the monkey wrench of this entire draft.
Yeah, like I understand where Kevin Colbert's coming from. I don't think it's really a realistic thing to ask is to have like 9 or 10 rounds or something. First of all, that would just add to this process. It would take forever. Obviously NFL teams do literally scouting on everybody. They are incredibly detailed, but that's just a whole additional number of players that they have to be well-versed on. They have to have knowledge of, they have to have scouted. And so I get where he's coming from that, in a situation like this, it might call, without being able to go to the pro days and to have the in-person interviews and the visits and stuff, that it would in theory, it would lead to more, that you could probably miss on some guys, maybe more. I think that's what Kevin Colbert's getting to. But honestly, with the way the technology is today, with the way they figure things out, with the way they've kind of patched this thing together, I really don't think that's a legitimate, thing they could have done, or, something the NFL really would have even kind of pursued at all. Like you said, this is happening in the year 2020. This is possible. That's why this is still happening. If this was happening 15 years ago, 20 years ago, then maybe that's something they could actually consider, because then you're really in a situation where, okay, this is completely uncharted waters. This is completely new to us, and we're going to have a lot of problems with this. Not to say that's not going to be the case today, but I think that in the year 2020, everyone should be a little tech savvy enough to be able to handle this. They should be able to adapt. And I think that, yeah, it's a little probably overkill from the part of Kevin Colbert, but I get where he's coming from. And that might be a factor in this draft as well, too, because it's not necessarily the draft itself, but it's everything leading up to this that is going to affect maybe, maybe where guys get picked. Maybe some guys will get reached on, some guys will drop, all because of what, the COVID-19 pandemic has caused and prevented them from doing their normal due diligence.
Yeah, I think one of the other things that's going to happen that we haven't really talked about yet, or that has already happened maybe, when it talks to the effects of COVID-19 on this draft, is that we didn't have pro days. And so I think that's going to make it very difficult for there to be a consensus later in the draft. I mean, I think we all have a pretty good idea of who the top guys are, but when it comes to the 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th round, I think there's going to be a lot of picks that are just way off the board, guys going way unexpected out of orders. Nick did a ton of work for us at Steelers Now. If you go onto the site, you'll see he has 300 picks broken down in order. Nick, how difficult was it to make that list without the benefit of pro days and without really the scouts able to build sort of an industry consensus on a lot of guys?
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough process because you don't have a lot of information on the smaller school guys that you really want to have information on. So I have a few small school guys in there. Most of those guys are from prior to the COVID-19 stuff. So I mean, Matt Cole out of McKendree was there. He was at Northwestern Pro Day. The Southern Illinois guy in Montre Harper, he was about I think he was 214. He was at Northwestern Pro Day. There's a lot of guys that were there that were just prior to the COVID-19. And this is the thing. This is going to hurt the pre-draft cycle for all the small school guys. You're not going to see a lot of FCS guys. You're not going to see a lot of D2 guys because there's just not the opportunity to blow up a pro day if you're that small school guy. So you're going to see a lot of undrafted free agents perhaps make rosters this year than you would have before, simply because they're going to literally be gems. I mean, this is a draft where there are true sleepers in it. So it was tough, at least for the small school, and the back end of that big board was not easy to make because there's just not a lot of information. And there's obviously guys that are getting buzz, but it's not easy to make that when you need that information for the smaller school guys in the later rounds of the draft.
Do you think it's an advantage to guys that went to the combine or guys that are maybe the 4th or 5th best player on a big school as opposed to the best player in a really small school?
Yeah, I think they have the advantage this year because they went to the combine. They have the testing numbers out there. And even if you're a bigger school, you don't have level of competition questions either. So that's another part of that. So if you're a guy maybe like a Khaleke Hudson from Michigan, that's going to help him. He's probably going to get drafted because of this. Maybe he would have gone undrafted beforehand. Jordan Glasgow out of Michigan, another guy. The Michigan guys are kind of, I think, going to be drafted this year. I think a few of them would have been undrafted, but they're going to be drafted because there's just not enough small school guys that rose throughout the process. So yeah, the big schools won this year. The Power 5 conferences in specific really, really won just because they have proven tape out there against top competition.
Now, Nick, and first off, you killed it on those mock drafts and that big board stuff for Steelers Now. So I can speak for everyone. We definitely appreciate
Absolutely.
it. That was awesome. You definitely you did a deep dive for sure. But speaking to what you're saying on how there are not going to be as many smaller school guys, there's not going to be as many guys that didn't already impress in terms of major competition in major college ball. They're not going to be able to wow you at a pro day. And there's been Hall of Famers that we have seen come out of smaller schools, and Hall of Famers come out of wowing teams at Pro Day and then get in the right system and end up in Canton someday. So that kind of maybe can segue to off of what Kevin Colbert was saying in terms of, is that maybe another reason why maybe there should have been more rounds added? I get everybody knows technology. I get you're not going to have anyone change the rules for the Herm Edwards of the world. Even too bad he's not a part of this. I would have loved to experience him being a part of this with an NFL team. But they're not going to have anyone be able to use the excuse of technology. Everyone has to put the big boy pants on and get with 2020. However, it is going to negatively affect, and I did a show recently with Mike Logan, who had to wow at a pro day. He got injured at WVU in his last game in the bowl game. If he did not wow at a pro day, which was somebody else's pro day, a teammate of his, he would not have got drafted by the Jaguars where he did. He segued that into a great career over a decade, winning a championship and being highly respected in Pro Bowl years. So if you don't have that opportunity, should they maybe then have considered adding a few more rounds, just almost as a consolation prize to those kids? Because a lot of the kids are going to be the ones who are going to kind of get screwed over in this more so than the teams. That would have been a give back to the kids, I guess.
Yeah, I think it would have been a really nice sign from the NFL that at least they care about these kids. These are dreams. Listen, these kids worked years to get to this point. I mean, this is going to be, especially for the small school guys, these are 4-year, 5-year guys that are tenured in college, have grinded at the lower levels to try to reach the NFL. So absolutely, I think even with less information, you should have given these small school guys the chance to get drafted, hear their name, because a lot of them would have if they had their pro day. And I'm telling you that because we saw last year a few guys rise in the process just from pro days. Steven Denmark from the Bears, he was a top 30 visit for the Steelers last year, had an unreal pro day, would have never been drafted beforehand. So yeah, absolutely. I would have loved to see the 3 rounds added because also there are some big school guys that did not get into, did not get their pro day. And obviously they're depth players maybe. And some of those guys definitely could have gotten an undrafted free agent opportunity. And some of them might not even get into a camp now. That's another thing. They might not even get that opportunity because we don't have OTA. So you're not going to get rookie tryout camps. I mean, Devlin Hodges was starting last year. He wasn't even a UDFA signed right outside the draft. He was a rookie camp tryout. We don't have rookie mini camp this year. So tough luck, I guess, to some of these guys.
Yeah, and that's greatly going to affect things. But now getting into your big board, because, for example, the person who is very likely going to be going first overall is not the guy who's number 1 on your big board. So how did you get Chase Young being number 1 on your big board? How did you determine him deserving of that spot? And how did you kind of map out at least the known top tier players and where they slotted on your board?
Yeah, it's kind of just simple. Who has the most complete game? Listen, Chase Young is just a freak of nature. I mean, literally, this guy has the athleticism and the technical ability. You're not going to see him lose with bad hand usage. The one thing that he does is pop up at times. And I mean, he's a great prospect. This guy is maybe better than Myles Garrett. He might be better than Nick Bosa from last year. That's how good Chase Young is. So just getting rid of positional value, that makes him number 1. If you're going positional value, I think Burrow's the best pick at 1. This is why the Bengals should go Burrow. If they don't, they are out of their minds.
He's their Tiger King. I had to do it. I had to
That's
be the
what
first
Coach O
person.
said. Coach O said that earlier on ESPN.
Yeah, I had to do it. I feel like everyone out there, every Bengals fan needs to take their Carson Palmer jersey, slap Joe Exotic, slap Tiger King on the back. You don't even have to buy a new one. That can be your Bengals jersey to represent Joe Burrow. It has to be that.
Big Ben is Carol Baskin.
maybe. If he starts referring to himself as Tiger King and he embraces that, we know that the social team for the Bengals has been putting together graphic upon graphic the last few weeks, probably watching the documentary on repeat. So they're thrilled to unleash all of that material, I'd imagine. But if he embraces it, I might buy a jersey. I'll put that out there. If he embraces it, I might buy a jersey, and I'll wear it on some Pittsburgh Sports Live shows for him if he fully embraces it.
That'd be a ton of fun. I would love to see that. But just looking at the big board, like what I said of how I structured them, it was just who has the best overall process. And Young has killed every spot in that process, as has Okuda, as has Burrow. It's just some of them have a few other weaknesses. Like Burrow doesn't have elite arm strength. I mean, he's not gonna throw the ball 70 yards on his knees like Josh Allen would. So like that's his weakness. Some guys just have a few warts, but anyone in my top 5 is a guy I'm guaranteeing is going to make it to a Pro Bowl. That is pretty much what I'm saying to you.
Okay.
Outside of that, we could have trouble. I know I had Isaiah Simmons high. When Isaiah Simmons comes off the board here, I'll explain a little bit more about that, but I have my reservations with Isaiah Simmons.
Okay. Yeah, it's just interesting because obviously a big board's difficult to do. I mean, that is you're deep diving into 300 plus players. You went far into it for sure. Now, did you at all focus on position of need, or was it just legit talent?
I focused on there was some NFL buzz we were hearing about certain guys, and I just kind of went by that as a whole. For the smaller school guys specifically, that's what I went by. If they got some NFL buzz, I was like, okay, I got to turn on this tape. But other than that,
and not to cut you off here, but we did have a pick go in. Joe Burrow, of course, gets the pick in.
Yeah, to the shock of no one, Joe Burrow.
Yeah, so to the shock of no one. So we're going, as predicted here to this point. Now, Cale, just to we had obviously this was the pick that everybody thought was going to happen. He was the Bengals Tiger King well before the documentary or anybody ever knew the name Joe Exotic. He was even that guy before the national championship game. This was going to be the Bengals guy. They had to do this. This is a big need position, as well as being the best player coming out of college, at least from a skill position. What are your thoughts, though, on his ability to play at the next level? How well do you think he'll fit in for the Bengals? This has been a franchise that had a ton of talent, but it hasn't worked out well in terms of team success. Can he be the savior that they've been looking for and they've swung and missed on trying to draft quarterbacks in the past?
Well, surprise, surprise, Joe Burrow goes number 1 overall to the Cincinnati Bengals. I think everyone expected it, knew it was going to happen. And we see it happening here as we see him, talking to the Bengals right now with his parents there in Southeast Ohio. But Joe Burrow, he is clearly the best quarterback in this draft, definitely the best offensive player in this draft, and he is a game changer with the Cincinnati Bengals. Things just weren't working out with Andy Dalton. They had to go in a different direction, and he comes out of LSU having one of the most prolific seasons for a quarterback in college football history, maybe the most prolific, because he had 60 touchdowns, most ever in a season for a college football player, the second best completion percentage ever in a season for a college quarterback. But what really, I think, sets Joe Burrow apart is, the one wart, like Nick mentioned, is the arm strength. But what he does really well is a lot of the things that he does make up for that. He has elite anticipation. He sees windows before they happen. He sees the receiver breaking off the route before it happens. He knows how every element of the offense works, and he's prepared better than anyone else. So he's able to make up for that. The other thing, too, is has impeccable pocket presence and really great ability to move in the pocket, to get away from pressure, to extend plays. He really just does all the things you really want from the modern NFL quarterback. The other thing, too, he's really great with his head. He's great at reading coverages. Like I said, anticipating, seeing windows before they open. So it's really the perfect pick for the Bengals. He might not be the best overall player in this draft, but he's definitely the best quarterback, and he's definitely what the Cincinnati Bengals need. So I love the pick. It's the right pick. And I think the other thing, too, is I don't think he's necessarily going into a situation where the Bengals are a team that are, depleted or anything offensively. I mean, I think they definitely need to beef up the offensive line to protect him. But he's going to a group that has A.J. Green, who they just re-signed to the franchise tag. They got Tyler Boyd. They got John Ross there. Maybe he can put some things together. They still got Joe Mixon. So, he's a guy who he's coming into a situation where all they really got to do is make sure they protect him. He's got the weapons around him that he can have success early. Now they just got to go out and put it together.
Yeah, Cale, I mean, just on that wavelength, typically when you're looking at a quarterback that goes 1-1, it's to a team that's in the middle of a deep rebuild. And on some levels, obviously, you have to be the worst team in the league to get that first pick. But it feels like this Bengals offense was really a quarterback away from being above average and can really go quickly with his talent because of the other guys they have around him. How much is this a game changer for the division to put Joe Burrow in that Cincinnati offense? How much does that change the complexion of the whole AFC North?
Well, that's the thing is you look at the quarterbacks in the AFC North now, and you have the reigning MVP in Lamar Jackson. You have the number 1 pick in Joe Burrow coming off a Heisman Trophy season at LSU. You bring back Ben Roethlisberger, who at 38 years old or whatever he is, there's still kind of belief that he can play, and that if they get the right weapons around him, they have that great defense now. That the Steelers are going to be a team to be reckoned with, and then you have Baker Mayfield, who regressed last year in his sophomore season, obviously, but is a guy that I think that if you get him the right protection, you keep him from getting hit, you keep him from getting sacked, the weapons that they have in a new offensive system, I think Baker Mayfield should have a big bounce back year as well. So I think this is going to be a very tightly tested, very competitive division. And that's the thing is you look at now, I think it's a quarterback driven division right now. And that's exactly why the Bengals had to go out and make this pick, because they had to kind of keep up with the Joneses. And obviously the Steelers in a few, maybe they address that tomorrow night or they address it later in this draft. But eventually they're going to have to address as well and get a young quarterback after Ben Roethlisberger. But I mean, I think that's the thing is it's now a division of all these young quarterbacks and then the elder statesman and Ben Roethlisberger. And I think that the Bengals, I think they really hit here getting Joe Burrow with the number 1 pick. And like you said, they weren't a bad offense necessarily last year. They had the tools to be successful. They just kind of didn't put it together because they had Andy Dalton at quarterback. If they probably would have had anyone else in there, they probably would have had a much better record than 2-14 and maybe not picking the situation they are. So I think it's a ready-made situation for Joe Burrow to have success. They got an offensive-minded coach as well that can help a young quarterback. But yeah, I mean, in terms of the complexion of the division, I think obviously they got to do a lot of work still, the Bengals in this draft and in other areas, but I think it definitely puts them in the right direction to kind of get back in a good place and contending in this division.
Yeah, and we see the Redskins pick is in, so wait for that official announcement. But you look at the Bengals, I kind of got to agree with Alan saying in terms of they have tons of talent. There's weapons there. As much as the Bengals franchise has swung and missed before on quarterbacks, I don't know if there's ever been a quarterback that has been drafted to the Bengals that has been put into a situation with this much talent. This is a better situation than Baker Mayfield was drafted into with the Browns right away. They got talent later, but this is a Bengals team that could at least offensively turn things around quicker. It's going to be a solid situation for him to be put in. There are comparisons I just saw thrown up there to Jared Goff. I actually think that that's maybe cutting him short a little bit, at least in terms of what some projections could be based on what he's done so far. But of course, that's the NFL player, so you don't know what it's going to be like for Joe Burrow. Now, flipping to the Skins, who are now on the clock, how far away is Washington? Because we spend so much time, there's so much conversation on the Bengals. They have talent. They're maybe a quarterback away. Maybe now that they're becoming that young team with the quarterback that can maybe do what the Ravens just did now with Lamar Jackson at the helm. And we'll get to the Steelers and what they may or may not do at quarterback later on here, especially more towards the second round when they actually can pick. But how far away do you think the Skins are from actually being a contender, and how much do they really need? Because new head coach, kind of a new system going to be in place. This might be a new era for the Washington Redskins.
Yeah, it's and it's one of those picks where, as Nick talked about, you have a unique talent, right? And a player that really is the best player in the entire draft if you adjust it for position. So I think it's a no-brainer pick for the Redskins in that regard. But in a lot of regards, this is a team that seems to be lacking a direction. Who is their quarterback going forward? I'm not sure they know right now. What kind of team are they going to be? And I think this is you think back to a couple of years ago. Sometimes you just got to take a chance on a strong defensive player. I think what we saw like the Houston Texans did with J.J. Watt. Like they didn't have a lot going for them when they made that pick, and he sort of became the heart and soul of that team and sort of its identity. I guess the hope is that Chase Young and that can build a defense around him that can become that identity. But I still think the Redskins are in general a team that's kind of a mess right now, that does not have all the, total opposite of what we talked about with Cincinnati, does not have all the pieces together. And I'm not sure I think they're way more than one pick away from being where they want to be.
So obviously they do pick Chase Young, defensive end there out of Ohio State, who came out of college with one of the better careers, at least in terms of as an individual and what he's predicted to do into the next level. It's another Ohio State defensive player, another great Ohio State player gets into the NFL. And of course it fills a need, but Cale, is it almost a situation where, they needed a lot more, but if the Redskins could have sucked a little bit more, they obviously maybe need a quarterback as well. If they sucked more, flip them to the first overall pick, would Joe Burrow maybe be better for them? Would that have been a missing piece? Or maybe he get wasted there, because it's always so clear. All these quarterbacks always say it's a big deal on where you get drafted into and the system you're put into place. Not everybody can fit everywhere, so that's a big deal. It might have been worse for him, say, being drafted by the Redskins.
Yeah, honestly, if they were to be a little worse and they got the first overall pick, I honestly think they would have still taken Chase Young, because I think that they want to see what they have in Dwayne Haskins. They obviously, the passing game and the offense for the Redskins was not very good last year, but they kind of went back and forth and couldn't really decide what they wanted to do at quarterback. Were they going to play, were they going to give the young guy a chance? Were they going to play the veterans? What were they going to do? I think they want to at least give Dwayne Haskins another year here to kind of figure out what they have in him. And he did show some bright spots, and he had a really good college career, at least in that one season starting at Ohio State. They got some good young receivers as well. They got Terry McLaurin, who showed a lot of really great stuff last year as well in that offense. Also an Ohio State guy. It's the Washington Buckeyes right now, apparently. I think that it's a matter of, this is the best player available, and it's a guy you can't pass up. And they're a team that defensively, they had 46 sacks as a team last year. They already got some studs on the defensive line in Deron Payne and Jonathan Allen, two former Alabama guys. Now you bring in Chase Young, and this is one of the best defensive lines maybe in the NFC, at least on paper. Just looking right now with how young they are too, could be for a while. So it's just a guy that he's too good to pass up, too good of a talent, too dominant, and like you said, they need a lot of things, but it doesn't hurt to get a guy who's a superstar defensive end like Chase Young.
And the first two picks went as predicted, as pretty much everybody had. This is one of those rare NFL drafts where we normally know who's going to be that first pick ahead of time, but you get into where the first, second, third maybe get pretty obvious for this NFL draft here. The Lions, though, currently the team on the clock. Again, another team that needs a lot. So where are you guys thinking in terms of where Detroit's going to go?
Well, I think this is a pick that's been frequently talked about as one of those picks that could be traded. I think Detroit's in a situation where they don't have one obvious pressing need. I'm not sure there is a player that is a consensus number 3 in this draft. And so I think that's why a lot of teams have circled this is a spot where, hey, somebody really wants to come up and get Tua. This is the place to do it. Somebody wants to come up and get a corner. This is the place to do it. Somebody wants to come up and get a defensive tackle. This is the place to do it. And so I think the Lions could make a trade, but it looks like they've got a pick. They've said the pick is in. Usually that signifies that they're going to make it. If they stay here, to me, the pick is Jeff Okudah, another Ohio State player, cornerback. To me, that's the best player. But this is a place where the Lions could really go anywhere.
Yeah, they're a team that needs a lot. They might actually need more overall help than the Skins or the Bengals do, actually, who are picking 1 and 2 before them. And this is a situation where, yeah, you could bring up that first trade for Tua. Cale, what are your thoughts on Tua in general as a prospect? And he's very polarizing, whereas everybody kind of thinks a lot of Joe Burrow, and that's been evident by his college career and projections here at the next level. But Tua, who's had tons of success, is a guy that not everybody's as excited about. Doesn't feel like he translates as much. I know Nick Saban's compared him to Drew Brees a lot to try to pump him up. But what are your thoughts on Tua at the next level?
Well, I first think that Nick Saban's comparing him to Drew Brees because he realizes the mistake he made when he was the head coach of the Miami Dolphins. He said it again on ESPN here. He said a team shouldn't make the same mistake that we made with the Dolphins when we didn't sign Drew Brees. I think that's kind of the case here with Tua. I mean, with Tua, as we all know, and it's pretty obvious, it's nothing about what he did on the field. I mean, he was one of the most prolific quarterbacks we've ever seen. He can make every throw, incredibly accurate. The mechanics are there, the pocket presence, the competitive, the leadership. Everything you want in your quarterback. All it is that hip that he injured against Mississippi State on November 16th last season. So, I think some teams are a little scared off by that. But, I think in terms of just strictly his ability, I think he's clearly the second best quarterback in this draft. I think he's definitely ahead of Jordan Love from Utah State by a pretty good margin. I just think that it's a matter of how much do you trust that hip? And how much do you trust that 10-minute workout video he put together, a few weeks ago, technically still following the social distancing guidelines while he was doing it. But, I think that he is easily the second best quarterback in this draft. Everything you see on tape leads you to believe he can be a successful NFL quarterback. I personally think he's going to go to the Miami Dolphins because a lot of friends of mine I grew up with in South Florida have tried to speak it into existence that he will be the next Dolphins QB. But I think that's the only thing really holding him back and that might cause him to slide is that hip. But it really all depends on what teams think, what front offices think about the second best status of that hip. And, I guess we'll see. But in terms of just stuff on the field, everything leads you to believe that he's going to be successful and very good NFL quarterback.
And you get a Kodo does go to the Lions. They do go corner, so they stay. So there's not our first possible trade. It does not occur. They stay and get corner. Really the best available in terms of player on most big boards. Another Ohio State player. They're going to have a field day in this draft and probably set marks they hadn't seen since last time they did it in terms of players coming out in this NFL draft. What are your thoughts on him translating? I mean, this is a position that when you're an athletic player, usually at corner, you're going to do well in the next level. This has a high success rate in terms of athleticism.
Yeah, I think this is a good pick. I mean, it's a good – this is actually the player that I predicted here because in my mock draft, I didn't allow myself to make a trade. I would have. If I did, I think the Lions probably should have. But if they were going to stay, to me, this is the right pick. He's a fantastic player. Really, one of the very few ready-made starting cornerbacks in this draft. It's not a draft where there are a ton of guys that you can just sort of put in to a lineup this fall and think they're going to be good. I think he's one of the few ones, and that's a huge asset. I mean, there probably aren't more than 2 or 3 teams in the whole NFL that think, oh, we're great at corner. We don't need anybody.
Right.
That's the Steelers might be one of them, actually, sort of ironically, after that struggling with that position for so long. But I think that's an easy pick to make if they were going to stay there. But I really think that they probably had an opportunity to move down. Maybe this is a place where we see the technology and the difficulty of the distance coming into effect. They just decided to stick with their pick and make it at 3 instead of trying to shop around and make a move when it might have been easier to do that if they'd been close together.
Yeah, Mike Asti, Alan Saunders, Cale Berger, and Nick Farabaugh here. Steelers Now's NFL Draft Show, first round edition here on Pittsburgh Sports Live. Now, Alan, you mentioned how maybe they should have traded down. This would have been the first opportunity for a trade to occur. Clearly, Jeff Burrow and Chase Young were going to go 1 and 2, really, as long as those two teams were selecting 1 and 2. The Lions basically just went best available. There are not many elite corners in the league. There never are. So if you have an athletic corner who you think can be elite, you take them. But if you're saying they should have traded down, are you talking about for Tua or maybe somebody else? Because they need a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I think they're in a position where they didn't have so many specific position needs as they just needed a bunch of talent on a lot of places. But I mean, I think if you're going to make that trade, you're going to make a trade to a team that's trying to get to it, right? You're trying to make a trade to a Miami or to a San Diego or to a New England who may be trying to move up and get a quarterback. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think they needed listen, I think Matt Stafford is criminally underrated. I think he is a very good NFL quarterback. Maybe he's not at the very top echelon, but he is right there in terms of ability. I don't think that's a huge need for them. And so I think that was a position where they could have moved back to let somebody move up that wanted to get a quarterback that really badly, that wanted to get a corner really badly. Not that the Lions don't need one, but there are some teams that are certainly in a worse shape than they are when it comes to cornerback and at defensive tackle. There's really only two guys I expect to see taken today at defensive tackle. If a team really needs one of them, that would be a place for them to move up to. But it didn't materialize. And I guess we'll move on here to the Giants, who I think across the board have been mocked with tackles, but there's a bunch of good ones. So this could still be a pick that could go any direction. And again, the same thing, really. If you're looking at a tackle and you're the Giants and there's 3, 4, 5 guys that might get taken today, 2 or 3 that would not be bad picks necessarily at number 4, why not see if you can move down, right? Because if you don't have a strong preference between them, get something in and move down some picks, and you'll still be guaranteed to get one of these high-level tackles. That, again, seems like a good move, but you need somebody that really wants something bad enough to move up, and maybe that's what's in short supply.
Yeah, and I definitely am right there with you in terms of Matt Stafford. His numbers say it, and he's done it with tons of talent around him and tons of talent not around him. In every different system, his numbers are usually the same. He has been a guy that, with a franchise that's been in flux most of their history, he has put up numbers that could maybe get him in the Hall of Fame someday. He's very, very underrated. However, maybe won't be there forever. Who knows? And he is finally getting up there in age. So that might have been somebody they could have selected to groom under Stafford, because at least in my estimation, Tua is that quarterback that obviously has been successful in college, obviously has the accolades in college, but maybe could be better served to not thrown right to the fire and have a year or two maturation under a veteran like Stafford who can still win and then see what happens afterwards. However, we go to the Giants here, and it's very, very interesting. Cale, I know you'll love this, and you gave the laugh of the century at the Walnut Grill last year when Gettleman threw everybody a curveball and went Jones at quarterback, got Eli Manning's heir apparent with a guy that basically is Eli Manning 2.0. He looks like Manning. He talks like Manning. His personality is Eli Manning. And he really plays a little bit like Eli Manning, but he actually played better than many of us would have thought. He certainly played better than we shouldn't have laughed at him, I guess, but our reaction, there was an image out there throughout social that we all busted out laughing when the Giants went David Jones last year at quarterback there out of Duke. So what do you think they're going to do this year? They have the quarterback in place. Clearly, they're not in the quarterback market. He is their guy, and they saw enough last year. They're going to like it, but you need a lot more around him. The cupboard's been bare the last couple of years in New York.
Yeah, well, he definitely, proved us all wrong, I think, in a sense. I mean, he, out of all the rookie quarterbacks last year, outside of, Kyler Murray, he played really well. And I think he played better than Dwayne Haskins, the guy that I last year was trying to advocate and campaign for the Giants to take out of Ohio State. He really proved us wrong and made us eat our words. So credit to him. And they feel like they have their guy. Now, the biggest thing is, like Alan alluded to as well, and what I've brought up multiple times here so far is you got the young quarterback. Now you got to protect him. You got to make things easy for him. And just like Alan said, there's plenty of offensive tackles, top 10 caliber guys. You could, throw 4 names in a hat and pull one out and you'd be okay, I think. So they can really go in any direction they want. And like Alan said too, I think it's a perfect situation where, because there's so many guys and you could take any one and probably be okay, that, maybe you could trade back a little bit in these top 10 picks here, still get the guy you want and get something in return as well. You got to remember too, new head coach Joe Judge comes from that Bill Belichick coaching tree. They're not afraid to wheel and deal. They're not afraid to stockpile picks later to really get the guy they want. And if the guy they want is, a guy like Andrew Thomas of Georgia, who Nick has in his Steelers Now mock draft or rankings of players, he's the 9th rated player and the 3rd rated offensive tackle. So maybe that's a guy you can definitely trade back and still get, and he can be a day one starter for you at left tackle or right tackle, either way. So I think definitely you have to go offensive tackle here. There's still guys like, an Isaiah Simmons on the board. Maybe we see one of the wide receivers go because maybe they want to get some weapons for their young quarterback. But I really think it's all about protecting him here. One other note I wanted to make on Jeff Okudah real quick before we move on, and the Giants pick is in actually. But they traded away Darius Slay last season, who was a shutdown corner for them, traded him to the Eagles. So now you get a shutdown corner in return. You got some picks back, and Jeff Okudah slides right in for cheaper money. The same kind of caliber, or not the same caliber player yet, we don't know, but a quality player as well. So maybe that's an added wrinkle to the Jeff Okudah to the Lions news.
Yeah, and you have Daniel Jones, who is your quarterback of the future and played well enough this past season. You clearly have a running back who you feel like is your elite running back of the future. The Giants pick here he is in. And I also will say that Judge and Gettleman need to hang some pictures on the wall there, though. The personality is not plentiful in New York. But yeah, they needed a lot. And I was going to say that maybe it kind of, to allude off of what you were saying, that maybe, again, this could have been another team that maybe could have traded out of this slot. They maybe needed receiver help, but they need a lot of defensive help. They go offensive tackle here to help protect Daniel Jones. So this really seems to me that Gettleman's system is we need to get a quarterback to replace Eli Manning. Now we need to protect that quarterback. We do it here. We need to make sure that our quarterback, who's more of a pocket quarterback, has offensive linemen that will protect him and not get him banged up too much, because he is not going to be a guy running out of the pocket a lot, which is the same situation they have with Eli Manning. So it makes sense to protect your investment of Daniel Jones from last year, who, again, played better than many would have thought. However, they need so much help defensively. These type of picks, this is the problem. Gettleman has not done as poorly as many of us would have thought. When we laughed at him last year, that wasn't really fair. However, this is in the New York market. This is the New York Football Giants. They've won 2 championships in the last 15 years. This seems like the way he's going about this is a very slow, methodical drip. How far is this team from winning, and will he be able to stay the course and even see any of his picks be successful? Because this still feels 3 or 4 years away if now you're doing offensive linemen to protect your quarterback when you need so many skill players all around defensively. They're going to be giving up 30 points a game still at this point.
Well, I mean, I don't think it's ever too early to protect your young quarterback, because you don't want to get him banged up now in his second year and then he's gun shy the rest of his career. I mean, we saw that with David Carr in Houston. So I don't think it's ever the wrong time to kind of address that need and make sure he's kept upright and kept healthy. So, I don't hate the move, but like we just talked about, 5 minutes ago, there's so many good offensive tackles here. Obviously, Andrew Thomas was their guy, but, they definitely could have moved back a little bit here. And maybe do,
couldn't you have moved back, though, get somebody else? Maybe you then would have multiple players towards the end of the draft. I feel like I agree you want to protect your quarterback. That's football 101.
Yeah.
But you could get a different offensive tackle to do it. You don't necessarily need the best in the business when you need so many players at other positions.
I get that, but clearly, he was their guy. Clearly that's the guy they wanted, so they didn't want to take any chances. And, like we're saying here that these offensive tackles might be interchangeable, that's definitely not the case in these, war rooms right now, or not war rooms, in each individual guy's bedroom or basement right now. That's not the consensus there. They clearly have guys they rank higher than others, and that's why they got the guy they wanted. So, I mean, clearly that's why they didn't trade back. Right. But if we see it as interchangeable, maybe that was an opportunity for them to add a defensive player at some point also by getting an additional pick.
I want to bring Nick back in here to talk a little bit about Tua as the Dolphins are on the clock, a team that's really been significantly linked to them. Obviously, they have a pretty significant need at quarterback. Nick, you have Tua as 8 overall on your big board. How much of that is the injury, and how much of that is what you saw in his ability?
A lot of it is the injury. If he was not injured, he probably would have been my 4th overall prospect. The durability with him is just a question mark. It's not just the hip. It's the ankle injuries. He's been hurt. He got hurt his freshman year. He broke his wrist multiple times, apparently. That was another report that came out. This is a guy that has a history of multiple injuries. So he's on my 8th on my board because of that durability. But if the Dolphins are confident in his ability to stay healthy, they checked his medicals, they have him checked off on all boxes, I don't think they should go away from Tua. I think that's the move here for them if they trust that durability. If not, if I'm the Dolphins and I don't like Herbert or Love, I'm going tackle here. I'm going Jedrick Wills personally. If I'm them here and they like and they like maybe Jordan Love later in the draft. So yeah, the entire thing on tape with Tua is that he is great. Great rhythm thrower, extremely accurate. Loses some guys post snap when the picture changes from pre snap. He does lose some safeties. But Tua has really, really good tape and really good traits. So if the Dolphins take him here, don't blame him one bit as long as they're okay with the medicals and the risk.
Now, if Tua does not go here, where do you think he goes? Because obviously this is somebody who's been mightily successful and is highly touted coming out of college, but not every team necessarily needs a quarterback here throughout this draft within these first 15 picks. Could he slide if he does not go here?
It's possible. I think he could still go to the Chargers at 6 right after this. But if he gets past them, then you're talking about where's he going? Do the Dolphins maybe, if the Dolphins don't take Herbert or Love here, do the Dolphins maybe consider coming back up from 18 to get Tua at maybe 13, 12, somewhere like that?
They have the picks to do it.
They do. But there's also the threat, and I hate to bring this up, New England could come up for Tua Tagovailoa. Definitely a landing spot. New Orleans could come up for Tua from 24. There's a few teams. If John Gruden really likes Tua, certainly the Raiders could pick him at 12. Derek Carr is okay, but he's not great, so they could pick Tua at 12. There's a few teams. The shocker, the sleeper no one's talking about. What if the Jaguars want a quarterback? What if the Jaguars want one at 9? I mean, Gardner Minshew showed some nice traits, but was he the franchise quarterback? That's left to be seen. We could see Tua go at 9, but the Tua slide could go as long as it goes. I don't think he gets out of the first round. I think a team is going to trade back up to at least get that 5th-year option if he falls to the late first, but who knows where he goes? There's so many possibilities.
If he stays healthy, are we talking about him and Joe Burrow right up until 8 p.m. tonight?
Yeah, I think you're talking about him and Burrow for a long time in this league. As long as he stays healthy, I think Tua is going to be very, very legit and just cut up defenses all the time. I'm not sure if he's going to be the top quarterback in the NFL ever, but and then you guys go to the Dolphins. Makes sense to me. Dolphins got their franchise quarterback. If he stays healthy, Tua is going to be a legitimate player. I don't think he's Drew Brees or Russell Wilson like the comps say. I view him as a Dak Prescott type player, and I view Dak Prescott pretty highly. So that is something to note. I think Tua is going to be a really good player in the NFL as long as he stays healthy. As long as he stays healthy, he just needs to stay healthy. So hopefully this
what's your comps then? So if you don't like the Drew Brees comparison, what would you more realistically compare Tua to? And I also want to get from you, because he is the pick. Tua Tagovailoa goes to the Dolphins. They get what they believe now is their franchise quarterback that they've been waiting for a while to have and swung and missed in the past. And you can see the lineage there of selections and failures since Dan Marino retired there after 1999. But Tua, unlike Joe Burrow, though, is polarizing. There are not as many people guaranteeing NFL success despite the college resume being very similar and obviously being successful. So number one, who would be the better comp? And number two, can you get yourself in the mind of any of those people? What would be maybe the criticisms? What is any part of you having any trepidation for Tua in comparison to Joe Burrow? Maybe not as much of a slam dunk. Why are people feeling that way, do you think?
Well, Tua is completely different than Burrow. Tua is a rhythm thrower that works well in structure. Sure, he can extend the play outside the pocket, but he's not that mobile. So you're not going to get him outside the pocket making Russell Wilson-like plays. That's why that comp doesn't make sense. Russell Wilson is a wizard outside the pocket. That's not Tua. He extends the plays, sure. He manages the pocket pretty well, but he's not going to make something happen out of nothing. That's not what he's going to do. And when you're talking about the Brees versus Wilson, he's far more Brees. He's very, very good up the seam. He's very good outside the hashes. Just a very, very efficient quarterback. But the thing that kind of worries me about Tua, other than just the injuries, is that I said he does not process changes pre-snap to post-snap. So when defenses rotate coverages on the back end, he misses it sometimes, and that was cause for some of his bad interceptions. Sometimes he forces too many balls and doesn't know when to eat the play. That's another thing that Tua needs to work on. But I don't know. I like Tua's film. If I were to get into the head of those people, I think health would be a big reason why. But also that mental game is does need some work. He's not a slam dunk prospect. I don't think he's better than Burrow when healthy. That is something to say. I think Burrow is better regardless if the injuries are there or not. So Tua has a lot of upside to his game, but there are still things to work on. And my comp for him, like I said, on my big board, my comp for him was Dak Prescott. I feel very confident about that comp. I view Dak Prescott as a very high-end quarterback, regardless of how you view him. I think Tua might have more of a clutch gene than Dak does. Dak has not come up in the big time, but I think when you look,
that's hard to evaluate clutch gene there. That's not always a metric that everybody uses. I do like the suit though, Cale. I'm sure you're going to be a fan of the suit for Tua.
I've been checking it out. I like it a lot. And, I wanted to mention here, as a guy myself who grew up in South Florida and, grew up rooting for the Steelers, but, I observed the Dolphins fandom and grew up with a lot of Dolphins fans. This is a pick that, South Florida has been, yearning for and asking for 15 years maybe. I mean, it seemed like the Dolphins were bad for a very long time. They had that 1-15 season. They had some playoff appearances here and there, but overall, it's been pretty lousy as a Dolphins fan, over the last 20 years or so, really ever since Marino retired. They're really excited about this pick. This is what they've been asking for a very long time. They go and they make that splash pick. They don't take an offensive tackle or something like that, like they always seem to do. They go out and get, the guy the fans want. And that's something to note as well. I mean, this is the guy that all of the Dolphins fans wanted. They wanted Tua. They got the shirts already done up. It's similar to Joe Burrow in Cincinnati. They're all in for Joe. Miami was clearly all in for Tua. And I think he's a guy that comes in, he's already got the leadership. He's got the right mindset. He's a hard worker. I think he slots in there and fits perfectly when they're trying to build in that Miami Dolphins organization with Greer, the new GM, with Brian Flores, the new coach. I think something that I had heard was that the Dolphins, it was kind of a discussion of, are they going to tank? Are they going to tank and get the number one pick? They had that game against the Bengals. They're like, oh my God, who's going to try and lose this harder so we can get the number one overall pick? But as the season went on, you saw the Dolphins try and put some things together and win some games. And something that I had heard from Dolphins fans was, we traded, the number one pick for the right coach. Brian Flores is never going to be a guy who was going to let this team tank. That was going to let this team be awful so they could get the number one pick in the draft. They wanted to, try and build a culture similar to something what they had in New England. They wanted to build things the right way, and whoever they got, they got. I think clearly they were able to accomplish two things. They're starting to build that culture there in Miami. They love Brian Flores, and now they get the quarterback they love in Tua. The other thing that Nick mentioned, which I agree with, is, losing guys in the pre-snap. That's one thing that I kind of have a concern with Tua. He makes every throw. The highlights are ridiculous. The stats are off the charts. But you got to remember about Tua, what he was working with at Alabama is probably going to be a lot different than what he's going to have in Miami. And I think that's something also that Miami has to address in this draft, is how they're going to get him some help, some weapons to throw to. I mean, they got Devontae Parker, who finally put some things together last year. They got Jakeem Grant, the other receiver, who they got locked up for a little bit. He's an electric guy. But other than that, I mean, they got nothing close to what he was throwing to at Alabama. And the reason why maybe he didn't have to worry about some of those pre-snap reads or something is because he had guys like Jerry Jeudy and Smith and Waddle just running wide open and playing rock, paper, scissors to find out who was going to get the touchdown on the next play. So that's something that I think is going to be interesting to see with Tua is he's not going to be throwing to guys that might go, 3 consecutive players in this draft or something like that. It's going to be a little bit of, let's see how Tua can handle this against NFL defenses, but also not playing with that top flight talent receiver that he had at Alabama.
And I think one more thing about the situation with the Dolphins that's really interesting to me, and especially next talking about Tua's health being a question, talking about how fast he can pick up the game being a question, is that you've got a guy in Ryan Fitzpatrick who's been there, done that guy. He can start games for this team this year. And it's not like Tua has to come in and play day one. They got Josh Rosen as well back there's a number 10 overall pick 2 years ago. Yeah. And so it's not like this is a situation where the Dolphins have put all their chips in on this guy who's a big question mark. They have other options at the quarterback position. If this doesn't work out, they've got 2 other first-round picks. So it's not even like if this pick fizzles, that will be hugely detrimental to what they're doing. So I think it was a really good opportunity for them to make a pick that maybe does have a little bit of risk. Chargers pick is in at 6, and we'll see who they're going to take right here.
Yeah, and I
Justin
wanted to say,
Herbert.
and what I wanted to say on Tua, though, this is an interesting draft, especially for the first two quarterbacks who were taken, because usually, as the Chargers pick here is in, usually the quarterback that goes first overall to a team is going to a team with not that much talent around him, where it'll be a rebuilding process and you're going to be concerned about the talent. It's Justin Herbert, quarterback out of Oregon, goes here to the Chargers. So they also go quarterback. We get 3 here early on. This is maybe more than we would have thought at this point, but the Chargers now in the post-Phillip Rivers time period of their franchise. And this, again, not as much of a slam dunk pick as maybe Joe Burrow or Tua, another rebuilding process for the Chargers, but a lot of talent there. But this even speaks to what I'm getting at, Joe, because Joe Burrow is going to a situation with talent around him, at least offensively. You could even say Justin Herbert's going to a situation with talent around him offensively with the Chargers.
Yeah.
Tua, though, the guy that was the top prospect before the world heard of the Tiger King, before Joe Burrow came onto the scene, is going to a situation where the fan base is hungry, Cale, as you mentioned. There is not a direct quarterback that they can remember, that generation can remember, since Marino.
Maybe John Beck or Cleo Lemon. I don't know.
Right. Yeah. I'm sure they can wax poetic on those memories.
There's a lot of them. Trust me.
But however, Tua's not going to a situation with tons of talent around him, but there's going to be pressure there. And there's even a recent first-round draft pick in Josh Rosen, who's also going to be there, that maybe could compete with him, like Alan was alluding to. There's an argument to be made that out of these first 3 quarterbacks taken, the guy who went first overall is not in the worst situation, and normally team-wise you would be. And Tua, in terms of talent around him, is in a much different situation that is well worse than Joe Burrow or Justin Herbert.
Yeah, 100%. Because we talked about it right off the bat with the Bengals is, he's set up in a pretty good spot, except for he needs some help on the offensive line. Tua needs that too, but also, who's he throwing to? The 2 guys that I mentioned were Devontae Parker and Jakeem Grant. Those guys aren't necessarily world beaters. They're good pieces. But the other thing, too, you got to take into account, and we got to keep reminding ourselves with the Dolphins, they have 14 picks in this draft. That's insane. So, they can take a bunch of random picks. They can take a bunch of chances here and there, or maybe even trade some of these picks and get some pieces together really quickly. Or they can take some chances on a few guys, and whoever works out. Whoever doesn't, then, you kind of get rid of them or don't keep them around kind of thing. But I would agree that I think that definitely Burrow, and I would say definitely Justin Herbert as well. You got Keenan Allen, you got Mike Williams. They got Austin Eckler as well there. So they got some pieces for him to work with. And I think for Tua, whereas this is the guy everyone wanted, so they'll be pretty patient with him, I think. And they're building a culture there that I think will really work and people will buy into. But that is the truth. That's the blatant truth, is that Tua is going to have some challenges unless they put some things together and get him some help right now. Because other than that, they played 7 running backs last year, and I think the best guy averaged 1.8 yards per carry. That's another thing the Dolphins got to address as well. So a lot of question marks, but like I said, they got the guy that the fans wanted, and I think that they wanted as well. So I like the pick from Miami. Well,
this is finally a move the Dolphins make that the fan base is not going to really be polarizing or be upset about. Even if this does not work out, the fan base is unanimously behind this pick. So nobody if any of your friends 10 years from now, when this doesn't work out, say, I never wanted him in the first place, you can say, no, you're a liar. You were very happy right now. So this is clearly what that fan base wants. This clearly seems to be the obvious pick for them. However, it does appear, based on having not much around him, needing receivers, needing running backs, needing a lot defensively, even needing offensive lineman help, really needing everything, needing a tight end, that Tua might be best off to not play at all next year. If I'm Tua, I wouldn't be against it, because you get in there and he's the most prone to potentially be sucking right away because he just doesn't have as much around him. And the situation you're in is a big deal when you're trying to be a quarterback and have success in the NFL. Now segueing to Justin Herbert, though, he doesn't get as much fanfare. He's not getting talked about as much as Joe Burrow or Tua. Thoughts on Justin Herbert? He's now going to be taking over for the Charger wagon in terms of the face of that franchise moving forward. When you pick a quarterback this high, that has to be what you think of him, even though he doesn't get discussed as much and maybe people don't know as much about as they would the first 2 quarterbacks that went in this draft.
Well, he's not getting talked about as much as the other 2 guys because he's not as good. he's not in the same class to me. And Nick had him in his big board, just down at 14. So not like some huge reach.
Right.
But he's just not in the same caliber.
But he
as
goes
the
6.
quarterbacks taken.
He's only a pick away from Tua. That's a big deal if you're saying there's that much of a drop off.
Yeah, and to me, I think this is a pick where you look at where the Chargers are, and obviously, moving on from Phillip Rivers, moving into a new stadium, still really, I mean, they were in LA, but they weren't really in LA. They were 20 miles out into the desert. This is a pick to me that is much more about the marketability of having a good-looking guy that they can put on billboards, that they can sell hope for, that they can energize some kind of a fan base than it is about football. Because I'm not sure he's much better than Tyrod Taylor, who they already have. But it screams marketing to me that this is a guy that can sell some tickets, that can help build a fan base in LA that frankly last year didn't exist. We saw when the Steelers went there, there's more Steeler fans and Charger fans in that stadium. They need some way to connect to this marketplace, and they get a West Coast guy who seems to really fit in Southern California. Can he work out? Absolutely. But I think at number 6, you'd be usually looking for a player who's a much surer thing than Heber is.
Did they just go there basically because they needed a quarterback and they weren't going to get Tua or Burrow? They just had to get a quarterback, they felt like, in the post-Phillip Rivers era, especially to be able to market. And maybe they think there's enough talent around Justin Herbert now that could help him have an easier time to start his career, say, unlike Tua, who's not going to have much around him.
Yeah, maybe. But also we just talked about 2 teams that we thought should have traded down and didn't. The Chargers maybe are one of those teams that could have traded up to get ahead of Miami, to get to if they really wanted him. Maybe they were scared away by the medical part of it. I don't know. But, also, like Nick said, there aren't that many teams coming up that really need a quarterback. So if they didn't want to move up to get ahead of the Dolphins and pick Tua, they could have moved back and probably still made the same pick 5 to 10 spots later.
Right. That's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing. That he was going to slide if not taken now. And in terms of big boards, he was way down lower than Tua and Burrow, who were probably going to go where they went. And Nick did bring up that if Tua didn't go to the Dolphins, he probably potentially could have slid it well. And you would have wondered then that if he wasn't taken by the Dolphins, would the Chargers taken him instead of Herbert, even though they had the West Coast connection and the markability, Tua the better prospect and had the better college career. Cale, in terms of Herbert actually as a player on the field, away from the billboards and away from the advertisement and how the Chargers are going to market him on social media and to the fans driving on the freeway there, what do you think Herbert can do in terms of actually on the field, as the Panthers do have their pick in as well?
Well, I do agree with Alan that it is a marketable pick. He's got that stature. He's 6'6", 230 or whatever. He has the look, probably the look of a quarterback more than anyone else in this draft. He just has that presence about him. So I agree on that point. I think that we talked about how he's going to have some weapons to work with as well. They're already established guys that can help him along. I think the other thing, too, that you got to look at with Justin Herbert is he's kind of going into a situation like Josh Allen went into, where he's going to have a pretty decent defense on the other side of the football that they can lean on, at least early in his career. I mean, they got a good secondary. They got Joey Bosa. They got Ingram on the other side. They got a pretty good kind of group there defensively that he can lean on for 1 or 2 years as well, that it's not all his shoulders. He's not the savior for the Los Angeles Chargers. I almost said San Diego there. They got guys, like Derwin James, like a Casey Hayward, guys like that, Desmond King, that they can lean on, and that it's not all going to be on him. My only thing with Justin Herbert that I kind of have a critique of him is, unlike some of these other top quarterbacks in this draft, you never saw him at Oregon kind of will them to a victory, like take over the game, put the team in his back kind of thing, and I'm going to just run through the opponent and kind of will us to a victory. That's my only question mark, is does Justin Herbert have that kind of thing? So, that's
and we've definitely seen that from Burrow and Tua.
You've seen it from both of them. Burrow in the biggest moments, Tua in the biggest moments as well. They both won national championships. That's my only kind of critique about Herbert is, does he have that kind of in him? but he had a great career at Oregon. And like Alan said, he kind of fits the bill of an NFL starting quarterback looking like the part. We'll see if it works out, but I think he's got a lot of things going for him.
And Derek Brown does go to the Panthers there with that next pick. Arizona currently on the clock in terms of the Panthers in a bit of a different era as well. A lot of these teams in this top 10 are completely not only changing players, but they're changing eras in terms of staple quarterbacks, staple star players leaving the franchise. Cam Newton now gone in Carolina. Teddy Bridgewater there now. So maybe
New
a quarterback. Yeah, who's maybe a poor man's version. We'll see, though, because Cam Newton was kind of fading anyway, and that franchise a little bit in flux, but that's a new era of Carolina Panthers football. What are your thoughts on this pick? They also need help, but they need protection, so this kind of goes in that direction.
Yeah, Derek Brown's an interesting, player. I thought he's the best defensive tackle in the draft. I think Nick had him a bit lower than I did. Nick, actually, are you with us, Nick? You could talk.
Is this a safe pick, maybe you think?
Yeah, I think it's a very safe pick, but also, I just think in general, if you're taking a pick in the top 10, it's really hard to go wrong with the best defensive tackle, or one of the best defensive tackles. I think that's that's the way to go here with Arizona.
Yeah, generally, if you don't know or you need a lot, offensive tackle or defensive tackle are two safe picks to make. Those are two positions that are safe, especially when you have players this high on a big board. They need a lot. They do need defensive help. We'll see. They've had retirements and players move on the defensive side of football as well as offensively.
Yeah, that's what I actually mocked this as, Isaiah Simmons from Clemson, because I thought, the retirement of Luke Kuechly, like you said, leaves that in the middle of their defense. But it's really hard to go wrong with taking one of the best defensive tackles. That's really, when it comes to picking in the top of the draft, that's a no-brainer. There's really only 2, maybe 3 guys that we'll see taken today at that spot. So getting one of them, really tough to be too critical of that choice for Carolina, even if it's the first one that I got wrong in my mock draft so far.
Okay. All right. Well, not everyone can be perfect, I guess, and nobody is, and the people getting paid millions of dollars aren't either. And I'm pretty jealous here of Cliff Kingsbury's little house there, as he was feet up, needed basically a cigar, and he would have had the perfect image there with the great scenery there in his window wall.
Yeah, and I get these two switched. So Simmons, I had it going to Carolina at 7. Instead goes to Arizona at 8. But he's a really, really special player. Really a unique player in that he's sort of perfectly built for sub-package football. He's I guess I'd call him an inside linebacker. He could probably play a little safety. He could definitely play outside linebacker. He can really go wherever. And I think that's, he's going to be a super useful player and a guy that's just going to come up with big splash plays at every step of the way. And 16 and a half tackles for loss, 8 sacks, 3 interceptions, and 2 forced fumbles last year for Clemson. Was just a guy that's always around the football and, really a player that I don't think Arizona has had at that linebacker spot in quite some time. Really a difference maker at that position. It's been a few years. They've had a good defense, but they haven't had this kind of difference maker at a linebacker spot so far, to me, in a long time. And this is a perfect way to, again, make a top 10 pick with really, to me, maybe the only difference maker at inside linebacker that's available in this draft. Probably going to be the only one taken for several picks here, but really a guy that is a different kind of player. And again, if you're taking top 10 players, this is the kind of guy you got to get.
Yeah, and this is maybe why I would have thought Carolina would go in this direction, and why I maybe would have made the selection if I were the Panthers, like you did mock, just because they get the retirement of Kuechly. They needed that impact defensive leader. And this is a player out of Clemson, national champion. He knows the system. He knows how to win. He knows how to be groomed for the next level, knows everything that comes with being a pro in college, because that kind of is a pro-like system and pretty much a pro team in college in a way. So that's going to really help him be a leader for the Cardinals, which is great because they have an offensive-minded coach. They have offensive weapons there. You bring in Hopkins. You have pretty much all the moves they've done for 3 years now have been offensively minded, as you allude to. This now can be that defensive leader, who almost ideally in a year or so, and he's young and has to learn, and maybe there won't be a rookie mini camp that we saw Devin Bush had to learn in. So you never know. You can't throw this pressure on him right away, but they maybe will have an ability to have him almost be a coach on the field and be able to lead this defense for years to come, since Kingsbury clearly has it for the offensive side of the ball. You got Jacksonville now on the clock here, Cale. What are your thoughts on the Jags? I mean, there was conversation about the Jags. Maybe if Tua would slide, if he would get away from the Chargers, they could have went quarterback. Justin Herbert also gone already. So 3 quarterbacks gone, Joe Burrow, Tua, and Justin Herbert, all 3 gone. They do need a quarterback unless they love Minshew, but he's a fantastic story. But is he really your quarterback of the future? And then they do need help elsewhere. But this is a team that's not far removed from competing in the AFC Championship game. What are your thoughts for the Jags?
Exactly. No, I agree. And I think the biggest probably need they needed was an interior defensive lineman. Obviously, they traded away Calais Campbell to another AFC North team in the Ravens. So they have a pretty big Calais Campbell-sized hole there in the middle of their defense they would have liked to have addressed. Unfortunately, Brown goes 2 picks earlier. They could use a corner. They could use a safety. I think it's probably a little early for a safety to go in this draft. I'm not really sure because they have.
Was this just a bad spot? Is this just a bad draft slot to be? We know fantasy drafts, everyone gets that bad pick when you need a lot and you're trying to win now after winning recently and having a year off. Is this just a bad spot? They lose out on the quarterbacks. They lose out on the inside linebacker when it's not a deep class. They lose out on the offensive tackle. They lose out on the D tackle. There are other ones, but they're not as good.
There's tackle. There's offensive linemen that are definitely really good picks here. And if we look at next big board, the next 2 players are tackles, and Jedrick Wells and Tristan Wirfs. And it would not totally surprise me to see one of those guys go to Jacksonville here. The other thing I have is Javon Kinlaw is the other defensive lineman that to me I think is a pick here. Cale talks about Calais Campbell, and it's not a 1-to-1 replacement, but it's about as close as you're going to get to drafting a Pro Bowl kind of defensive tackle. To me, that could work. But I think the tackles are really deep in this draft, and I think we're going to be talking about tackle as an option for the next 10 picks until they get caught up to how talented these guys are. When you talk about Jedrick Wells, Tristan Wirfs, Mekhi Becton, down a little farther is Josh Jones, Luke Niang. Like there's going to be tackles we're going to talk about all day today.
That's my point. That's a deep position in terms of there's clearly one, and then there's tons that are still elite, even though maybe they're not as good. However, if that's the case, and you have kind of a bad draft slot, you're not going to get a quarterback, you're not going to get a linebacker, you do need other help. Is this maybe a trade situation? Do you maybe trade out of this and then wait for another offensive tackle a few picks later because you know you're going to get one? It's deep enough in the first, second, third round, and you're not going to be mad if you have to get maybe somebody who's lower on your big board because they're very close in terms of rankings at this point after losing the top dog.
Yeah, I think if it's a tackle, trading down is an easy decision. If it's a defensive tackle, you take the pick right now. You take Kinlaw.
Yeah.
And you're done with it because he's not going to last very much longer at all. In fact, Cleveland at 10, you can see that happening right there. So the pick is in. Looks like they're going to stick with 9, and maybe that's a sign that I got another one right. We'll see.
It's all about Allen. You want to be correct here, I feel like.
Yeah, I want to be correct, but I mean, I think in general, I want to be right, but also I think it just shows that this was a draft that we talked about before, and maybe it was going to be difficult for there to be consensus. Right. I think it kind of shows, like, look, if this idiot got the 8 first picks in the first 8 spots, I had 7 and 8 flipped, but maybe there was a consensus, like it was, nobody has gone off the board. It has been pretty much what people thought was going to happen to this point.
Yeah, that's true. However, the first 2 picks were slam dunks, and many thought there were potential monkey wrenches after that, even though it now appears that Allen and others are going to be correct in terms of, I guess this is mostly chalk to this point. These players are basically just being best available. It almost appears more best available than even positions of need, as the Jags pick is in here. If there's not a trade here, and it doesn't appear there's going to be a trade here, and this was certainly a position that could have been a trade because if they're going offensive tackle, they can get one later. And then if that's the case, they should have probably traded this. Cale, do you have a prediction on where the first trade could be then? Because we've not seen it to this point. There's going to be one. Where will it be?
That's very tough. As I look at it right now, maybe a team like San Francisco at 13, but
and that'll lead to the Juju rumors that we all heard.
Yeah, but not necessarily maybe for Juju. But I think that they're a team that definitely wants to get younger in the secondary, so maybe they stick around for CJ Henderson. That's also a guy who I think the Jags could potentially take here, and that's exactly who they take. I was just going to chime in and say CJ Henderson would be a guy for the Jags because obviously they traded away Jalen Ramsey to the Rams last season, looking for that shutdown corner. A Florida guy, Jacksonville, really not that far from Gainesville. And this Jaguars identity has kind of always been about defense. And even though there were a lot of areas they could have addressed and they could have taken Kinlaw here, which would have really filled a need for them, corner was also a need. So I think a really good pick here for the Jags. I think this addresses the need that they really had. So I don't hate the pick at all, taking Henderson. And he's a local guy. They like to take the Florida guys because there's a big Florida Gators fan base that'll be Jaguars fans. I think it's a good pick by Jacksonville.
Yeah, it seems like another safe pick as well, and they're picking the best athlete that's available. This seems like the corner earlier. This is about athleticism, which is how it translates to you having success as a corner earlier than not in the NFL. And I also do enjoy his artwork there on the wall. Very unique in terms of his art selection. That'll fit in.
Yeah, I think it's safe, but it's probably the right pick.
Right. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to say.
I think they could have gone
Kinlaw too.
Directions and made a good pick here. I think Kinlaw would have been a good pick. I think Wills or Wirfs would have been good picks, and I think it would not have been a terrible idea to crack off the first wide receiver either. So they had a lot of good options here. It just didn't seem like there was one guy that they had to go get. But again, now I talked about this a little bit earlier. Henderson now gone off the board. Nick had him at 19 in our big board. Doesn't have another corner really with a first round grade. And so all these rest of these teams that need corners, and there's a lot of them, are going to be sitting here staring at the board like, well, what do we do now?
But does that lead into trades? Does that not lead into, we talked about what offensive tackle, if you need those positions, but you know that they're the position that you can get later and get similar ranking and similar talent, then normally you would trade, unless the fact this is a virtual draft is making teams more gun shy. I mean, we're getting all chalk. There's no trade. There's no movement. This has not been funky like we maybe thought it could be to this point.
Now we've got Cleveland on the clock here, and their pick is in, and this is a team that needs linemen. So again, if their pick is in, again, 3 tackles here that could easily go, any of them really. If the Browns aren't trading out of that spot, man, maybe they really like one of them, or maybe trading is not something we're going to see a lot of today, even after there was so much talk before the draft about trading, because really, again, this is kind of a no-brainer spot. If you're going to take a tackle here to try to trade down and get something and still be able to get a tackle that's really good in a few picks.
I think this is the perfect scenario for Cleveland here. Because that's exactly what they need. They need to protect Baker Mayfield. He was sacked 40 times last year. They need to keep him upright. He was a little gun shy by the end of the year. And they got 3 offensive tackles that have dropped right to them with Andrew Thomas going, 4th overall or whatever he did. They got 3 guys they could pick and choose whichever one they want. So I think it's a perfect scenario for Cleveland. There wasn't that run on offensive tackles earlier.
Yeah, and here is the Browns pick as the commissioner in his nice little man cave there makes a pretty obvious selection for the Browns as they do need to.
Jedrick Wills. I think I'm a little ahead of you guys. I feel like I'm Woj for the NBA draft, like I'm spoiling these picks. But it is Jedrick Wills
Cale.
Jr.
I feel like
the Alabama offensive tackle.
You're literally probably 30 seconds ahead of me as I'm trying
I think I am. But you know what? I'm okay being Adam Schefter for Steelers now. I mean, that's not a bad gig to have, so I'll take it.
No, you're
all right, Cale, how does this fit in with the Browns and what they needed to do this offseason. It looked like offensive tackle was going to be a need for them. There was some rumors that maybe they were talking to Washington about a trade instead, but it seems like they got what they really needed right here.
Yeah,
and this also speaks to what we talked about earlier. This division now, the AFC North, is about, with the exception of Ben and the Steelers, young quarterbacks. Young quarterbacks, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Baker Mayfield. What you want to do is have talent around them and protect them. These teams now all do have weapons around them. They're all worrying about protecting them. So now if you don't have enough talent around them, you go in that direction. If you do, like the Browns feel like they do, and they've made moves for a couple years now to put talent around in terms of receivers and running backs with OBJ and Landry, now you get more protection. And Baker Mayfield's issue, why he had a sophomore slump, he was not protected. He didn't play as well, but it also became harder on him, and you want to make it easier with protection.
Well, this is a situation, I think, kind of the opposite of what we saw with the Giants, because we talked about, could they have gotten some weapons for Daniel Jones? Do they need to go offensive tackle right now? Well, that's clearly the issue with the Browns. They couldn't protect him last year. Baker Mayfield was sacked 40 times. He was gun shy. He threw a lot of interceptions because pressure was consistently in his face. Some of them weren't his fault. If you remember that one against the Browns, he was trying to do a shovel pass, and there was just so much penetration that they picked it off 4 yards into the backfield. I think it was on Monday Night Football. So he was under constant duress. And this was the number one need, and everything else was way down the line. I mean, they need a safety, they need a linebacker, but offensive tackle was precisely what the Browns needed. And that's the thing, is they already have the weapons around Baker Mayfield. I mean, they are loaded at wide receiver with Odell, with Jarvis. They're loaded at tight end now, adding Austin Hooper from Atlanta. The other thing, too, though, is they signed Jack Conklin of the Titans in free agency. So he's, I guess, going to slot in one side, and now Will's going to slot in on the other. So they're kind of in the perfect situation where they've now addressed both issues which they had, which was getting too much penetration on the outside. They've addressed both of that now, and now they're going to be able to protect Baker Mayfield. And we'll see if he's able to bounce back from that sophomore slump. And now it seems like that issue where he was under constant duress is now being resolved.
Yeah, and I want to touch on that a little bit more, Kel. How much better can Baker Mayfield be if he gets more time? Is this a kind of a pick that can make the Browns better at two positions? If they shore up tackle, do they get better at quarterback? And also, can they run the ball a little bit more effectively and take some pressure off of Mayfield having to be the guy that's always the one that's moving the offense?
Right.
Yeah, and I think the other thing, too, is, the Browns really only had success last year when they were in the quick passing game, three-step drops, screens. Every time they tried to throw the ball downfield and run play action or do something like that, which, they like to do with Baker Mayfield. They like to take their shots, but they didn't have the ability to take those shots because he was running for his life. And so now that you address that, you can actually take advantage of a guy like Jarvis Landry, take advantage of a guy like Odell Beckham Jr. Odell had a terrible year for his standards. The biggest reason was they just couldn't get him the football. It wasn't like, and I think also because Freddie Kitchens probably wasn't that good at his job and wasn't really finding ways to get him the ball, because there's no excuse when it's Odell Beckham Jr. But still, I think the biggest reason why he didn't have success in that first year with the Browns is they just couldn't find a way to utilize him, where he's best at, down the field, deep crossing routes, all these different ways where he's been effective for the Giants for years. They weren't able to do that because Baker Mayfield had no time to throw the ball and was running for his life. So I think that's the biggest thing now, is maybe they'll finally be able to unleash these new weapons they have because they have the protection that Baker Mayfield needs to be successful. Because I'm of the belief that Baker Mayfield is a good NFL quarterback and can be a good NFL quarterback. Okay. Last year's interception numbers obviously contradict that, but I mean, it's not 1 on 11. It's 11 on 11. That's how football is. You need help. No one can do it themselves. This isn't necessarily the NBA. This isn't, another sport. You need the other 10 guys to help you out. And I think that's the biggest thing, is they have all those weapons for Baker Mayfield. So that's settled. They just needed to find a way to let him have enough time to do that. And I think this pick is the perfect thing for them, and a perfect scenario that they were able to cherry pick the guy that they wanted out of this group of tackles that is left.
Yeah, and bringing up Baker Mayfield again, especially because this is such a division now prone to young quarterbacks. And again, we'll probably talk about this much more in the second round edition of this NFL draft, in our second round show here, when the Steelers actually make their selection and what they're going to do at quarterback, because they are the only one that doesn't really have a young quarterback that's prohibitively secure in their starting position. Duck and Rudolph did not secure that spot last year, and Ben still right now the starter. However, in terms of Baker, do you feel that, so it sounds like you feel like Baker can still succeed. Do you feel at all that part of that sophomore slump in any way involved OBJ? Not to say OBJ didn't play well, but it appeared he played so well in his rookie season, did Baker, because he was literally just throwing it to whoever was open, did not care. He was just very he was just throwing it to, it did not matter. There was no politicking involved in Baker Mayfield's rookie year. It appeared that existed his sophomore season. You throw another superstar in there, it appeared he was trying to, like the games against the Steelers, he was trying to force the ball to OBJ when it wasn't there. Maybe this protection can also help him get calmed down, not have to do that as much.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think the protection is probably the biggest thing and the biggest reason for the sophomore slump. But honestly, I think Odell Beckham Jr. gets a bad rap. I mean, I think just because there's been 3 or 4 diva wide receivers in NFL history, that everyone automatically assumes that just because a guy's at the top of his game or the top of the position, people automatically label him a diva or something. But right. I mean, let's be honest. Like, if your position is wide receiver and your job is to score touchdowns and catch passes and rack up receiving yards, and you're not able to do that because of what I think was really a coaching issue more than a Baker Mayfield issue, was a coaching and offensive line issue, is why his numbers weren't there. Yeah, so, I don't think, I have no problem with a wide receiver saying, I need the ball, because that's his livelihood. If you were playing pickup at the park basketball and no one's passing the ball, you'd be angry about it. It's the same thing. Why am I out here wasting my time if I'm not going to get the ball? And I think that's more of a criticism of Freddie Kitchens, because for him supposed to be an offensive-minded coach, for some reason he couldn't find a way to find one of the top 2-3 receivers in the league the ball. But I think that's more of the reason why Baker Mayfield had that slump, is because they were just trying to do things that they weren't capable of doing yet offensively. Freddie Kitchens wanted to run this downfield vertical play action pass game, and they had the good running game with Nick Chubb to do that, but you need offensive line to protect for a longer time, to give him time on those rollouts and those bootlegs to do that. And that simply wasn't the case. They didn't have that capability. So, I think Baker Mayfield's slump as a sophomore, I think part of it, maybe the team had too high expectations in the media and around the country. But I think the other thing, too, was he just had no protection from his offensive line.
It does appear that certainly was the major issue, whether or not he was forcing the ball, whether or not OBJ had any personality issues. And again, I do agree kind of that gets thrown on a receiver fairly or unfairly. Adding protection will help alleviate all of that. The Jets pick is in here. And we talked a lot about earlier how if you have a young quarterback that you believe in, that is your future, which the Jets claim to have and they drafted a couple years ago, you either need to provide weapons or you need to provide protection. They go here again to protect. They don't have that many weapons there. This is not going to be a Joe Burrow situation where the Bengals already have weapons, nor the Chargers. The Jets need weapon help too, but this is basically a situation where they're looking to protect a young quarterback who has been injury prone already early in his career. So, Alan, any thoughts on this pick? It's standard protecting a young quarterback. Once again, another conventional pick here early on in this draft.
Yeah, it's a pretty conventional pick, and I had Mekhi Becton going a little bit later than a guy like Tristan Wirfs who's available. So maybe it's not necessarily the most conventional offensive line pick, but the one thing that he has going for him is that he has experience at left tackle. And I think that's the thing that's really the draw here. He's played multiple seasons at left tackle. He's just a really good athlete in general too. He's not like some of these linemen you see that are, big plotting types. He can get out into space a little bit. And I think, to me though, I think I look at this Jets offense and I just don't see any playmakers. I think it's been a disappointing start for Sam Darnold, but you look at who he's throwing the ball to. who he's handing the ball off to. Where are the playmakers on this offense?
That's what I was going to say. This obviously you want to protect the quarterback. And I saw Cale's face there as you were laughing. This was your first expression pick that you were unhappy about.
This is my Daniel Jones. This is
your Daniel Jones moment from last year that I'm glad we can do this virtually and see each other. And this isn't a pure podcast because we get this from you, even though we're not at the Walnut Grill again. However, we talked about it and Alan alluded to when you have a young quarterback, and they do, who they believe in, even though he's been injury prone, you need to either protect or provide weapons. They don't have weapons there, even though they also need to protect. They need to do it all. And there were some receivers that were available right now that potentially could have been game changers. They said no to. They won't be picking again for a while. What are your thoughts here as you texted me that you have some thoughts and laughing, so I cannot imagine what they are. You don't like this?
Yeah, I mean, I 100% agree with Alan. I mean, you have this young quarterback, Sam Darnold. You lost Robbie Anderson in free agency. I mean, who's he going to throw the ball to? I understand the idea of protecting your young quarterback and keeping them upright. And, we saw they only allowed 33 sacks last year, not nearly as many as some of these other teams that have addressed, offensive tackle and protecting their quarterbacks here so far in the draft. But still, I mean, the game that stands out to me and just immediately popped into my mind when they took Mekhi Becton here is that Monday night game against the Patriots where Sam Darnold was caught mic'd up on the sideline saying, "I'm seeing ghosts." He was under duress. He was running for his life. He looked like a deer in the headlights. So maybe I get that they want to give him some more security, a sense of, safety there in the pocket. But yeah, like Alan said, who's he throwing the ball to? Because, I mean, it's literally Le'Veon Bell. And then I don't know, I can't name you one other offensive skill player on the Jets. And I don't think that's a knock on my intelligence. I think that's who do they have playing for them? But what I don't get is you have the pick of the litter when it comes to any wide receiver in this draft. CeeDee Lamb is there. Jerry Jeudy is there. Henry Ruggs is there. You could literally take any wide receiver.
I thought it was going to be Henry Ruggs with the way ESPN's camera was on him. I thought either my TV was low or he was
they were showing CeeDee Lamb as well. They were showing CeeDee Lamb too. So I don't understand why you don't throw a bone to your young quarterback and try and help him out. That just doesn't really make sense to me. I get that you want to help him and protect him, but that didn't seem to be the glaring issue they needed to solve. The issue that I think they needed to fix was the fact that Sam Darnold last year threw just 19 touchdown passes and 13 picks in his second season. He only threw 17 touchdowns in his rookie year. So they need to score points. They need to get him weapons. And they had a golden opportunity to do that because no wide receiver had been taken for some reason. And they just didn't do it. I don't like the pick at all. I don't get it. But hey, Jets are going to be Jets, right?
Yeah. And the other thing that we haven't talked about with the Jets is not a great defense either. And there's some defensive, I mean, not a ton. It seems like right now the board is pretty heavily towards the offense, but Javon Kinlaw still out there, right? Defensive tackle. Everybody needs one of those. A couple of safeties is available as well. So Patrick Queen at linebacker. So it could have been a defensive pick too. Didn't have to be offense. To me, seems safe to its, but to a detriment.
Yeah, and now we get the first pick in the history of the Las Vegas Raiders franchises. Now they're officially the Vegas Raiders, so this is now.
Do you want it spoiled?
Their first. Yeah, I don't have it yet to me. So go ahead.
All right, we got Henry Ruggs, the guy that we're just showing on the screen. Henry Ruggs goes to the Las Vegas Raiders, and they get a weapon for Derek Carr. So I was going to lap for the Raiders there.
Yeah, I was going to say, now, of course, Derek Carr's positioning with the Raiders has been in flux too. There has been rumors of him being traded, whether or not Gruden and him get along, whether or not he's going to fit there and be part of the future, because Gruden obviously didn't draft him and maybe doesn't like his style. He falls in love with a different quarterback every time. But this ends up being a playmaker, which is what you want as a quarterback. And if I'm Sam Darnold, I'm furious that I didn't get a playmaker, especially Ruggs, when I could have, and the Jets passing. Alan, anything else in terms of, we see one playmaker go, we see another team protect. They really should have reversed that.
Well, I think the Raiders needed a wide receiver, and they need a corner too.
That they didn't get with AB last year.
Well, and I had Henderson going here to the Raiders. Obviously, he's already gone, but the Raiders need a corner too. No wide receivers taken yet. And they have another first-round pick. So they could have gone corner here if they really like somebody. And been pretty confident about getting a wide receiver later. So to me, that tells me they really, really like Ruggs. Obviously, the fastest wide receiver in the draft goes to the Oakland Raiders, or now they're the Las Vegas Raiders, but
Right.
seems
It's
like
the
it
same.
doesn't matter. That's just
Nothing changes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Al Davis is making this pick from the grave. This is a track star Al Davis pick, but I actually like this. He's the top receiver from this draft. This is where I would have went if I was the Jets.
Yeah, and Nick, I want to talk about the receivers a little bit. You know, we've been talking about this being a deep receiver class for a long time. They make it all the way to 12 without one getting taken. What do you make of that, first of all? And then how does this affect the trickle down of maybe where things lie for Pittsburgh tomorrow, picking at 49, potentially maybe looking at a wide receiver and having not had one go to this point?
Yeah, the lack of trades kind of threw everything for a loop. I think it kind of made the tackles fall. And with the value of the tackles falling, some teams are passing on those receivers simply because it's such a deep receiver class. And you're not going to get guys like Becton, at when the Jets pick at 48, you're not going to get a guy like Becton there. So it's big time that you're looking at this. But do I think it's going to affect the Steelers? Not really. I think we're going to see a lot more receivers come off the board in the 20s. I think guys like Rager are going to go, Ayuk perhaps. But I think we will see a receiver fall to 49. It just depends who that is, whether that's Pittman, whether that's Mims, Higgins, Hamler, Chenault, maybe even Rager does fall, or Ayuk. I think the Steelers are going to have one of those guys at 49. I just don't think because there's a lot of teams that are still going to need tackles come round 2, and there's enough tackles to warrant that pick in round 2. So someone's going to fall to the Steelers at 49. So it does affect them a little bit. I think it ensures that they're going to get someone there at 49 that's really good value.
Yeah, and the
You still
receiver.
think this is a deep class? I mean, do you think that read of the wide receivers was off, given that none have been taken, or is it just sort of the way things have fallen?
It's just the way things have fallen. I mean, there's been no draft movement at all. I mean, no trades has pushed all of the tackles down the board. There's been, everything is kind of been status quo expected. There's no real surprise pick yet. I mean, maybe Simmons, Becton, or Ruggs are a little bit of a surprise, but these are all guys that were slotted in that general range. So, yeah, I think it has affected them a little bit. But I do expect the receivers in Lamb and Judy to come off the board here soon. I think Denver could definitely go one of them. Obviously, the 49ers can go with one here. So don't expect Lamb or Judy to be there much longer. And then expect guys like Jefferson to come off the board shortly thereafter. If everything goes with how we've seen today, somehow the media has actually had a pretty good grasp on the mock drafts this year.
Yeah, and that's not common, but yeah, Mel Kiper and Tom McShay doing it big this year, but mostly a chalk draft so far without any movement. And I think the only real monkey wrench thrown in is the Jets not taking the weapon that they could have taken. That's probably the first time we can really criticize a move is the Jets so far appearing to be the biggest loser here. Mike Asti, Alan Saunders, Cale Berger, Nick Farabaugh, Steelers Now's NFL Draft Show here. This is our first round edition here on Pittsburgh Sports Live. And we got to do this now because the Niners are on the clock and they've been the team in rumors the last few days involved with Juju Smith-Schuster. We mentioned receivers. He is a young receiver who's on an NFL team. He's been on an NFL team for 3 years, had a great first year, an even better second year. And then last year dipped off, was injured, different quarterbacks in there, backup quarterbacks. And it was just kind of a forgotten year for Juju, which does put pressure on him to do better next season if he ever wants that big deal. There are already reports from colleagues that it's very unlikely he will receive that big deal unless he goes crazy next year and probably will be moved at some point in the future. Not going to be moved here. Those reports did eventually die. But what are any of your thoughts on if the Steelers should trade Juju, if this was a move you would have made, if that deal was actually realistic and was offered to you, and even the Niners' perspective, because they're a team coming off a Super Bowl appearance, even though they do have positions that they need help in and clearly are looking to improve now based on those rumors.
Well, I mean, before we get to that, the Niners have traded this pick, but not to the Steelers, to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. I'm not quite clear on the return.
Kale probably knows. Kale?
I'm not seeing anything yet.
I haven't seen a return.
Hitman Lewis Riddick is breaking it down currently.
But I mean, I think we have to think, talking about those wide receivers.
Yeah.
Well, we all know Tampa Bay could use one. They could also use a tackle to protect Tom Brady.
Right.
So it could be either of those that they want to move up to get. But talking about Juju, I mean, listen, I would have made the trade for 13. Absolutely. I think I'd have made the trade for 31.
You could get another receiver too. If you would have
Yeah.
made the trade for 13, they could have got another receiver later on in this draft and it wouldn't have been the end of the world.
Well, if you take a receiver in the first round, you're getting a receiver you're going to have for 5 more years against the guy
Right.
you're going to have for 1.
Right.
To me, that's a no-brainer. Even if you're a team that's seriously, dedicated to putting all their resources into this coming season, like the Steelers have shown to be, and as should be with the end of Ben Roethlisberger's career coming up, they need to be in win now mode. But I think to me, if you can trade a Juju Smith-Schuster for a first-round wide receiver, which he wasn't, that you would have for 5 years, that's an easy trade to make, and also save themselves a little salary cap space this year, maybe too. Not a lot, but man, to me, that's an easy move to make. Cale, I think you had something here.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, I don't know necessarily the truth to the rumor of trading this 13th pick for Juju, but I have heard the 31st, and I absolutely agree with you. I heard this over the weekend, and I couldn't agree more. Juju Smith-Schuster has been good here in Pittsburgh. He's also been very marketable, which is something you can't, not address as well, because that obviously this is a business, and he's been very popular. And he had the really difficult year last year, really out of his control with the knee injury, the foot injury, and having Mason Rudolph be the primary quarterback throwing him passes. But still, I think Juju, a guy that a lot of people, like Mike said, is a guy that likely won't be here next year after his final season in Pittsburgh. Then maybe a guy the Steelers won't pay. They obviously paid Antonio Brown, but they had to pay him because he was the best receiver in football. Juju Smith-Schuster doesn't come across as the best receiver in football. The Steelers will go out and shell money to pay him. So I think definitely that if you're offered the 31st pick for Juju Smith-Schuster, you take it in a heartbeat. You take it before you hang up the phone, because I think that the depth of receiver in this draft, that's a situation where you let Juju go and you bring in a young receiver that can maybe do some more things than Juju potentially because of the depth of receiver here. And he's a guy that even after the Ben Roethlisberger tenure is over in 2 years or so, you still have around. So if you do get that next quarterback in the mix, he's got a ready-made weapon that he can use once the new era starts at quarterback in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, and the Bucs here are the team on the clock after that move, and they potentially are looking to protect Brady, I'd imagine. And again, tackle.
I agree that they're going to go offensive tackle here.
Yeah, that's seemingly the situation, especially after bringing in Gronk. I mean, they do need weapons, but they have some weapons there. They're not completely depleted of weapons, and Brady can make anybody better than they are, but needs protected more than anything else, especially at his age. However, when you look at Juju, he's a guy that obviously has performed very, very well overall. However, he came in last year with a lot of pressure on him because AB was not there. And I think the issue that's not going to get him paid, that's going to get him to have an exodus after next season, and why I also would have traded him here, is because he had a season as the number one. I get there were backup quarterbacks. I get Duck. I get Mason Rudolph. I get the injuries. However, he also dropped a lot of passes, and you see a lot of analytic stats in there that show that even when he was there, he wasn't getting separation. Point of it is, he was not playing well enough to be a number one wide receiver. He was not playing like a number one wide receiver. Deontay Johnson actually had the better separation in the games they were there together than Juju, and he was a rookie. So Juju not able to play well and get separation without AB getting the double coverage, and that double coverage now going to Juju is a big deal. And that is why it's okay to move on from him. That is why you make this move now. That is why you start over again with a wide receiver, especially money-wise. And that is why he's not going to be back after one more year. So fans can get emotional all they want because they love him and think that we're all just haters if we say it. Fans attack when you say move Juju, but that seemed like a slam dunk and seemingly is something that was going to happen. The Niners here are on the clock now after that trade and after the Bucs pick.
Bucs took Tristan Wirfs from Iowa, the offensive tackle, like we expected.
Yeah, and that's really interesting. I mean, it's a great pick because Nick had him as the top player available. I kind of agree, is a very athletic tackle. Comes from a program that really develops players nicely. It's an interesting trade up, though. I mean, they move up a spot to get a tackle. Did anybody think the Niners were going to take a tackle? I had pretty much
No chance.
No,
San Francisco set in stone at taking a wide receiver.
This is the safe draft. Is this because of the virtual draft at all? I mean, we opened the show.
This is just I mean, we have no trades in so many positions where we said that there was there were sensible trades to be made, and here we make one that doesn't make any sense. Like, the Niners were not going to take Tristan Wirfs unless they were, I don't know, doing a really good job of pretending like they were on the phone or something. I don't know. But
guys, I have the details of the trade here.
Yeah, go right ahead, Cale.
Courtesy of Adam Schefter. So yeah, basically the Bucs move up one spot. San Francisco is getting the 14th pick and the 117th overall pick. And they're giving up their 13th pick there, and they're giving up their last pick in the 7th round to the Bucs.
So the Bucs move from 117 all the way down to the second to last pick in the draft. That's a big payment to move up one spot to get a guy
one spot
that the Niners weren't going to take anyway.
Yeah, that is odd. That is very weird. This is a different world that Brady's living in now in terms of who's wheeling and dealing at the helm.
Maybe they're letting Brady make the trades and picks.
Yeah, because this is another reason, and we talked about this too. If you're the Bucs, and obviously you need weapons and you need tackle, those are the two things you're going to do in this draft when you bring Brady in. You could have done either one of those things without worrying about this trade at all.
And if they were going to make a trade up to get a tackle, I mean, maybe they didn't care which one they got, but there were other teams that really probably wanted to trade down that haven't had the opportunity to. Like, they could have traded up to a number of spots to get that tackle. Head scratching. And then San Francisco just going to take that 117 pick and say thank you and take Jerry Jeudy, who they were going to take anyway.
Yeah, right. So it doesn't change anything for the Niners, basically. They're doing the exact same thing they would have anyway. So they just basically trade and end up with more draft capital. So it's a nice move for the Niners in that respect because it doesn't affect them negatively. Kind of odd for Tampa. Again, my criticism falls. They could have got this position and this need later.
I think the bigger criticism is that they didn't need to trade up, right? I mean, if Miami wanted to trade up, they would have won. They had far more draft capital than the Bucs do. They draft earlier. It would just make more sense for the Bucs that they were fending off other players, obviously, that would trade up.
Right.
But clearly they didn't offer that much. I mean, I think Miami, if they wanted Wirfs, would have given up that early 4th. So it's a very head-scratching move for me. I don't get why they traded up for it.
Now, Nick, is there anybody on your big board that's not been taken yet that you pegged to be taken soon or that you're surprised is still available?
Lamb. I did not expect CeeDee Lamb to be available at 14th overall. I thought he was going at the earliest 8th, at the latest 12th. But here he is here at San Francisco's pick, and it's completely possible he's not even going to be the second receiver off the board. Yeah, I think Lamb is the guy that you point to. Judy's another one. It's the receivers that I just did not expect to fall this deep into the teens at all. So, yeah, those two guys are kind of the ones that have fallen a little bit that have surprised me.
Is it just off of need of teams in terms of need position? These teams haven't been as desperate for receiver and then they like drugs?
It's either that or they're desperate for tackles. It's very, very interesting.
Seems a lot of safe picks. I mean, we opened up this asking whether or not this would be a crazy draft or very conventional now in our first virtual draft. And so far, it has been very safe. It almost seems like when in doubt, offensive tackle or defensive tackle is the pick. They just don't know, so they're going to go safe. And those are traditionally safe picks.
Exactly. I mean, even at 9, when you look at the Jaguars, they have a big need at corner. They could have gotten a receiver. They still have a need there, but they go very safe with C.J. Henderson because they know what he brings to the table and they covet him. So everything is so safe here with just kind of all the picks that have been made. I don't know. I'm not seeing a ton of surprises other than the receivers falling down the board. And what it tells me is that teams must like receivers later in the draft. They have to if they're passing on Lamb and Jeudy here. So they're expecting guys probably like Mims to be there round 2 would be my guess.
Why do you like Lamb more than Judy? Because that's a little bit reversed from where most of the national quote unquote experts are slotting their big board.
Yeah, I just think Lamb's a more complete receiver. So Judy's a better route runner. He separates better, but Lamb is just as good after the catch. Judy's a little faster, but that's not really Lamb's game anyways. Lamb's just much better above the rim. So if you need him to go get a contested ball, he'll go up and get it anytime. Great ball skills, great body control. And I think that offers you a little bit more versatility because I think you're going to trust Lamb more on the boundary than you would with Judy, because Judy, I think, is more of a traditional slot guy, but can play on the boundary more better in the slot. Lamb can play anywhere, can be an interchangeable piece, and is a complete wide receiver. The only thing he really lacks is dynamic long speed. And I mean, he ran a 4.5 at the combine anyways. He's not too slow. So Lamb, I just think, is a complete player and going to be a day one impact in a few more ways than Jerry Judy would be.
Yeah, and Cale, you mentioned it, that the Niners are going wide receiver here. It seemed like a slam dunk that we're going to go wide receiver here. That's a position they definitely wanted to fill. Whether or not they're going to make the Juju trade or not was irrelevant. That's the reason why they were in those rumors is because they wanted a receiver. And they get a young receiver who they can pay a lot less, don't have to worry about the contract drama coming up next year, and has a lot of talent. So,
and I think the other thing too is I think if they go wide receiver here, I think the guy they take automatically becomes their number one. They already have Deebo Samuel, who's a very talented receiver, but he's a guy they kind of move around and use in a bunch of different ways. I think whoever you take here, if you take Judy or Lamb here, I think either way it's a slam dunk. I would probably lean more towards Judy because I think Judy, with his route running, his ability to create separation, I think he's a guy that Kyle Shanahan would just have a field day with, scheming up ways to get him wide open. You know, similar to kind of the way he was used at Alabama. I think he's a guy with the skill set as a route runner that they could use him in so many different ways that I think that that's the kind of guy that Kyle Shanahan just salivates over having the opportunity to coach and scheme up ways to get him open. They're making the pick right now. So if you guys want me to
I'm sure you have that before everybody else. I was going to say that's very similar to what he did even with Atlanta and Julio Jones, because that's a talented receiver who's better route runner than many.
We were all wrong. They go defensive tackle Javon Kinlaw from South Carolina.
That's insane. Is that just a safe situation where they're just terrified to make a move? This is a team. The only problem with the Niners. The only position the Niners had a gaping hole in for a team that just played in a Super Bowl receiver, wide out. And they have a quarterback who, while Garoppolo has had success and has certainly proven that he can lead them through a playoff run, he's not exactly a guy that has thrown 300 yards repeatedly. And he's also a guy that maybe could use more weapons to help him take the top off the defense more. Maybe he needs help weapon-wise. Doesn't get it again.
Well, two things here. One, Kinlaw, special player. A very special player, and this is pure best player available to me. I had him going ahead of Lamb. I think he's clearly the best defensive player.
Was he the best player available even ahead of Judy? Because it looks like Judy maybe would be the best player available, arguably.
I had him ahead of both of them. I think he's a special player. And the other thing is the Niners have another pick coming up. And at 31. And so if you think, okay, well, there's 2 or 3 good wide receivers, 4 or 5. I mean, it depends on how much they like guys like.
Yeah, but there's Judy and Lamb, and then there's everybody else now that's remaining. So yes, they have a later pick, but they could lose out on both of those before their pick comes.
Yeah, you probably lose out on those 2, but they're still going to get a really high level receiver at 31, and also get borderline top 10 player. Actually, I think definitely a top 10 player here in Kinlaw, who's was dominant in the SEC as a defensive lineman. I thought he'd be a top 10 pick for sure. Defensive tackles are among the safest bets. You know, wide receiver is a bit of a riskier proposition. Very few really high rated defensive tackles flame out. This is the kind of a pick that it's almost kind of unfair if you're in the Niners division, right? So they've already got a great defense, and then they go and they add a stud defensive tackle to it when coming off a Super Bowl year because they happen to have an extra first round pick. And then they make the trade down and they pick up a great pick at 117. This is just great. To me, this is great general managing by Lynch and the staff at San Francisco. They're still going to get a really good wide receiver. They're getting an amazing defensive player. They've added a pick. that's still going to be an impact player by trading down. This is to me, this is great. Yes, they're going to lose out on Lamb or Judy, but they're still going to get really impactful players.
Okay, and this does appear like this is a pick of best available versus position of need, because as you articulated, they don't need this help. This is almost going to make them a world beater defensively, where they won games off of creating turnovers more than they did moving the ball offensively. And despite having a quarterback who's young, who they feel like they can right the ship with, they have a defensive-minded GM based on being a Hall of Famer from the defensive side of the football. Clearly, that's where they're going in terms of what they think is going to keep on winning for them. And I guess if you clamp down and create more turnovers and create more offense via the defense and stop teams, it's not going to really matter what you do offensively. The Broncos now on the clock, the team that John Lynch played his Hall of Fame career mostly or partly with. But it's interesting. I mean, you have Kyle Shanahan, definitely a guy that can do a lot offensively. He definitely is somebody that has worked wonders offensively and has already been in situations where there were offensive studs. He doesn't have that now. So my only confusion is you would have thought he would have wanted offensive help.
You know what my thinking is with this pick is that they definitely needed, I think, a corner was their number one need. And CJ Henderson was probably the guy they wanted. Maybe he went a little earlier than they expected. And I think after that, I think their philosophy with Kyle Shanahan is, okay, like we can score points and rack up yardage and have success with anybody. You know, we did it with Deebo Samuel and that supporting cast and Kittle last year and the plethora of running backs they had. I think their reasoning is, okay, our system is good enough that we don't need to go out and spend the 14th overall pick on Jerry Jeudy or CeeDee Lamb. Okay. We're okay with getting a guy later and slotting him into our system. Even if we don't get the top flight wide receiver, the guys we already have, we're content with that. And I think that's why they just clearly decided to go best available. That's the only reason I can think as to why.
Probably, but it's a risk. It is a risk here because they have Garoppolo didn't certainly impress last year, even though the team won.
Agreed. But I think what they're doing is I think they're betting on Shanahan and his scheme and his ability, because they were one of the best offenses in the league last year.
Right.
But they didn't really have a top flight receiver like we just talked about. Their best receiver was Deebo Samuel, or their best receiver was a tight end, George Kittle.
Right.
And I think they're saying, okay, we don't need a guy like Jerry Jeudy or CeeDee Lamb like some of these other teams might.
Yeah, and they're betting on there being a really, really, really good wide receiver available at 31, a receiver that most years you'd be looking at taking at a 15, 14 anyway. And there's a half a dozen guys that could be available at that spot that I think will be very, very, very good compliments to Samuel, Kittle, and the rest of that passing offense. I think they're going to get what they need. And they just picked up a third-round pick. They can move back up if they need to make sure that they get the wide receiver that they really, really want. And now Jerry Jeudy does go to the Broncos. Wow, a big fall for CeeDee Lamb. But I think that's one of those where it's a tough to say one of them is, significantly worse than the other. I had Jeudy going to San Francisco, a day one player for the Broncos who give their young quarterback some weapons.
Yeah, and this again is another team looking to help the young quarterback, whether it be protection or receiver help, and they needed some more weapons. They do get more weapons. I think Jeudy in terms of his route running, in terms of his pedigree, is the number one receiver left in this draft, and is the reason why he went ahead of Lamb, because they could have actually went either way there, even though Nick is high on Lamb. This does make it interesting, though, with Atlanta, former team that Kyle Shanahan dealt with in terms of offensive weapons. And he did kind of prove me wrong, I guess, kind of prove what I was saying wrong this past year. He has a great offensive system, a great offensive mind, but always has had talent to work with. The Julio Joneses, Roddy Whites of the world. He did do it last year without a top-flight receiver with the Niners, and they went all the way to win the NFC. So we'll see if he can do it again and maybe get a receiver later. I'd imagine they're definitely going to be picking a receiver later, if not their next overall pick in this draft. In terms of Jeudy, because we see receivers a lot of the time enter the league, and especially first-round receivers, they feel like if they're athletes and they're burners and they can run routes, they can have an impact right away. We did see it. We talked about with Juju. We did see it with Juju in his rookie season, but he had help with AB creating that double coverage. Judy's going to be somebody that's going to really be asked to be the guy right away. What are your thoughts on Jeudy in terms of NFL success and how quickly he can have it?
No, I think he's a day one guy who's going to have success in the league. And I think it's because what we talked about earlier and Nick mentioned, it's the route running. I mean, if you can run routes and get separation, you're going to have success from day one. It's a passing league, and he fits in perfectly to what they're trying to do in Denver. You know, they got their quarterback last year in Drew Lock. Maybe not the top guy in the draft, but the guy that they wanted, and they definitely got him. And now they're like, has been the trend thus far, they're trying to build around him. You know, they signed Melvin Gordon in free agency. They already have an okay receiver in Cody Latimer, who showed some sparks last year. They showed some chemistry. He's going to switch to your number 2 receiver. And now you bring in Jerry Jeudy, who, is a guy who's going to come in day one. And, you know, I think can be a 1,000-yard receiver from his first season as a rookie. He's going to catch touchdowns. He's going to make things easier for Drew Lock as well, because he's going to get separation. He's not going to have to throw into some tight windows or anything. He's got a guy from day one who can get open and get open often. And, you know, they're showing John Elway right now in his man cave right now. He's just leaned back in his chair, smiling.
He is the best man cave we've seen so far. He is the best man
here.
cave.
Did we see Mike Mayock where he was picking? I think he was picking in his dining room. They showed his kitchen in the background. He's got a flat screen TV above his stove.
Yeah, and he was pointing to. He was bragging about it too. You could see him pointing to the camera. Look at my TV back there. He was more concerned with his TV than I think.
My eyes. I was looking. Is the TV above the stove in the kitchen? And sure enough, that was the case. Also, Mike, good move by you, making sure you cover when you sneeze.
Yes, I was doing a dab. I was in speaker though. I don't think I actually was on the camera for that. So thanks for outing me.
But I think a really good pick by the Broncos, and by the looks of John Elway, they appear to be very happy with it.
Yeah, and obviously he's a guy that's proven he knows what he's doing in terms of as an executive, making some risky moves, even bringing Manning in there at the time, and then winning a championship, going to another one. And now this is the post-Manning trying to have success and groom that new quarterback. And it's always going to come down to whether or not they have the right guy at quarterback, and that's a major question for them. Atlanta now the pick here at 16. And I do want to talk about the Falcons, because they're a team that they're not too far removed from a Super Bowl appearance as well, even though they puttered it away and historically blew it. They may not get that championship back anytime soon. Matt Ryan's still a quarterback that's kind of hanging on, still getting numbers, but towards the tail end, there are weapons still there, but they've kind of lost their footing in terms of their division. Same thing with on the defensive side of the ball, where they may need a retooling. Where do they go here? They're another team that maybe, again, do we just continuously see conventional best available? Is this just best available again? Is this just the best available draft?
Well, I think the best available player will be Lamb, if that's what they want to do.
Is that really what they need to do right now, though? That seems out of pocket for them here.
I think they need to go defense. I think every mock I saw had Atlanta going defense here, and they really need help at all 3 levels. There isn't a player to me. And I'm gonna crib from Nick's board here. He has corner Jeff Gladney next, Antoine Winfield right there, Xavier McKinney, the kind of do-it-all safety from Alabama, Patrick Queen, the linebacker. I had Chase on the defensive end. They could go a lot of different ways, but I think everybody thought defense here, just based on what they've already done this offseason by getting Todd Gurley.
Right.
They really seem to have shored up most of their needs on offense, but defense is a big question mark.
It seems like this had to be a defensive pick, really. I would be shell-shocked if it's not, although we've been surprised a few times already in this draft. I mean, it seems like receivers not a position that they need. They don't need running back now. Maybe they need more offensive lineman help in terms of for Matt Ryan, but I don't really think that's the case. The reason that they've been held back and they've not been able to win since winning the NFC is defensively. So it does seem like that's obviously where they would go here. Cale, if they're going to go defensively, where would you recommend? Any thoughts on exactly the player they should be taking right now? Because
I think they got to go. Yeah, I think they got to go linebacker or edge rusher here. So I'm looking at 2 LSU guys. I'm looking at Queen and I'm looking at Chason. But I mean, yeah, like Alan said, best available is definitely CeeDee Lamb, but I don't think that they need to be going for a wide receiver at all with Calvin Ridley and Julio Jones, and then they just added Todd Gurley to be their running back. But I mean, I'm looking at Mel Kiper's best availables right now. And I mean, the guy that makes the most sense is Clavon Chason. Also, though, Kenneth Murray, the inside linebacker from Oklahoma, he could be a guy too, who, if they want to kind of, I don't know if it's a reach here, It's kind of where he is, I would say. But he's a guy who's got speed at the linebacker position. They need linebacker. They need edge rusher. So they could either go outside, they can go inside. I think we're definitely getting a linebacker here, though.
No, I agree that I think Murray is a little bit of a reach, but look, this is the pick to trade, right? They don't need Lamb. Here's the last
there
really
you go.
good wide
Yep.
receiver. The
Yep.
Eagles need a wide receiver. The Cowboys
You call
need a
Philadelphia
wide
right
receiver. Trade this pick down.
And I
CeeDee
put us in
Lamb-
grid so all our heads can bob simultaneously. Yes.
CeeDee Lamb is so much better than the other players available on offense. Find somebody to take this pick. I know Philly is dying for a wide receiver. It would make a ton of sense for them to go there.
Well, I have a thought now. Do the Niners try to get in here? Because obviously that there were receivers
Back up.
later, but if they wanted Lamb or Judy, they didn't get Judy. They made the maybe
Pick is in. They're
surprising
not
move
making
of
the
going
trade.
defensively.
Just the
They-
one seemingly one that didn't make any sense so far.
Yeah, they went defensively. They didn't need the help there. They do have a need now, and there is a team that has a receiver as best available that didn't need to make this move. And KO shaking his head because he's ahead of us.
All right, pick is in, guys. They take a quarterback, A.J. Terrell from Clemson.
Well, that's the guy that I thought was going to be the next corner taken, and I actually had him going at 17 to Dallas. You know, and Nick, if you're on, maybe you can jump in here because this is the one where I think you were a bit different than the
Especially with Lamb not being taken still.
consensus. But I think Terrell is clearly one of the best defensive backs available. I mean, if you look at Gladney, you look at Winfield and McKinney, the two that are safeties more. But I expected Terrell to be taken in the first round. I expected him to be taken at about this spot. So to me, that's not way going off the board. It feels like something of a missed opportunity, maybe with a guy like Lamb there to move back and add something and still maybe be able to get your guy. But Dallas right there at 17 really does need corner help. And maybe they didn't feel that Terrell would get past them if
That's
they
a good
did
point.
move down. And so maybe this is like
That's almost the only reason why I wouldn't have done it. I mean,
Right,
that makes sense. Otherwise, I would definitely think the trade
and so
would've-
maybe
would've
that's
happened.
the reason here is that they didn't feel like Terrell would get past the Cowboys, and they felt that corner was the biggest of their defensive needs. It's hard to argue that. Everybody needs good corners. Terrell's an experienced one that's played in big games. He's got good size. There's really not a lot to not like. He doesn't have the upside of the guys that were taken ahead of him, but it's certainly a guy that's going to be an NFL player.
Yeah, and again, Pittsburgh Steelers now, and Pittsburgh Sports now, Pittsburgh Steelers now, NFL Draft Show, Mike Asti, Saunders, Cale Berger, and Nick Farabaugh. Going through this first round, we're going to be back with you as well going through the second round when the Steelers actually make a pick. And we have not had any movement. We've not had any trades. We've not had anything go too wild. We did have, I guess, the trade between the Bucs and Niners, but it was almost a trade for nothing, and that was an odd trade in the first place for Tampa to make. Talk about man caves. We've got Jerry here on a plush white couch with the star behind him. This is perfect Jerry world here. And obviously no conference championship appearance since 95 as they throw up there on the national broadcast. And they're looking to finally win with all this offensive talent that they have. They maybe do need to fix some things defensively. The secondary is where you certainly could point to, which is maybe why we didn't see a trade in that last spot if corner is where they're going to go. But just thoughts on Dallas, I guess, Cale, on it seems like kind of obvious position-wise where they're going to go. But that, again, would tier off of the best available. That would meaning tiering off of the best available here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that they're definitely going to go. I think the smartest move would be to go corner here. And I think I would agree that the reason why we didn't see the Falcons kind of trade back, because clearly AJ Terrell was their guy and they didn't think he would get past Dallas. Yeah, they saw Jerry on TV there, that last shot. He didn't look happy. Not that he ever does look happy, but maybe AJ Terrell was the guy they were going to take, and now they're a little upset with Atlanta. But yeah, I mean, if you're the Cowboys,
Mike McCarthy doesn't look happy either. They're both mugging the camera right now. That
If
probably was their pick.
If you're the Cowboys, you've been looking for a corner for quite some time. I mean, the last time they took a corner early was Morris Claiborne out of LSU. I forget how many years ago that was. But for a while, they've been looking for some help at corner, and they haven't found it. So I definitely see this as the direction that Dallas is probably going to try and go. Of the guys that are on the board, you have Jeff Gladney from TCU, who Nick likes a lot. You still have Christian Fulton from LSU, but is he necessarily a guy that should go at 17? I guess it's all based on need. Other than corner, though.
Do you think about a trade now, though? Because if they want a corner, they didn't get their guy. They're clearly upset about that. And they have several that they could pick from that are similar in terms of ranking and ability. Why not maybe consider this being a place where you can move?
True. But the other thing.
And I don't think that there's like, you can't trade down too far and still think you're going to get one of those two guys. I mean, I agree with Cale that I don't really think Fulton is a number 17 pick, but like, how many more picks would you think he's going to be on the board? 5, 6? Like, the corners are going to go. Teams need corners. If the Cowboys think corners are top need, they should stay here and take one of those two guys.
Yeah, Dallas still on the clock here in the final minute or so, depending on whether you're looking at Cale's screen or my
isn't even on the phone with anybody. He's just sitting there.
He's just laughing now, though. He looks happy. He's happier now.
He's clearly not like sweating this decision. He's just hanging out.
Well,
so I will say, right now on ESPN's broadcast, they're showing CeeDee Lamb, and I don't necessarily think that's.
I see that.
I don't think that necessarily means that that's who Dallas is going to go after here. I mean, say they could use another wide receiver to pair alongside Amari Cooper. Oh yeah,
Mike McCarthy would love that.
A guy who was no stranger to balling out in Jerry World. He's had a lot of experience there playing for Oklahoma.
Right.
But I'm also starting to think that maybe I'm just being tricked here with the broadcast on mute. That CeeDee Lamb is now the sacrificial lamb. And he's going to be the guy they continuously show the rest of the night being, oh, my God, how much farther is he going to – he's the guy who's falling. How much farther is he going to go? I think that might be what we're seeing here with the continuous shots of CeeDee Lamb.
He's also clearly the best player available. I mean,
absolutely. I mean, I know, but it's interesting that.
Well, he is, but I don't think he fits the position of need for these teams remaining. Certainly not Dallas. So that's why they're going to keep throwing him up there. They want to sensationalize him being the guy to slide. They seem very happy now, though.
He's probably like the third most important position they need.
That's what I'm saying. That would just be crazy if that's where they would go. The pick is in, though, for the Cowboys, which probably means Cale has it.
I don't think it would be crazy.
The pick is in.
I think they could use a talented wide receiver like Lamb. I don't think there's a team in the NFL that could.
Yeah, but don't they need much more first? I mean, this is a Cowboys team, Alan, that does not want to build for the future. They want to win a championship next year. I'm not saying they're going to, but that's what they want to do. That's their goal for this draft, I'd imagine. That should be their offseason plan.
Yeah, I mean, they do, and it is CeeDee Lamb going to Dallas.
Okay, so that's just best available there.
I just think he's so much better than every other player they could have taken that it became necessary.
So this was a situation where it's best available. It's too much talent to avoid it, and they were this maybe is the first time in the draft where at 17 where they're almost forced into taking somebody. So this is a team that is changing course of their big board and changing course of the draft based on what's happened in front of them. This is actually the first audible being called, I guess.
I'm not sure that. I think we saw an audible from San Francisco as well. Right. I mean, I think everybody thought they were going to take a wide receiver and they go defense because Kinlaw was available. And now the sort of trickle down of that decision is that Lamb falls into the Cowboys' lap, and everybody thought that they were going to go corner. All the good corners are off the board. Instead, they get one of the top wide receivers, a top 10 pick easily from most people's thoughts coming into this thing, is available for Dallas. And like I said, you get a wide receiver that good, everybody can use one. And maybe there was
this also changes, and this is where the national networks are going to go. This changes Amari Cooper's positioning in terms of money and his value. They now have a young guy that they're going to say, okay, you want to walk and you want too much cash. We have this stud who's our number one now. So this changes their entire positioning in terms of those negotiations, which is a big deal for this offseason. This does do a lot for them, and they love playmakers and they love scoring points, and they had defense before that didn't win enough for them in the past. So we'll see. What I do find interesting right now, though, is, and this maybe wasn't the plan because they wouldn't have predicted he would have fell this far, Lamb's taken one pick before Miami picks again. They pick Tua. They need weapons. They lose out on Judy, obviously, and then Lamb's right there. If Dallas didn't take Lamb and it was not a position of need, would Miami have went Lamb? Would Miami have predicted he being there? They obviously need other things, but would he have been too much to pass up on, especially needing help and weaponry for your young quarterback?
Yes, I think Lamb was too much to pass up on for almost any team in that spot. I mean, yes, there are other good wide receivers coming, but he's a lot better than the other players available. And especially, he's a lot better than any of the defensive players available. And I think that's the thing with Dallas where, yeah, I mean, they could have reached a little bit for a corner, but instead you're going to get a top 10 wide receiver because them, like you said, a ton of leverage when it comes to negotiations with Cooper. And it's a player that you're going to use. You know, offenses are using 3-4 wide receivers on a regular basis. You can't really have too
Michael
many.
Irvin's happy.
Yeah, Michael Irvin's pick, I'm sure. But I don't think you can have too many good wide receivers in the NFL right now. And to me, that was and it's a Jerry pick. They're not going to let a potential superstar go through their fingers to take a middling corner prospect.
Yeah, and of course not, because they still bring up, and Jerry Jones still brings up, that one of his biggest regrets is not selecting Randy Moss when he could have, and letting Randy Moss get through his fingers. And that was obviously 20 plus years ago, but he's not going to make the same mistake again. And I think it possibly could be about that receiver and corner are deep positions, but after Judy and Lamb, there's a big drop off on receiver, and you can get one later, but they won't be to that quality. Whereas corner, you maybe can get somebody who's similar if you have to do it later. So they just couldn't avoid the best available. This does give Miami, though, another pick here. And if you're Tua, you had to roll your eyes and punch the table, because you would have loved to have Lamb fall to you and have that be your receiver that you could ride off into the sunset with there in South Florida for the future. That's not the case. What does Miami do here now, though? They need help. They need weapons to help Tua, in addition to protecting Tua. They need defensive help. They're one of the teams that kind of needs everything, like we mentioned with the Redskins earlier. They lose out on Lamb, the best available. Do they go just best available again?
Well, they've got a lot of good choices. I'm not sure there's a clear-cut best available here. If they want to go the protection route, Cesar Ruiz is the one and only really good interior lineman in this draft. Josh Jones is a tackle that could be taken in this range. They've got some safeties and Antoine Winfield and Xavier McKinney. McKinney, I think, to me, I mean, he's sort of just drafting all over again from Minkah Fitzpatrick. You know, that it's the 18th pick. It's the pick that Fitzpatrick would, got for the Dolphins, and he would sort of be a spiritual replacement. There's linebackers there, and McQueen. There's an edge rusher and Chason. There's corners. I think there's wide receivers. I mean, even though they lose out on Lamb a pick ahead, Jalen Reagor, Justin Jefferson, Laviska Shenault, Michael Pittman, Denzel Mims. There's lots and lots and lots of good wide receivers that would not be bad reaches for this pick. And so I think really this is the first time we've seen a team that can really go in a dozen different directions at once. Doesn't seem like there's any place that they absolutely have to go with this pick.
Yeah. And the Pittsburgh Steelers Now draft show here. Mike Asti, Alan Saunders, Cale Berger also going to be with us here soon again. Nick Farabaugh also will join us later on, as he's been joining us throughout here. And this one, of course, on Pittsburgh Sports Live, as we're doing our virtual show, as they're doing the virtual draft right now. And this does appear to be the first pick right now. And we got through to pick 18 that nobody really has an idea, because they could pretty much pick anybody and it'd be hard to criticize this. I would say, for my estimation, I would go McKinney here, just because you do have a drop off in terms of receiver. They need the weaponry, but you can get that receiver later, and they need that defensive help so much. They're just getting blitzed defensively, especially on the secondary. So I do see that we're potentially getting Cale back in here, but Miami is on the clock right now. The pick is in for the Dolphins. This actually could be another situation where maybe they could trade this. And maybe I would have thought to trade this, because they do need almost anything, and you can get more draft capital. Granted, they have plenty.
Yeah, they've got so much. I don't think trading down is really a need for them. I mean, I think, again, though, this is a pick that could go a number of different directions.
Right.
And I think this pick is really the one that let them take Tua, like I said earlier. And so they have to fill a need here, but they've got a lot of them, and it could go a lot of different ways.
Yeah, Kale, in terms of your thoughts on the Dolphins pick here, obviously we've been talking. They need pretty much everything. They did not get Lamb, which would have been the best available. They would have had a hard time passing him up for weaponry for Tua. You go receiver here, you go safety here, you go even defensive tackle here. A lot of best availables are available right now, and it's hard to go wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little early maybe to take some of those wide receivers. You guys are talking about how deep the class is. Miami obviously is a team with a lot of needs. So, Alan, I think you mentioned Xavier McKinney from Alabama.
Yeah, that's who I would go with right now.
That's definitely a guy, especially because they obviously traded away their starting free safety, Minkah Fitzpatrick, for the Pittsburgh Steelers. That is why the Dolphins are here to begin with.
Right.
So I think Xavier McKinney, a guy who's got a similar skill set, can, play in the slot, can cover, man-to-man a little bit, can play up a single high safety. So maybe that's a guy, Xavier McKinney. It looks like Goodell's about to make the pick here, actually.
Yeah, they do have the pick in. So we'll see.
But yeah, I mean,
we'll see this.
I think ideally they would have been able to pick CeeDee Lamb, but he obviously went the pick before. I think that would have been great to be able to pair him with Tua.
Right. Yeah, I mean, obviously that would have been a pick they could not pass up on here in Goodell in the man cave.
The other, I guess the other need that they had, they addressed. They take Austin Jackson, the offensive tackle from USC.
So that's a safe pick again. They don't go McKinney. They don't go receiver. And yes, you can get plenty of receivers later. So I get not going in that direction. I would have went McKinney just for the fact they needed defensive help so much, especially those one-on-one battles in the secondary. They don't do it. Maybe they think they can get that later again. But we talked, and the theme of this show is so far has been, if you have a young quarterback, you either get him weapons or you get him protection. They couldn't get Lamb. I'd imagine if Lamb was available, they would have taken Lamb. They would not have been able to avoid it. It would have had to be a pick of Lamb. However, he's not. Dallas takes him. So they had more protection and help their young quarterback protection-wise.
This is the first totally off-the-board pick. I didn't have Jackson anywhere near the first round. Nick had him as the 102nd ranked player. I had 2 or 3 or 4 tackles better than him. This is a terrible pick compared to what the consensus is. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to turn out bad, but this is the first team to go way into the middle of nowhere when it comes to taking a pick. And Jackson he's a big physical tackle, but to me, there were better ones available. And multiple better ones available. So really, Josh Jones from Houston to me was the one that I really expected to also go in the first round. But I mean, there's other guys out there as well that Nick had highlighted that really should have gone ahead of Jackson. Lucas Niang from TCU, Matt Pert, who's a guy that Nick was a little bit high on from UConn, smaller place. And Ezra Cleveland from Boise State is a guy who's had a ton of hype in these last couple weeks. This pick has gone just way out into left field. And, it's hard to evaluate a tackle pick for multiple years, really, until they play out. But that seems like a very curious decision from Miami. Cale, the one thing I want to talk about, though, is I want to go back and put ourselves back in the Steelers' shoes a year ago. If Pittsburgh is staring at what the Dolphins, Steelers don't trade for Minkah Fitzpatrick. Let's say somehow they don't get any worse because of that, and they're still there at 18. There's not a game changer for them there, right? I mean, the best they're going to do is redraft Fitzpatrick and McKinney, right?
Right. There you go.
Yeah, so exactly. So if you're looking at the guys that are available right now that could have been options for the Steelers, I mean, McKinney definitely stands out because if they never got Fitzpatrick, he could have been the guy that slides into that spot. They could have went with a different offensive lineman here. I mean, they have an aging, expensive offensive line. So maybe not Austin Jackson, but, maybe a guy like Cesar Ruiz from Michigan who plays center, but I assume they could try him a guard or something. There's other offensive tackles as well, like Josh Jones from Houston, like you said. So they have aging guys in those spots, and they need depth too. So they could have gone, maybe if they had this spot, could have gone with an offensive lineman, either interior or an offensive tackle as well. McKinney stands out too. But also, you are looking for another edge rusher. So maybe there's a pick where the Steelers could have went with Clavon Chason from LSU and would have been a guy that, maybe now that they signed Bud Dupree to his franchise tag, maybe that's a guy where you either let him play this year out and use Chason sparingly, or he's a guy that now that he's signed the tender, maybe you ship him off for the year and you draft Clavon Chason. He slides right in to be the opposite guy of TJ Watt. So
I do
those
think
are kind of the guys that
I agree that Chason would have been good value there, and I agree that the offensive tackles would have been good value there. But either way, those are picks for the future for the Steelers. They draft a tackle there, they draft an edge rusher there. Neither of those guys are going to start on this team this year unless they beat out an established starter. And
so probably McKinney.
Instead, they get a guy, Minkah Fitzpatrick, who not only played all last year, is going to be the cornerstone of their secondary. So, I mean, now that we can really put the whole picture together, we can look back in this trade. It was one that a lot of people seriously questioned the Steelers making at the time they made it, just after they lost Ben Roethlisberger. To trade the first-round pick the following year was a super risky play. They end up not making the playoffs even after trading that first-round pick and really going for it. But to me, I think this still works out for the Steelers very, very well. Having Fitzpatrick, to me, feels better than any of the options that they had presented to them right there.
Honestly, this proves, and the way this draft has played out, prove the Steelers made the right decision, and I defended it from the jump, even when others were not. Minkah Fitzpatrick filled a need for the Steelers, as well as potentially being the best available in when they would have been drafting anyway this year. He's a young player still on a rookie deal. He's going to be there for years to come. Now, nobody would have predicted he would have had record-setting weeks, and he would have been in Steelers history several weeks in a row with turnovers, and he would have helped them get the record that they got, even though they finished outside the playoff race. However, he's a guy that was not brought in just for last year. That's why some people are freaking out. Why would you make a move to win now when it's about the future when you lose Ben and have him get hurt? You're not going to win a championship now. Anyway, the move to bring in Minkah Fitzpatrick was always about the future. Always it was about the future. And it was this round's pick. The Steelers basically traded for Minkah Fitzpatrick last year as their first-round draft pick here in 2020. They don't have a first-round pick in 2020 this year. However, Minkah Fitzpatrick is a veteran player that's already a Pro Bowl player. He's still very, very young. He comes from the Alabama Nick Saban system, so he came from that proper pedigree. And there's nobody they would have got now, including McKinney, who I would have drafted, that they would have had a better situation with, a better marriage with, and would have been better for them to now win now and help them win now, which is what they want to do next year, than Minkah Fitzpatrick. So this situation should put that all to bed. The Steelers actually made a very smart trade that pegged into this draft perfectly.
I would agree 100%. And the thing with Minkah Fitzpatrick is, he came in and made an immediate impact. He had 8 combined takeaways in 2019. The Steelers are the third best pass defense in the league, and they led the league in turnovers as well, in takeaways. Also led the league in sacks, a big part of the coverage as well in the back end. So he came in and made an immediate impact. And the other thing, too, you got to take into account, if you were the Steelers and you never got Minkah Fitzpatrick, I think the absolutely number one thing they would be looking for right now would have been a safety.
Right.
And I think what we have seen over years with the Steelers is they don't have a very good track record of drafting defensive backs and developing them into legitimate players, into starters, into contributors, into Pro Bowl type caliber players. They haven't shown the ability to do that, mainly with corners, but with safety as well. So the fact is, you make the trade for Minkah Fitzpatrick, you get a guy who's already a stud,
you get a guy who's already developed. Yep.
It already developed and come in and play and make an impact day one. That's exactly what we saw in 2019 from Minkah, and what we'll see from years to come from Minkah Fitzpatrick as well. So I agree with you, Mike, and with you as well, Alan. I mean, what the Dolphins did with the 18th overall pick clearly shows that I think the Steelers made the right decision. And people did think it was a knee-jerk reaction there last year. It isn't. This is a pick for the long haul. This has turned this defense into one of the best units in the NFL. It's put them over the top. Right. And I think it was absolutely the right decision at the time and now that you traded the 18th overall pick for Minkah Fitzpatrick, because he's better than anything you could have gotten right now in 2020.
Yeah, as the Raiders slap high fives. I've seen Mayock and Gruden slap high fives 2 or 3 times virtually.
I have the pick. The pick is Damon Arnett, the cornerback from Ohio State.
Yeah.
South Florida guy as well from my hometown of Fort Lauderdale, Florida. He played for St. Thomas Aquinas, obviously a high school with tons of NFL pedigree. And he was kind of the guy who's forgotten on the other side from Jeff Okudah, a guy that played a lot of last year with, I think, a broken hand or a broken wrist. Regardless, he played much of this down the stretch for Ohio State with a club on his hand and still found a way to be an effective shutdown corner to break up passes. Obviously, wasn't able to pick off a lot of passes because of that club hand, but still a really solid player, good length as well. He's kind of got that prototypical look of a corner. I think this is an example of the Raiders, too, of Mike Mack and John Gruden liking their guy and making sure they got their guy, and that's why they went with Damon Arnett. I don't hate the pick, and they needed to get a corner.
Yeah, they really painted themselves into this decision when they took Ruggs, when there was multiple wide receivers available. You take Ruggs, you get the wide receiver you really want, but there weren't as many cornerbacks available, so they kind of knew when they came back to this pick here that it was going to have to be corner at 19. Damon Arnett, there were some other options out there. Gladney we've talked about. Christian Fulton we've talked about, but I think it's a solid pick. It's not a sexy pick. It's not really a Raiders pick. It's more of a safe pick, honestly.
Yeah.
Played a lot of high-level football at Ohio State, like Cale said. But to me, this had to be. They needed a corner, maybe even worse than they needed a wide receiver. So when they grabbed Ruggs, they really needed to get a corner here, and that was a pretty predictable pick. Even if that's not the guy I would have gone with in that instance.
Yeah, and the Jaguars now the team on the clock for yet another pick for them here in the first round.
And another little note here. This is, I think, this is a second Ohio State corner the Raiders have taken, I think, in the last 3 years, because I think 2 years ago they took Garyon Conley. That obviously didn't work out, and he got traded to the Texans. So they go back to the Ohio State well again and get another corner from the Buckeyes.
Well, going to the Ohio State well is a pretty solid well to go into. I mean,
exactly. Not
I believe they've had the most first-round picks in the last 10 years. They had that 2014 draft class, which is record-setting, and even beat some Miami classes. So, yes, going into the Ohio State well is a pretty solid well to go into, even if you swing and miss with one a few years back. And this appears to be finally a situation for the Raiders that, yes, it's pretty textbook. They went best available, and then they went position of need. It's what they had to do. So they got the best available receiver, and now they get position of need in terms of having to get a corner and getting the best who they thought was available. But these guys, I feel like at this point, are all very similar. We're almost grasping at straws. Jags here at 20, they're a team here that, again, could go several different directions. There are a lot of players that maybe it's surprising are still available because, as Alan said earlier, we've had some surprise moves that I'm not sure he's yet over. But where do the Jags go here?
Well, I mean, I think they've got a lot of needs, right? And again, though, it's a muddled board, right? I mean, there's not a there's not a clear direction that they need to go.
Do you have to go McKinney here just because he's now best available? He is.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think he's the best defensive back if they really want one, but I think there's lots of other directions they can go. I think there's offensive linemen, sort of, somebody going off the board ahead of them leaves a guy like Josh Jones available. Cesar Ruiz could be someone that the Jaguars could be interested in. I think edge rusher too. I mean, we talked about their needs on the defensive line earlier. They went cornerback instead. No one's taken an edge rusher since number 2. And there are a couple of good ones out there, Chason, and a couple others that could be first-round picks. And so I think there's a defensive line, and there aren't tackles necessarily, but there are some ends here that could be pretty interesting for the Jaguars. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's the direction they go. Chason, to me, has fallen farther than I thought he would. Yeah. And that's a good combination of availability and need.
I think one other thing here that I just came to me, guys, I wanted to mention about the Steelers and the Dolphins, that pick there is, another reason why it was the right decision to trade for Minkah Fitzpatrick and address that need is because the other thing the Steelers really need right now is an interior defensive lineman. Javon Hargrave is out of there. They need to address that need somehow. But you look at the board right now, there are really no interior defensive linemen that make sense at 18.
They would have had to draft McKinney, basically, if they didn't make the trade in this
Yeah.
this
So
draft
that's the
went the
thing,
exact way it was going to go. They would have had to draft McKinney, and he's not better than Minka Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, exactly. But also, interior defensive line is a glaring need for the Steelers now with the loss of Javon Hargrave. They added Chris Wormley, but, what really is he? That probably would have been the number one need that they would have maybe been addressing here. In addition to safety, if they didn't have Minka. And the board is barren right now, and you'd be really reaching for a guy if you're looking for a defensive tackle right now. Also, the Jags just drafted Clavon Chaisson from LSU.
I was going to say the player that Alan said he couldn't believe is still available does finally go. So that might be a situation where the Jags needed everything. They couldn't believe he was available either, and they just had to take him. That certainly could help fit a need position as well as being a quality player for them because they need a lot, especially on the defensive side of the ball. This now brings the Philadelphia Eagles on the clock, though, and they're a team not far removed from a championship. They're a team looking to get back on top the mountaintop. They don't necessarily need everything, but there are some positions there the Eagles could be after, especially after bringing in more weaponry in terms of more receivers the last year or so. And you have Carson Wentz hoping he's going to be healthy. They have yet to really get a full healthy season out of him, but that is going to definitely be the hope. I'd imagine going defensive side of the ball or going maybe try to protect Wentz again here. There are some safe picks available, but there's a lot of offensive tackles that are going to be available unless you really fall in love with one. Where do you guys see the Eagles going?
The Eagles need a wide receiver.
Yeah.
I'll be shocked if it's not a wide receiver. There's plenty of good ones out there. I don't know which one.
And Philly will riot if it's not a wide receiver.
Well,
They're right no matter what the pick is.
Yeah,
you're right.
Philly rioting is the
More than they
easiest
usually
bet
do.
of the evening.
Yeah. Yeah. Philadelphia is always an easy bet to be the first fan base to be upset or be the most upset when you have a draft. And they didn't like the McNabb trade, or McNabb draft, and that was one of the better moves they've ever made in the draft.
I think this is a situation where we could see LSU wide receiver Justin Jefferson go off the board. He's an electric guy.
Seems like he's the best available right now.
He's the best available wide receiver, but he's an electric guy. He's a speedy guy. He's a good route runner. I think that this could be where we see Justin Jefferson go off the board. But that being said, we keep talking about how deep it is. I mean,
if they don't go receiver, where do they go?
They're going receiver.
Well, you said that a few other teams and they didn't go receiver. So it's not like
they're going receiver.
To me, there's not a player that's
the Niners didn't go receiver.
The Niners had a player fall into their lap that they didn't expect to be there. I don't see any of those right here.
The Eagles also do need a linebacker. So maybe this is where we see Kenneth Murray or Patrick Queen go off the board.
I feel like defensively, maybe they would see as more of a need.
Queen is a fine pick here, and so would McKinney. I don't know what I don't really.
McKinney seems like unnecessary unless you're just purely going best available and you rank him as your best available. That would be the only way you take McKinney now.
I mean, the Eagles secondary has some problems. He would help them certainly, but to me, there's so many good wide receivers available that are good picks for this spot. It's their number one need.
Okay, well then the other option is, do you trade out of this because there's so many receivers you can get one later?
I guess maybe, but I also think that now we're to the point where it's much more likely that they're going to have a specific preference, right? Because it's not like all of these guys can't miss. There's some risk to these players. That's why they're still available at 21 here. And so I think that it's likely that they're going to have a preference. I picked Ayuk, but I had Jefferson off the board already, I believe. Yeah, I had Jefferson going to Vegas. So one of those two to me. And
Justin Jefferson here is on the phone, so this appears to be the pick.
But Jefferson to me is the wide receiver that I would take next, and I think probably will be the pick here.
Yeah, and he also will be aided by the fact that he has a quarterback that can move outside the pocket and Wentz. And as long as he can stay healthy, Jefferson's going to get that separation for him. So maybe you help Wentz out even further by giving him more weaponry, especially somebody that can create space for you and make it easier on you. So that would definitely make a lot of sense and does appear to be a need for them. They tried the Deshaun Jackson experiment again, but that's not going to be as prolific and as much of a game changer as Jefferson could be here with his youth and exuberance and athleticism. So we'll see what the Eagles do here in the future in terms of how they play the next few years.
I think
under Wentz.
I think that the writing on the wall is that we're in agreement that they're going to take a wide receiver here, but I also wouldn't be shocked if they took an offensive tackle.
Well, that's what I said going into the pick. Yeah.
Yeah, with Josh Jones here still on the board from Houston, they need to keep Carson Wentz healthy. And
He hasn't. Yeah.
they have an aging offensive line as well. So maybe
you
that's
prioritize.
an option.
Yeah, and that's the thing. What Allen is saying is conventional for any team in their situation unless you have an injury-prone quarterback, which is them. So maybe because they have an injury-prone quarterback, they want to really prioritize Wentz having a damn healthy season and a 5-year period of health at minimum, since he's clearly the guy. And if he doesn't stay healthy, none of this matters for the future of that franchise, despite the ring on their finger from a couple years ago.
Goodell is announcing the Eagles pick right now.
Which is not on my TV. Cale, you are in a future universe that I am not a part of right now.
I should start using all the obscure adjectives like
you could quiz me, and we could be betting, and you can make a lot of money off me right
now. Let's see. A little bit of a surprise.
Okay.
They take TCU wide receiver Jalen Reagor.
So they do select a receiver, just not who we thought, and not really pegged as the best available.
The speed guy.
Well, this is the guy that Nick said was the best receiver available, and that Nick actually has been pretty high on the whole time. I would say way ahead of the curve on Reagor. And we're going to bring Nick here in a couple picks, so we'll talk to him about that then. But to me, that's a really good pick. I really like Reagor. I didn't think that he was a guy that would get taken this high. I actually thought that he was a guy that might fall to the Steelers at 49 and would be an outstanding pick for them there. I think it's a good pick. It is an unconventional pick in that he wasn't mocked to go this highly in the draft, and certainly would have been behind a guy like Jefferson, probably a guy like Chenault, probably a guy like Ayuk, who was also available.
It just feels like even though this was a need that they could have, it's so deep at this point, they could have went many other directions in terms of even this position.
I think the other thing too with Reagor is, I think he adds some kind of excitement to this passing game for the Eagles. They have guys right now that are kind of old and lumbering, and then they got a bunch of guys they picked up off the street that were playing receiver for them at the end of the season. They needed a guy that was kind of, had some pop in him, had some speed, had some electricity about him. And I think that's exactly what Jalen Reagor is. I mean, he's a guy, first of all, who's got great vertical speed. He also plays bigger than he is, I think, which is an underrated facet about his game. Is, he doesn't play like he's 5'9" or 5'10" or whatever he is. He plays bigger than that. And he's a guy, too, that you can get him the ball, on short crossing routes, drags across the field, bubble screens, stuff like that. And when he gets the ball in his hands, he turns into a running back in the field. He's low center of gravity. He's a guy who can make people miss. So I think this is kind of a guy that really adds some life to, I think, an Eagles passing game that, if you look at their personnel, just seems kind of bland and slow and just
and if you're
run of the mill kind of thing.
And the Eagles system clearly with Wentz is you dink and dunk. It's that West Coast offense, but then you want to have a chance at the big play, the big explosion, take the top off the defense when you see fit. And they haven't had that opportunity in the last few years because they've been missing that playmaker wide receiver, which again, they tried with Deshaun Jackson bringing him back, but it didn't really work out. And this maybe could do that, at least off speed and separation, even though maybe it seems like he wasn't overall the first available. As we're getting really interesting now, though, because we're getting in the heart of this first round where we're now getting into good teams that have been recent winners, the Vikings, the Patriots, the Saints. They're going to be the next few picks here in our Steelers Now NFL Draft Show here on Pittsburgh Sports Live. I'm your host, Mike Asti, Alan Saunders, Cale Berger, and Nick Farabaugh, who will join us in a bit there. And Alan, you had something else here for us as we get towards Minnesota on the clock right now. And these are teams that don't need as much, but what they do may directly impact next season more than anything else.
Yeah, I want to bring Nick in here, and I want to talk about the wide receivers. Especially I want to talk about Jalen Reagor, who just went to the Eagles. Nick, first of all, this is a guy that you were way higher on than most people. And I really think we're ahead of the curve on having him as a top flight wide receiver. What do you make of the way the receivers have gone, though, the order that they've been taken in? And how do you feel like that sort of what's that telling us about what teams are prioritizing in this group of really deep receivers?
It's tough. It's been very fit-based, but you can tell they value speed. I mean, Reagor and Ruggs both going off the board. Judy's faster than Lamb going off the board before Lamb. Clearly valuing speed, and more importantly, I would say playmaking ability, because all four of these guys that just went are great after the catch. So you can give them manufactured touches on screens. You can put them in bunch sets, get them quick slants, anything like that. Get them into open space, let them do work. I think that's kind of maybe one of the big things you're seeing here. Can the guys create after the catch? We've seen that be a highlight of most receivers in the past few years. Last year was Hollywood Brown in the first round, N'Keal Harry, A.J. Brown, all going within the first 55 picks last year, all great after the catch. Deontay Johnson to the Steelers, great after the catch. So it's the ability to create after the catch, and that's the four you're going to see. So I bet you see guys like Brandon Ayuk come off soon. Laviska Shenault, even with the injury questions, probably goes soon. Justin Jefferson.
Any chance even a wide receiver right here to Minnesota? I mean, they just made a trade and shipped off a wide receiver. They maybe need more weapons here for Kirk Cousins, who is interception prone and needs help with receiver.
I think for sure it's possible. They could go corner too. There's a few corners on the board. Jalen Johnson's a guy that could be there. He's gotten a lot of buzz. But
I mean, or the Patriots could certainly be a team that would maybe go wide receiver, which would be very, very ironic after Tom Brady leaves and hasn't really had a playmaker receiver in the last few years and maybe needs more help than what they provided. Maybe they could finally get some of that help without him in town, especially since it's not really known who the future of that quarterback position is going to be for doing. I'd imagine the Saints, though, are probably not going receiver.
No, I doubt that. But if you're looking at the Vikings, Jefferson or Mims are the two to watch, I'd say.
So Nick, if we're saying that their speed and the playmaking ability are what's sort of been prioritized, who maybe falls down in that second round now that could filter to the back of this big wide receiver pack that could be available for the Steelers at 49, or maybe just could be a value pick for anybody in the second round if they don't really have what everybody seems to be looking for.
This is all setting up perfectly for Michael Pittman to be the pick at 49. I think it's perfect for him. He's got the size, the physicality, the NFL bloodlines, the special teams that the Steelers love, but he's also not great after the catch. So a lot of teams before probably aren't going to covet him as much unless they want that big size guy, in which case they might go T. Higgins anyways. So those are the two to watch, T. Higgins and Michael Pittman. I think it sets up perfectly though for Pittman. And right now, if I were to hash bets, I'd say Pittman's the pick at 49. I think he makes a lot of sense.
Hale, any thoughts on what the Vikings do here? We talked a lot about receiver, potentially needing to replace Diggs there in Minnesota. Even the Patriots maybe needing a receiver. If a receiver doesn't go now, there are still several left. But if receiver is not the pick, maybe where do the Vikings then go? Because they have other needs other than just receiver.
Well, I definitely think receiver probably should be the pick, but I think the other place that they could really go is corner. And
I had them picking two corners.
Yeah, because they lost both Trey Waynes and Mackenzie Alexander to the Bengals in free agency. They need corners bad.
This has to be a corner.
If you look at the guys that are on the board, Christian Fulton is the guy that seems to be the top corner on the board right now. Other than him, Jeff Gladney from TCU. So I think corner is definitely the way to go for the Vikings.
Yeah, I could see them taking either of those guys. I could see them taking both of those guys because the Vikings have 2 first-round picks. They'll be coming back around here in a little bit. And like you said, they lose 2 really good corners this offseason. I think corner is by far their biggest need. And with guys that are at about this place in the draft, that seems like a no-brainer. Edge, though, still has not been very heavily mined. There are some opportunities there as well.
Are you saying, though, you think that, they have the 2 picks here in the first round. Do you really think they're going to go both with corner? I know they lost 2, but they also lost the receiver. Shouldn't they go corner and receiver, 1 and 1, not both corners?
Maybe, but I think corner is also a decent value pick here late in the first round with guys like Gladney and Fulton and a couple other players as well. So it's not outrageous, but I think they'll probably go as the pick comes in, and it's Justin Jefferson.
Yeah. So
first, so that to me, same as the Oakland Raiders now says that they are definitely taking their corner with their second first-round pick. Really pigeonholes them into that second spot. But Justin Jefferson's a great player and a pretty good value for this pick as well. I think he was, one of the 3 or 4 best players available. Here.
I'd imagine if they didn't make this pick now, the Patriots potentially were taking Jefferson. I mean,
I have no idea what the Patriots are doing. They've been the one team.
I think I do.
The biggest wild card throughout this entire process, and the fact that they haven't,
they trade the pick.
They trade the pick, and to me, I think that's what was going to happen. There was no way they were staying there. It was either going up or going down.
I think up perfectly for them to take Jordan Love.
Yeah, but there was no reason for them to take Love here. Nobody's going to take him in the next 10 to 15.
Yeah, well, that's why they make a trade. So I guess they don't cover Jefferson enough, and they make a trade here. So that's kind of smart wheeling and dealing for the Patriots. And it appears that maybe Jefferson was that receiver. It just clearly seems like, in terms of the selection before New England, that it was said by Minnesota that Jefferson is the next receiver they wanted, who is next on their board, and they wanted a receiver, and they clearly coveted him more than the remaining receivers left, which is why they felt like they had to get him then and would get the next best corner whenever they come up again in the draft. Now, we have the LA Chargers here, Alan, and you mentioned earlier how they're, the redheaded stepchild in Los Angeles, and that is the case, and they kind of always knew that was going to be the case getting into LA. Maybe they didn't think the Rams would be as good as they've been, but that would have been the case even if the Raiders were the team there. They're in a whole new era now with Phillip Rivers gone. There are still a lot of weapons there. We saw what they did earlier. Where do you guys think the Chargers go now? Because they're probably not a team worried about weaponry as much, but they certainly can go defensive side of the ball. There are still some safe picks left in terms of offensive tackles.
Cale, have you seen what the trade was?
Which trade?
The Patriots and Chargers.
What the Chargers gave up to get here?
Oh no, I'm looking it up right now.
Yeah, because to me, this is a bit of a curious spot. I don't know what the Patriots were going to take, but there doesn't seem to be a lot of places where.
Well, they didn't fall in love with anybody, and they know they can wait for somebody because nobody prior to where they're going to pick again.
Who are the Chargers in love with?
Well, that's the question. Yeah.
So
that's the question.
The Chargers gave up a second and a third round picks to move up here.
And how they were.
That's a lot then.
But I don't see exactly what picks they are. But second and third.
But regardless, they really would have to like somebody to move up to do that.
No, their second was 37, so a third to go up. But
it's second and third. It's not just one or the other.
No, but they're trading the first for the second, and then the
right
for the difference. So it's really, that's not that much. But here's Schefter breaking down the trade, and
so
that's not that much for the Chargers to pay to go up that far. I'm just curious as to see who from this board they really feel like they've got to get. I don't know. To me, there isn't a got-to-get player up there right now.
Yeah, 23rd overall. The Patriots get the 2020 second-round pick, third-round pick. The Chargers get the 20th overall. So that's pretty cut and dry right there.
I would say here that the Chargers are going after Josh Jones from Houston. I think they want an offensive tackle for their shiny new quarterback they just drafted, 6 overall in Justin Herbert.
Right. Unless you go protection for Justin Herbert, because that's been the theme here. They already have the weapons. Maybe they need the protection for their young quarterback. They clearly liked him enough to draft him 6th overall, even though he was the third quarterback taken behind Tua and Joe Burrow. Maybe they want protection for him. Either that or you go defensive side of the ball.
I think defense might actually be a better value. I like Josh Jones. I think that'd be a fine pick, but I'm not sure I understand coming way up to get him.
I can see them going linebacker maybe.
And they have
is there anybody that if they didn't do this, they would guaranteedly miss out on in terms of a value player at that position? Because there seems to be a bunch at all these positions left that are around the same in terms of ranking.
I think Patrick Queen is pretty clearly the best linebacker left. I think there's a couple safeties. I think there's only maybe one. There's a couple corners, but there's only maybe one or two. It's Jordan Love, maybe. That's what
Adele is announcing right now.
Yeah, they put Jordan Love up there. Yeah. That ain't it, right? There's no way.
They did take a linebacker. They go Kenneth Murray from Oklahoma.
Yeah.
And Murray was probably, to me, the second best linebacker. I had Queen rated ahead of him, but Murray was going to go in the late first round. That's a perfectly fine pick. And linebacker is something of a position of need for them. They don't really have a guy that's, a big time playmaker in the middle of that defense. They don't have a guy that makes a lot of splash plays. They don't force a ton of turnovers.
I think it's clearly the position of need for them.
For their defense. Yeah. I mean, I think
They're pretty set on the defensive line, and they're pretty set in the secondary as
Yeah,
well.
I think that had to be the pick, and that's the only thing that makes sense in terms of trading up to get there, because he does take a drop off in terms of linebackers that are remaining after him.
Yeah,
And if they were going to go offensive tackle or going to go offensive lineman, they didn't need to make that trade to do it.
Well, yeah, I mean, they probably needed to come up a bit from where they were. They needed to come up as far as they did.
A little bit, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I guess trading partners have been few and far between. So maybe they just needed to take a run somewhere and made it there. I think Murray's a good player. Not one that Nick was high on. Actually, maybe the next time we get him back in here, we'll ask him about that, because he had him as more of a second or third round pick player. I think I locked him to the Ravens at the end of the first round.
I mean, when you get to this point, though, and then the end of the first round, while there is a disparity, that's not anywhere near the disparity of this point and the third round, where Nick maybe would have slotted him. I mean, these teams are all interchangeable, because as we talked about, when you get from Minnesota all the way to the end of the draft, these teams are all good. They don't need every position. They're recent playoff teams. They feel like they're going to win again, even though they've made some moves like the Vikings trading Diggs, etc., and losing those corners. We'll see now. The New Orleans Saints are the team currently on the clock. They're a team that they've had their last couple of seasons end with complaining about different calls and feeling like Roger Goodell is the main enemy. So him reading this pick from his man cave will be fantastic. I'm sure the Saints fans will be booing him most vigorously on social media more than anybody else. But they're a team that they have weapons. They have Drew Brees still there. Do they go a quarterback and try to draft the heir apparent? Because he's older. He's going to be there for a year, maybe two. But do they try to go a direction and beat the Patriots to it and get somebody to sit under Brees, since they don't really have that guy? They don't really need to worry about receiver, even though there's still players there. Do they go defense? It seems to me either an offensive lineman, maybe quarterback, or defense. I probably would think about quarterback here, even unless you don't love any of them left. And there is a drop off from those first three to where we are now with quarterbacks. So maybe they want to wait a year.
No, I don't think they're interested in a quarterback here at all. I think I had them going.
Is it just because the quarterback position's not deep enough at this point? Because clearly that is a need they would need for the future.
Well, I don't think there's a quarterback that makes sense to take right now.
Okay.
I also think that the Saints, really, really like Taysom Hill. I don't think that's
enough to build the team around for the future. That seems more controversial than any other decision they would have made.
You lose a player like Drew Brees, you're probably not going to be very good for a couple of years. But I think they like Taysom Hill enough that they want to see what he's all about.
I hear that. I don't
think there's a quarterback right now that is like leaps and bounds better than Taysom Hill. I'll say that.
Okay.
So, I mean, I don't like.
I just don't see. To me, Hill doesn't feel like a franchise quarterback. I mean, maybe that's just me criticizing him too much. I get he's somebody you can put in there at times, and he's very athletic and unique. But that mold has not really led to NFL success in terms of being your franchise guy.
Well, I don't think Jordan Love is a franchise quarterback either. Nor do I think any of the other ones that are available are. I mean, they all have big problems. How much of them?
If that's the case, though, then where else would the Patriots potentially go? I guess we'll talk about that later, because I'd imagine they wouldn't fall in love with him either then.
I mean, I mocked Love to the Patriots with that pick, even though I said they weren't going to stay there, because it's an ego pick for Belichick. Love has talent, but he's maddeningly inconsistent, and he thinks he can get the best out of him. Maybe. But the Patriots also, I mean, look at what their history is with picking quarterbacks. They get guys in the third round and the fifth round, and they turn out okay.
Yeah, except for Drew Bledsoe. Yeah.
They're not they're going to take the quarterback they like the most, not the one that's the highest rated, and they're going to take them wherever.
And also, Belichick's going to have next year with Brian Hoyer and probably say, this is the Patriot way. I can slot in a veteran who's done it here before and win for 1 year, and then maybe worry about building with another quarterback later on. Who knows? But there's going to be some ego in that pick, obviously. Cale, what are your thoughts on what the Saints are going to do here? I mean, they're the team up next. We talked about, do they need another quarterback for the future? And we talked about Hill, and I don't believe in him as the future guy, but there might not be somebody that they love
Yeah, I don't really believe in Taysom Hill either. I think he's a cool gadget. He's
You're
a nice
agreeing with me a lot on this show. People are going to be wondering what's going on. They're going to be
I
like,
know.
Mike Osty's
Well,
leading you down
great minds
a
think
path
alike.
here.
But I just think Taysom Hill is kind of a fun gimmick.
right.
I don't think Taysom Hill works as an everyday starter. I just don't think that his skill set. I mean, are they going to run the Wildcat the whole time? Is he going to do quarterback run for a season? Like, I don't think his passing.
And it doesn't fit with Sean Payton at all either for it to be your starting quarterback. That doesn't.
Yeah,
fit
no,
Sean
I
Payton.
don't think his passing ability is good enough that he could be, an every starting quarterback for the Saints or a starting quarterback in the league. Regardless, I think he's a very nice, fun weapon to have. But I don't think that that's what they should do. I think also that I think the Saints could go corner here. So maybe this is where we see, a guy like maybe Fulton comes off the board, or Trevon Diggs or Gladney from TCU, because they could use a corner. Also, I mean, maybe they kind of reach for a wide receiver here because they want to get another guy in addition to Michael Thomas. I don't know, but I think that, but also, Alan, you mentioned Patrick Queen could be a guy too, because they could use a new inside linebacker.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think I mocked Patrick Queen here, and I think it's a perfect pick for them. They lose AJ Klein to free agency, and Patrick Queen right up the road at LSU, huge position of need, makes a ton of sense. Fulton, also from LSU, also would be a good pick. And I don't think it's a reach to take a wide receiver either. I think there's a lot of good wide receivers out there that would make a lot of sense here, but I think the Saints have bigger needs on the defensive side.
That's what I'm saying. They don't need that.
And I think there's players that fit their system and that fit their needs on defense a little bit just too well for them to take a wide receiver, even though I think there's good value at wide receiver still. But to me,
when you get into this point in the draft, though, as much as we advocate teams selecting best available, and that's what's happened so far in this draft for the most part, and did happen earlier in this draft, when you get to this situation in the draft, end of the first round, it's about need as much as it's about best available. So there are some receivers who are there, but the Saints have a clear need that has stopped them from winning a championship recently. And that appears maybe secondary. It appears maybe linebacker. It appears there's players there left for them. This has to be a defensive pick here, I would assume. Breeze is going to put points. It's not like they're not going to score this coming season. They're worrying about, like the Cowboys, they want to win a championship next year, regardless of whether they do or not.
Queen, but I wouldn't think a wide receiver is out of the question.
Well, I mean, nothing's out of the question. Certainly, I'm the man that is coined the phrase asinine to be pegged around me in my career. I am not going to be willing to say anything's out of the question, but we'll see. Here's Goodell that Cale, I'm sure he has heard.
Cesar Ruiz, the guard center from Michigan.
My TV is so far behind you guys.
The only sort of offensive line prospect that is an interior prospect that we expected to go today. And so that's interesting because
we have our first crier.
Yeah.
We have our first crier.
Because every other team that kind of
pretty good sign
that maybe kind of thought they wanted one, that was kind of the one shot, and now it's off the board. So a team that maybe wanted a guard at the end of this first round, or even maybe hopes he would fall into the beginning of the second round, it's not going to happen. A really good player, and one of those spots where a huge gap between him and the next best player at interior offensive line.
Yeah, for sure. And I think this next pick here with the Vikings is now very, very obvious, at least position-wise, from what we discussed earlier. They go receiver. This now has to be a corner. As the Vikings here are on the clock with yet another pick here in the first round, and again you see the fireworks there in terms of crying on that selection there. So that's a wonderful story there for the Saints. But yeah, it appears that the Vikings pick has to be pretty obvious now. Cale, where do you, in terms of player, where do you think they go?
I mean, I think this lines up for Fulton here. The same corners we keep mentioning, kind of every over the last 5 picks or so here. I think it's definitely Fulton. Other than Fulton, Trevon Diggs from Bama, maybe. I think those are the 2 guys right now that line up as
Gladney.
glad
and
he's
they
well.
probably were just comfortable that either one of those two. This might be a situation where they don't have one well ahead of the other on the big board, so they were comfortable
Yeah, I
waiting
think they
for either
figured
one.
we need to make sure we get Justin Jefferson right now, and one of the two or three corners we like will be there 3 picks later or 2 picks later. So I think that's definitely what the Vikings are thinking right now. And I mean, yeah, like we talked about earlier, they have to address corner, and they're going to have to do it twice. So I wouldn't be surprised if their next pick is a corner as well, or if they,
and that's why Alan thought maybe both would be corner, but I think another reason why one was receiver at least, and why the first one was
because of
receiver.
Diggs.
Well, it's because of the Diggs trade and the fact that you have to look at where these teams are thinking financially, even at an ownership. They pay a lot of money to Kirk Cousins, then they trade Diggs after a season. They need to help that guy to make sure that money and that investment is a solid one and is positive, and that there are enough weapons around him, because he's not a quarterback that's going to be able to have success without weapons, even though he's been having success to this point.
Yeah, you lose Trey Waynes, you lose Mackenzie Alexander, you absolutely have to address corners. So the pick I would think here would be Fulton, but there's other guys here that are around that could definitely be options for them as well. I'm interested to see how many other picks, what the other picks are the Vikings have.
Yeah, because they have
a decent amount of picks.
They could be trading. I mean, I'm not saying they're obviously going to pick here. I'd imagine they're going to be picking a corner here, but they could certainly be a team that could wheel and deal. And what I was going to ask you guys here, as we're still waiting for the Vikings pick, and we knew this too, and I want to get this out of there. Out of any team throughout history of the NFL draft, the franchise that would have problems with the virtual draft and would miss a pick, it would maybe be the Vikings.
Vikings trade pick to the 49ers.
Okay. So there you go. They have tons of draft capital. They do need corners, but they have tons of draft capital. And what I think this says, there are corners left. They didn't value one above the other in any of those situations. They know they're going to get one later, so they don't need to be in this slot now. The 49ers go back in there as they're really trying to make moves in this draft, and they had enough draft capital. I was going to actually ask you what could be the next major trade of this draft, but we now see the Vikings trade out of what we thought was a slam dunk corner selection.
Well, the other thing too here is that the 49ers
trade out of a corner spot to come, and the Niners
get it later.
come up and get their wide receiver. And I actually just talked about that a little while ago, that they could come up from 31 if they didn't feel like the wide receiver that they really wanted was going to be there when it gets there. So they go up to 31, and with 2 or 3 corners that are all about the same, the Vikings can move back 6 picks, add another selection, and probably still think they're going to get one. This is another trade that I think San Francisco has done a spectacular job of making this work and really adding to their team in a special way. And now the wide receiver they get, I don't know, it could be Chenault. It could be Mims.
It has to be receiver. Has to be receiver here, though.
No, it has to be receiver. It could be Chenault. It could be Mims. It could be.
I wouldn't say just so unequivocally that it could be a receiver here, because they also need a corner. So maybe the Vikings figured that, or maybe the 49ers figured they think they need a corner
McKinney's
more
still there
than the Vikings.
They need a receiver. They
do. But like I talked about earlier, they clearly, I think they value their system, and they think that we can get a wide receiver later, like we did with Deebo Samuel a year ago. And
here's one thing though, as advice. I agree with you. It could be, and they maybe are thinking that, but
they got an old secondary.
There's a difference from confidence and arrogance. If they don't draft a receiver here after all the wheeling and dealing, that's arrogance over their system more than confidence in it. That's a major risk.
Completely disregard what I was talking about. They take a receiver. They take Brandon Ayuk from Arizona State.
Well, I think they had to.
And
that was one of the best available.
The receiver was their number one need after they lost Emmanuel Sanders in free agency. It was the only thing they really, really, really needed to put another receiver across from Deebo Samuel. And Brandon Ayuk, they get a guy who is a late bloomer, was a junior college player before he got to Arizona State, is still a little bit raw. Probably not the same kind of like plug and play, immediate day one star that they could have had if they'd have stayed where they were and taken a Lamb or Judy, but he is a big, strong, physical player that exactly fits their mold and their mindset. And it is a bit of a risk, but to take that bit of a risk, they got the number 2 defensive tackle in the class, and that's probably well worth it.
No, I think so far the Niners are probably one of the big winners in this draft. I know that's potentially not what everyone's going to be saying because the criticism of not taking Lamb or Judy when they could have, but I think overall what they get, how strong they're going to make themselves defensively. You do bring up the system that Kyle Shanahan has, and they weren't too arrogant with it. Yes, that system's going to be successful with pretty much anybody, but they make sure they get a player to fill their need. They're not just going to throw you and I in there. So I think that works. You even got to account for Herm Edwards' factor there. An NFL coach was around him, so they're going to feel like he's ready for the next level and won't go off kilter where maybe there's some discussions on some others at that position. So I think it makes sense. It had to be their selection. This does put the Dolphins back on the clock. Miami has been all over this draft. They did not get a situation at Lamb to pair him with Tua earlier when that could have potentially fell in their lap. Is there now a situation where they need to take a receiver? I mean, this could be the unlucky draft for the Dolphins. They get Tua. There's not really weapons there. He's in the worst situation for any of the early round quarterbacks. And then they miss out on all these receivers right before they could be selecting.
Well, they didn't miss out on all these receivers. They went way off the board with a tackle.
Well, they did that, but
Yeah.
if you're going to say the Niners are the biggest winner, which I agree with, I think the Niners are so far the biggest winner. I would say the Dolphins right now are the biggest loser. And yes, they went off the board and they got unlucky. They could have maybe taken Lamb, but they missed out on him with the Cowboys taking him right before. They go off the board with the tackle. They now have a chance here again. Maybe I'd imagine receiver now, but it's not going to be anywhere near as much of an impact player as it could have been earlier. So they're right now risking being the biggest loser, which sucks because they had all these picks in the first round.
I'm not sure receiver is like that critical of a need for them. I still think this could be safety here. I really think that they've been.
I mean, they did that a few years ago and then ended up trading it away.
Yeah, I agree. I just, to me, I don't think receiver is in their top 3 or 4 needs. They needed an interior lineman, and they didn't get Ruiz, who I had mocked to them at this pick. They did get a tackle, not any of the ones that anyone thought. To me, I think safety is not only the big need that they have left, it's also the best value pick here. In that now I do think that defensive back anyway, between Gladney and McKinney and Winfield and Fulton and Diggs, that's the biggest group of talent that's still available at any one spot. I think this is a defensive back pick for them. If they can pick which one they want, I don't see any reason to go anywhere else. The wide receivers, yeah, it's a need, but man, I think they've got more pressing ones on defense.
Well, I mean, it would have been not as much of a concern if they would have had Lamb fall in their lap, and he was one pick away from doing so earlier. And I get the projections of Tua by the masses, but I feel like he's going to need some weaponry and help around him. They don't have it as much there. They do definitely need the defensive help, though, as well, and certainly in the secondary. They're a team like the Redskins, and the Redskins are further ahead as more of a recent winner, that are not really picking for just next year, but they're picking for the next year after that and the year after that. I mean, the Dolphins need everything. It's hard to say the Dolphins could have messed this up more than if they went way off the board like they did earlier. I mean, right now, the Dolphins still are on the clock here. Are the Dolphins right now on the verge of being the biggest loser, depending on how this goes?
I don't necessarily think
I know they got Tua.
They got Tua, and then they still have 2 picks in the second round, 39 and 56. I think, though.
Yeah, but I mean just the first round, out of the first round.
Okay. I think they could take Xavier McKinney here, and I think that should be the pick for the Dolphins because
that's best available.
He's best available, and they traded away Minkah Fitzpatrick. And Xavier McKinney is a guy with a very similar skill set. He had that same kind of role at Alabama. You bring him in here. You got the 18th overall pick, regardless of what they did with it. You got that for Minkah Fitzpatrick, and you kind of get a Minkah Fitzpatrick clone. Obviously not as good as Minkah Fitzpatrick at this point in his career, but you get a kind of clone of Minkah Fitzpatrick. You can come in and play the same exact role. He can do a lot of things for you in that Brian Flores-led defense. So I would probably say Xavier McKinney here, but it's also I wouldn't say wide receiver because their next pick is at 39, is only 12 picks away or so, or 13 picks away. they're going to be like get another quality wide receiver there with their first pick in the second
Right.
round. So
Yeah,
I don't think
that's
they desperately need to go wide receiver here. I think though safety is definitely not as deep. And I think that's probably one of the thinner position groups in this draft.
There's a big difference from McKinney and everybody else.
Yeah. So if
I
you
don't
can grab the top safety,
You don't
grab
think
them
so?
right now.
No, I think Winfield is just as good as McKinney. I think Ashton Davis is close. I think Grant Delpit is close. I think all four of those guys are going to go in the next 30 picks.
But if you can get the cream of the crop,
Yeah.
you take them right here.
I mean,
Okay, well, and if you feel that way, then why is there such an emphasis on safety or corner ahead of receiver if you feel like it's all just the same crop?
because I think there's less guys at defense. I mean, I named 4 safeties, and there's probably 2 or maybe 3 corners that would be decent picks here that will also be good picks if they're still there by the time the Dolphins come back around. But there's probably 6 wide receivers, 7 maybe. I mean, there's just way more of them to me.
Yeah, I mean, well, in terms of the receivers, though, you have Seattle and Baltimore, the next 2. There were the rumors, or not really rumors, but the Lamar Jackson tweets about Antonio Brown and the fact they want to have another receiver to pair with Hollywood Brown. It's not going to be AB, but they might look at somebody else to pair with him. They're a team that feels like they're ready to win a championship. Seattle
Patrick
Seahawks are
Queen
a
is
team.
still there. I don't see him getting past Baltimore.
Well, not only Baltimore,
Yeah,
though.
no.
I would feel like Seattle's
No
a
way.
team that if I'm Russell Wilson, I
think
want
Seattle's
weaponry.
going defensive back.
They need weapons too, though. Did you just watch them in the playoffs? And Russell Wilson, basically, I get that Russell Wilson is a great quarterback. I get that he is somebody that can make others better, and I get that everyone's loving how he played the last few years, but he can't be forced to do that forever. I mean, Doug Baldwin's not walking through that door. They don't have a major play receiver.
Guys,
for
we have
Russell Wilson.
we have a trade here. The
And the
Packers
Packers
have
are
traded for the 26th overall pick from the Dolphins, and they're showing Jordan Love on ESPN right now.
Well, they showed him earlier, and it made no sense when they showed him prior.
But
so I don't know.
Family members were crying.
Now,
So
I hear you. This would be very, very interesting because I get the whole. I maybe could understand the Dolphins trading out because, as we said, there are players at corner and receiver they can get later that are similar in terms of grade. And I could get the Packers wanting to involve themselves. I do find it interesting for them to already go quarterback. I get that Aaron Rodgers is on the latter side of his career, and last year wasn't the same as the prior several seasons. But him and Matt LaFleur apparently got along very well. This would be their second year together. Rodgers is obviously a future Hall of Famer. He does maybe have some pressure on him to win again. They've needed defensive help for years. They finally improved there a little bit last year. To go all of a sudden to trade into the first round to get a quarterback for the future when Rodgers, it's not like Rodgers is 40 years old like Breeze. This is a little surprising to me if that is what happened.
It's not going to be a quarterback because nobody between here and where they were picking at 30 was going to take one. So there would be.
I get that, and I also
reason to trade up to get a quarterback.
the
No.
necessity for the Packers right now as a team that thinks they can win next season that just did win some
receiver
is
or
not quarterback. It's receiver or defense. Absolutely.
especially when the
imagine that
Packers
Aaron-
pick again at 30.
If this is not receiver, Aaron
Well,
Rodgers
I'm
is probably
assuming
going
they
to throw
traded
some.
30 to get up here, right?
Probably, but what I'm looking at here is they still have the 30th pick.
Okay.
But I haven't seen
I mean,
it.
I would imagine if you're Aaron Rodgers, you definitely
did
want
it.
this to be a receiver.
Jordan Love is a Packer.
Wow.
Wow.
That's shocking to me. Shocking on multiple levels. One, I don't think Jordan Love is a first
Shock
round
of the
quarterback.
draft.
So
Two,
far, for sure.
I don't see any reason that the Packers needed to trade up to get him. And 3, just like Mike said, this is a team with one of the greatest quarterbacks in the league on the latter half of his career using draft capital to take a maybe someday replacement. I don't like any part.
This is actually, and I got to almost go on a rant here. This makes no sense. I am certainly not a Packer fan. I don't care what they do, but this makes no sense, and it's one of the worst moves any team has made in a draft in years, especially because they trade up to do it. This is the point. Aaron Rodgers is he's on the latter half of his career. Yes, he's not as good as he was 2 or 3 years ago. However, you can win now. He wants to win now. I'm sure he's furious. He's understanding, and he's gone through the situation with him and Favre of the whole quarterback maturation process and him having to sit for years. And maybe they're going to do that with Love and have him sit for a year or two. But even in a couple years, guys, it's not like Rodgers will be 40 years old. What they should be doing is the same thing the Steelers are doing right now, and even some other franchises with older quarterbacks that are still there are doing, is you want to maximize your opportunities to win while the quarterback is still there. The Steelers are worrying about life with Big Ben, even though he won't be there in a couple years. Aaron Rodgers is going to be in Green Bay longer than Big Ben will be in Pittsburgh, you'd imagine. So they're worrying about life after Aaron Rodgers 3 or 4 years before it even becomes a conversation. When they could win now, they have needs now, they're not going to help now, and they waste draft capital to worry about 4 years from now with a quarterback that's not even a slam dunk draft prospect and is a major question mark. This is going to add controversy and not going to help your team for next season, and sends the message you don't care about winning next season, when next season could be a championship type of year from what Aaron Rodgers is probably thinking in his mind. This is stunning, and maybe one of the most surprising moves we've seen in recent memory in the draft.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess if you want to try to sell it, you sell that the Packers are going to take the sort of opposite approach, that they're going to try to bridge the gap from franchise quarterback to franchise quarterback like they sort of successfully did from Brett Favre to Aaron Rodgers. Maybe they're going to try to do that again. But to me, the issue is not the idea, it's the guy. I don't have a lot of faith in Jordan Love. He's super inconsistent.
I think it's both, though, Alan. You really, if you're telling me that unless it was Burrow or Tua or something like that,
if it was Herbert here, I think it would make, if it was Herbert here, it would be exactly like what happened when they took Aaron Rodgers, where a guy
sure,
at the top of the draft fell down. They felt like they got good value and they pulled the trigger on it. I don't think Love is a first round.
But this is late first round.
I think this is a bad pick.
And I don't even think this could be a game plan going into this draft, because you mentioned Herbert would be the most realistic guy that maybe they could do this with, because they weren't going to get Tua or Burrow. They weren't going to get Herbert either. There was no way he was going to fall this far down. They would have had to give up a lot to get him from where he ended up being drafted if they were going to be competing in the top 10. They don't have tons of draft capital like, say, the Dolphins do. This is bizarre because this screws up the rest of their draft. I get that maybe they think receiver is a deep position. They can get anybody later, but this is not somebody that you want to worry about right now. And I just cannot imagine how Aaron Rodgers is not watching this right now, pissed off. He has been very vocal with comments that he's made through the media in the past. He's not scared to throw a coach under the bus. This is not a quarterback who's 40 years old. I've argued to the death that Aaron Rodgers is a legendary quarterback, but at some point, some people do overrate him a bit. They want to hold him with Brady. They don't want to ever criticize him no matter what goes on and blame everybody else. That's been a lot with the conversation around Aaron Rodgers. Well, that's going to have more steam to the fire right now, more flames in there, because now Packer fans can keep saying for the rest of time that Rodgers did not get enough help, especially at receiver, similar to Favre. The Packers turned down bringing in Moss. They for Favre, they don't add help here when they needed it. Greg Jennings retires early after he leaves and goes to Minnesota. It's just been an exodus of weaponry for Rodgers, who does need more help. And they have time to win now. It's like they're giving up on it when they have needs that could help him.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at what the Packers have done at wide receiver over the last 10 years, it's actually pretty remarkable, the production that they've gotten out of the position, considering how little draft capital they've expended into it. I mean, the guys that they turned into really good players were not superstar picks. They developed guys and got lucky about building guys. I mean, Devontae Adams was a second round pick. You know, guys like Jordy Nelson was not there's no superstar pick in there. There never at any point has Rodgers had that big first round stud wide receiver. And look, I'm not sure.
Well, neither has Favre. Who did Favre have? Well, they haven't ever done it.
Sharp. I don't know.
But no, come on.
But
for a few years early on, that would be it, and that was before Favre was legitimate when they drafted.
There's a stud receiver right here to be taken. I mean, I like Laviska Shenault, I like Michael Pittman, I like Denzel Mims.
Let me put you this way, and this is kind of what you're saying. If the Packers were going to trade draft capital and get further up into the first round and get back into the first round, they should have done it for a Lamb, for a Judy, for even a Jefferson, somebody of that ilk at receiver. And this is the issue. Aaron Rodgers and his fans who are going to say that while he only won the one championship, and you could argue that that's not maximizing his ability, etc., they have not done enough to help him, and that is proven now because this was the year where the rubber meets the road. They had a new head coach in there. They already were finished blaming Mike McCarthy. This is a new head coach, a new regime. Everything was supposed to be different. I don't think Aaron Rodgers and Danica Patrick are going to be throwing up the Instagram videos where they're working out and laughing and doing random podcasts tomorrow. I'd imagine Aaron Rodgers is pretty pissed off because this is not a quarterback who's even going to be able to play next year if that situation would somehow occur. He's going to need some – this might be a grooming process for 2 or 3 years down the road that doesn't put Rodgers' situation in jeopardy next year, but he's not a guy that you love enough to do that. This isn't like when Aaron Rodgers slid and was drafted. Everyone loved him coming out of college, and it was surprising that he slid, and I don't think the Packers would have even taken him then if he didn't fall in their lap when they knew that Favre was towards the end and they had that ability to let Rodgers wait because they loved Rodgers so much with his pedigree. That's not the case with Love here that anybody is seeing. And regardless, Alan, to what either you or I feel about Love as a quarterback, that's almost irrelevant here. You're the Packers. You have a Hall of Fame quarterback that's on the tail end of his career, but not the end of his career. You try to maximize winning now for at least a year or two longer, and they didn't do that. And the Seahawks are currently on the clock. I'd imagine I would like them to go receiver here because I think Russell Wilson certainly needs weaponry help. I know we talked about defense as well, which they do need to replace the Legion of Boom and some defensive players. But for me, Russell Wilson's being asked to do way too much and finally needs some receiver. You talk about a guy that's never had a top flight playmaker receiver. Unless you think Doug Baldwin or a few others are that guy, I don't think Russell Wilson's ever had that either here. So we'll see what the Seahawks do.
That, but it's not a passing offense either, so it's not the same thing.
But maybe he wants it. Maybe it could be. Like if somebody's there, why just avoid it and have to? They don't have an elite. I mean, they don't have beast mode there. They have a running back who's good, but it's not the same. Like you're asking Russell Wilson to do everything right now if you don't draft a receiver.
Asking Russell Wilson to do everything. They run the ball more than anybody else in the league, even without a.
Well, that's because they had to position-wise, yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't think I don't think there's some undue burden on Russell Wilson and the Seahawks offense because they run the ball. They take the ball out of his hands. I mean, so I don't think.
Except at the end of the playoff game this past season when they put it right in his hands, and there wasn't enough there. The problem with what you're saying, and I totally agree. They don't have a team built to come back at all. So if they trail in the second half of a playoff game like happened last year, he has nobody to rely on to come back in that game. They basically say, we're really good if we get a lead. If we don't, we're screwed and we're just okay with it.
Yeah, but they won the Super Bowl doing that with an elite defense, which they've fallen away from.
Yeah, they need to get more help there, true.
And I think to me, the secondary, the number of picks that are available in the secondary here are significant. That should be the direction they go, but we'll see. Roger Goodell making the announcement right here.
Seahawks take Jordan Brooks, inside linebacker from Texas Tech.
Okay, so they do need to replenish the D. Yeah.
I would have gone secondary. I don't mind Brooks, but I don't think that's a great pick. I mean, I'm looking to see where Nick had him in his top 300. It was not high. I know that.
Yeah. And again, Steelers Now's NFL Draft Show here. We're taking it through the first round, getting now to the tail end of the first round here. Mike Asti, Alan Saunders, Cale Berger, Nick Farabaugh was with us earlier, and we'll be back here again in the future. We do also have, and like WWE with WrestleMania, one day is not enough to hold this show, mostly because the Steelers don't pick until the second round. So we will have an entire second round show as well. That will lead into the Steelers pick and post-Steelers pick, and that will be probably more interesting for the Steelers Now crowd right here on Pittsburgh Sports Live.
Next top 300 had Jordan Brooks at 142, which is the lowest player taken so far. To me, not only is that off the board, but Patrick Queen
off the reservation,
same position, and is a way better player. And I think there's a couple other inside linebackers that are better players too. it's a curious choice. And to me, I thought there's better options in the secondary too. It's now getting to the point where I think you could say McKinney and Gladney and maybe have slid a little bit.
Is McKinney the most surprising player in this draft so far in terms of his slide?
Gladney,
Him or Queen.
and Queen, those three guys have fallen farther than I thought they would. Christian Fulton, Antoine Winfield, those guys have fallen farther than I thought they would. Yeah.
I mean, you have Baltimore here, Tennessee, and then Miami again as we get towards closing things out.
If Baltimore doesn't take Patrick Queen, then there's got to be a medical thing or something that didn't get out, because I'll be shocked if he gets past here.
Now, does any of this
linebacker
or any of these moves, because we saw the first 15 picks be pretty conventional with maybe one or two surprises and pretty much chalk and safe picks. We saw a lot of offensive tackles, defensive linemen outside of the early quarterbacks. We now see a lot more receivers and corners going near the mid first round, late first round, when these teams are good and they don't have as many needs, but still need that one player to put them over the edge. Any of this impacted by the fact that there was no pro day, there was no face-to-face interviews, they couldn't work out for anybody. Players that Alan is mentioning now, especially McKinney, who I cannot imagine is still there, would he have been somebody that was taken already if he could have shown what he's really worth in front of somebody like every other year?
I don't know necessarily, because he played in the SEC for Alabama.
He
was on TV.
That doesn't know what Xavier McKinney is all about.
Yeah.
Well, not just McKinney. Then is there
TV
another player that is affected by that? Is that affecting any of these picks at all?
No, I mean, they're mostly all big conference guys. LSU, Alabama.
We did talk earlier that the small school guys are going to probably not get drafted as frequently, if at all.
There aren't small school guys that were going to be taken in the first round.
No. I mean, in general, but yes, for sure.
I mean,
in the first round.
There's maybe a guy like Josh Jones, who's from Houston, probably doesn't get seen as much as some of these other schools. Maybe it's affected him a little bit. That one I could see. Jeff Gladney from TCU, same thing. Those are possible.
Where do you
Xavier
think?
McKinney is not physically possible to have more exposure than at Bama.
No, yeah,
Exactly.
Obviously, that's true. I'm still surprised that he's out there, because there's several teams that even had that position of need, and I actually would have thought he had more value than players that were taken at that position. But regardless, he's still there. The Ravens are obviously the team. There's been conversation if they want to add something in terms of offensive weaponry to Hollywood Brown, but they don't
put on defense right here that I can't see the Ravens letting that happen.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's the Ravens thing.
They're still out there, like a guy like AJ Epinesa or Yuder Gross-Matos from Penn State.
You're getting into a situation now that this is probably the first team to pick that they have less needs than every other team that has.
They have less needs than are good players available for this pick, for sure.
Right.
I think inside linebacker is a need, but there's also really good players at corner, safety, edge, and wide receiver if they want to go on offense. So
unless they want more protection for Lamar, because the only criticism of Lamar Jackson is obviously had tremendous success last year and as an MVP type season. However, that style does not dictate 10 years of success.
Yeah, but if they were going to address offensive line, they were going to look for interior offensive line to replace Marshall Yonda, and Cesar Ruiz is already off the board. So are you going to reach for another interior offensive lineman here? I agree that middle linebacker is probably going to be where they're going to go, because they still entire of last year.
It's a Ravens pick.
They never found a guy to replace C.J. Mosley, and it showed last year when he left for the Jets 2 years ago. So they desperately need an inside linebacker. But I could see an edge rusher as well. So a guy like Yetur Gross-Matos, Epinesa, like Alan said. But I keep coming back to they need another wide receiver. And for two reasons. One, their second best wide receiver last year was Willie Snead, and that is not sustainable. There's plenty of guys here that would make a lot of sense and would immediately improve their offense. They need weapons for Lamar Jackson to throw the ball. And second, they lost Hayden Hurst, their second tight end. So that's another pass catcher out of the mix. you're not using that 2 tight end set and those tight ends all the time as much as you
And
were. So now
Yeah,
you
I
need a
mean,
wide
right
receiver.
now, if you're defensively scheming against the Ravens, you just double cover Hollywood Brown, and then that's it. I mean, he's a great receiver. He's a great playmaker, but he's not in terms of somebody who's going to get around double coverage. He needs some help there. You want to
the
maximize
Ravens,
the time with
and
the
there
ball.
are a handful of really exciting defensive players. They're going to take one of them.
You
It
would
looks like
figure
it's-
they
it-
are. No.
It looks like it's going to be Patrick Queen. They're showing him on TV here. He's on the phone.
I had the Ravens taking Kenneth
Ravens
Murray, another
player.
inside linebacker. It's their biggest position to need on defense, and I think you can make a very good argument he's the best player available here.
Yeah, I mean, the only player that would have fit more of the Ravens mold over the last couple of years is if they somehow could have got Devin Bush instead of Pittsburgh. That would have been a Ray Lewis heir apparent. That would have been a perfect addition to the Ravens
I
in
think
terms
Queen
of their
might
system.
be more of a Ray Lewis heir apparent than Bush is. He's a bigger guy, a harder hitting player.
Yeah, maybe.
And sort of more of that like physical. I mean, I think about Devin Bush. I think it's a guy who's like a technical speed player.
He is definitely smaller.
as
yes.
opposed to a physical player like Queen. To me, Queen is the pick here, and the Ravens. To me, I had the mock to Murray. I think they'll end up with the better of the middle linebackers if they get Queen.
Yeah, and they're probably the one team also that has had the draft go exactly how they wanted. I mean, they're probably perfectly fine. This is exactly probably what they wanted, who they wanted, position they needed, and they're not worrying too much about what anyone else is doing. They're just straight picking and getting their guy to fit their mold here.
And the Ravens have taken Patrick Queen.
Yeah, so there it is.
So-
Queen goes to Baltimore.
This is exactly the pick they needed. Like I said, they needed a guy to replace C.J. Mosley. They never did that last year, and it showed. They got absolutely thumped in the playoffs by Derrick Henry. They need a guy that's a physical presence in the middle of that defense. They need that kind of Ray Lewis heir apparent there. And Patrick McQueen's a really good football player. I'm really surprised that he dropped this far because there were certainly some teams that were ahead of the Ravens that could have used him. But like you said, I mean, this works out perfectly for Baltimore. It's exactly what they need. They get a guy that drops. They get a really good prospect, and not really sure why he dropped. We don't know that yet, but he's a guy that fills really their biggest need and can come in and play and start day one.
Cale, what's it mean to the Ravens to have that? I mean, we talked a little bit about the Ray Lewis, but that they have not had that linebacker that puts fear into people in these last few years. Patrick Queen can be that.
Well, I mean, it's all about their identity and their of their organization. They're a linebacker franchise, you know, and they're looking for a guy to be the heir apparent to Ray Lewis, just like similar how the Steelers were looking for an heir apparent to Troy Polamalu. They seem to have found that in Minkah Fitzpatrick. That's what the Ravens are trying to find here at middle linebacker. I think Patrick Queen can be that guy. He's big, he's strong, he's athletic. He's not afraid to drop back in coverage. He made plays for a good defense last year that won a national championship. Not a great defense because they did give up a lot of points at times. But yeah, this seems like a next in line for the kind of Ravens for the next linebacker down the pipe kind of thing, similar to what Minkah did to replace kind of Troy Polamalu in terms of that star safety for the Steelers. So like I said, I like the pick a lot. That being said, they could have used a wide receiver as well, but the Ravens are a team that they have some picks. They got 2 seconds, they got 2 thirds, they got 2 fourths. So
I think that's why, yeah.
They have a lot of draft capital here coming up that they can use on a wide receiver. We keep talking about how deep of a draft it is. They're going to be able to get a guy that can contribute right away at some time tomorrow or, later in the weekend as well. So I really like the pick. I think it's perfect for the Ravens. And it's now the 4th LSU guy that's gone off the board.
Yeah, and I think the receiver was a very, very need position for Baltimore. And maybe if the receiver position wasn't as deep as it is in this draft coming up for that 2nd round and even 3rd round, they maybe would have went receiver here. But they are able to wait and still get that receiver. And they really just need anyone to provide any type of – they don't need a number one even. They need anyone to provide any semblance of production to help out Lamar and give somebody on the other side of Hollywood Brown. So this does fit the bill as a typical Ravens pick, as Alan was saying, a linebacker who's bulky, who's strong, maybe doesn't have the immediate football IQ that everybody was raving about with Devin Bush, which is why maybe I compared him to Ray Lewis, but that still could be there here with Queen. And I would say gone are the days of getting sliced by a running back in a playoff game and losing single-handedly because of that when you have an inside backer like Queen. That, if you're going to lose, it's not going to be losing that way again.
And that's not the way the Baltimore Ravens lose football games.
Yeah, that was embarrassing.
That kind of shook them up a little bit, woke them up, and
Right.
they realized we got to kind of get back to what our bread and butter is, which is punch you in the mouth, kind of smash you down kind of football. And that's what a guy like Patrick Queen provides them.
Yeah. Losing that game the way they lost it had to hurt Ray Lewis's heart a bit, because I
think that had a really, honestly, you don't want to say that one game has that much of an impact, but I think losing that game that way definitely had an impact on where they were going with this pick.
And
like
also,
I said, they lost CJ Mosley, and we saw the effect of that last season. Especially in that playoff game against Derrick Henry, they got thumped up and down the field, and he ran circles around them and ran through them.
Yeah.
So this was definitely a reactionary to not just that game, but the entire season and the loss of Mosley.
Yeah, I just had to do a double take there. If you look at the Titans quote unquote war room, we have somebody dressed up in a little Titan suit there. I'm not really sure what's going on there, with blue basketball shorts and then a kind of an arrow bodysuit. Anyway, the Titans now are on the clock, and I will say the Ravens, despite losing that playoff game with Derrick Henry slicing things up, are certainly better positioned now even for the future, because you're not going to have Derrick Henry as long as they're probably going to have Queen. That position and the way the Titans are building their team with the running back kind of leading the way is only going to get you 3 or 4 more years than usual. And we've been saying this forever too. Elite running backs are just not necessary. They're a luxury, not a necessity in the NFL. That's proven by these deals and what the Rams did by not paying Gurley and everything that's gone on the last few years in the National Football League. Even teams that have won recent championships have done it with multiple backs. So the Titans style is not now the norm. Mike Vrabel, though, it does fit his mold. We'll see what he does here. They have their pick in. They do need some help, and I'd imagine that they would have been maybe thinking about getting a quarterback this year if it was not for what happened last year. Who knows if that's going to be something they can rely on for the future, but they do have other needs. And I'd imagine either you're going receiver here or maybe defense as well, or offensive tackle also can be a possibility here, and there's many of all those to choose from.
Yeah, I have them with an edge rusher here. I had AJ Epinesa. There's a couple different guys that could make a little sense there. I think they have a good defense. I don't think it's like a huge weakness. I just think they lack playmakers on the defensive side of the ball. They need guys that can get to the quarterback. They need guys that can force fumbles and cause turnovers. And I think Epinesa is a guy. Yetur Gross-Matos could be that guy. Or maybe if they wanted to go McKinney, it could be that guy. They don't have.
Maybe it's just hard to avoid taking him now because he just keeps sliding. And if you have multiple needs or you just want best available, that seems to be the way to go.
They have their safeties are not, they're not irreplaceable, I would say, but they also don't have big holes on their defense either. So if it's defense, it's kind of a luxury pick. And of course, that's what you get when you're taking 29th because you lost in the AFC Championship game, is that it's sometimes going to be a luxury pick. And, And, here you were talking about, the way they run their, and they've made a trade. Is that what we got here?
No, they got the
pick is in.
The pick is in.
Isaiah Wilson.
Offensive tackle.
Offensive tackle from Georgia.
So they go for protection.
This is clearly a reactionary move to the loss of Jack Conklin to the Browns. They want to keep that ground and pound running style, that running game going. They want to keep up that with Derrick Henry. So they figured, all right, we lost this guy. We got to immediately fill that move and keep this train rolling.
Yeah, and it seems like this is the first place where we're seeing a pretty large divergence from the consensus of sort of the draft media, is that the tackle depth is not where it's not following the way that we thought it would, right? We thought there would be Josh Jones here, Lucas Niang, Matt Pert, Ezra Cleveland, Sadiq Charles, but instead it's been other guys that have been way down the board. Wilson was 108 on Nick's board, but that's now the second time at tackle that's happened. So maybe this is a bit of a correction to what the consensus was when it comes to the tackles after that first group.
Yeah, that could very well be the possibility. The same with the Titans, though, it just appears like they're building their team with an older school mentality than most teams are right now. I mean, maybe you have to because of Derrick Henry, but this strategy is not going to have as much long-term success. And for me, I feel like they still don't have a quarterback in the future, even though they just paid one.
Well, yeah, and I actually thought maybe they'd take a running back, just because if you are going to have that style, some insurance for
Henry go all in.
Wouldn't be the worst idea, you know. And that's going to end up being their most important backup. But offensive line fulfills that goal too. You know, it goes the same way.
Yeah, it keeps that style of play rolling. You know, they lost an offensive tackle and they gained an offensive tackle to plug them back in and keep it going.
Well, when you just go to the AFC Championship game off a running back, even though we all agree a running back position is an elite running back is a luxury more than a necessity, it's hard to go off course now. I mean, they're not going to – they don't have the pieces to go off course. If they wanted to go off course, they'd have to build again for the future and be off the track for 3 or 4 more years. I hate the strategy. This is an old school strategy. I don't think this is going to lead them to winning a championship, but we'll see. Miami now is on the clock again, and I've been critical of Miami to this point. I know Alan's been critical of Miami to this point. They went off the map a little bit in the middle there. They did get Tua. They didn't get Lamb, who maybe almost fell into their lap. Is this now a receiver? There are still several they can choose from. They didn't do it earlier. I feel like now this is probably a receiver, but there's not a slam dunk receiver there that's going to wow anybody. It's hard for me to have this first round close, Cale, and have Dolphin fans elated, because I get they're going to be happy about Tua, but he is in the worst situation of any of those young quarterbacks, and he had the most question marks around him in comparison to him and Joe Burrow. I don't know. This does not feel like Tua is going to be having tons of success. It doesn't feel like he's put in a position to succeed. I guess I'll say it that way.
Yeah, I would agree, because that's what we talked about right off the bat is to reiterate, he's probably in the most challenging situation of any quarterback that was drafted in the top 10 there. But, you know, you look at the wide receivers that are on the board right now, and I still think there's some guys that make sense to go here. There are guys that can contribute day one that can be really good playmakers for the Dolphins and for Tua. T. Higgins, a proven guy, Denzel Mims from Baylor, Chenault Jr. from Colorado. I mean, those are all big body targets, guys that, you know, I think could really work for the Dolphins. But, you know, I think they had opportunities earlier to maybe get the cream of the crop guys, but I think this just goes to show, you know, what people think of what they think about the wide receivers in this draft is that, you know, you can go to the 8th, 9th receiver down the board, and that's going to be a guy that can come in right away and contribute. So I think that's what the reasoning has to be for the Dolphins. But if I look at like what other potential things they could do here, and we alluded to it a little bit earlier, they really need a running back, but they're not going to go running back with a 30th overall pick, especially with the number of with the picks in the second round they have. They got the 39th, so they're going to pick again 9 picks, and then they have 56 as well. So I'd probably see them go running back later on there. So I think right now they have to address receiver.
They have to, I'd imagine. Yeah. But if they don't address receiver, are there any other ideas?
Safety. They have the best safety in the draft right in front of them.
And McKinney.
You don't even have one. I don't. Yeah. To me, I think
get a receiver later.
It's a bigger need for them at a position where there is less depth in this draft.
I agree, Alan, especially because McKinney's still there. But if you're the offensive coordinator for this team, even for years to come, if you're Tua, this feels unsettling.
They've got Allen Hurns, they've got Devontae Parker. It's not Pro Bowlers, but it's not like they don't have guys that can be capable NFL receivers. Their safeties are not good.
Well, the issue is, though, they're not going to win next year anyway.
Right.
So, I mean, this is a team that's building clearly for 3 or 4 years down the road. Tua is going to go in there with tons of confidence, which certainly makes sense. We hear the Breeze comparisons. We hear the Russell Wilson comparisons. We hear, you know, Jared Goff comparisons. They're all over the damn place. I'm not high on him, and I don't believe this situation is best for him. However, when you have McKinney there and he is the best available, you need that position. You just traded one away. This would make up for the Minkah Fitzpatrick move a little bit for them for the future. It has to be McKinney, I'd imagine. Any other off the wall moves here? Because outside of McKinney, who we keep harping on, is there any other player for any of you guys that has to go soon that you really want to be a first round?
It has to go soon.
No,
I mean,
I like the corners, but I don't think they have to go soon. It would not totally surprise me if Miami goes running back here. And
DeAndre Swift
and takes the first running back, whether it's Swift or Taylor or Edwards-Helaire.
I mean, is this draft, that actually brings up a good point. Is this draft a further indictment of how NFL GMs feel about the running back position and how you don't need an elite one and you don't need to value it because you can have several backs and win? Or is it just a weird anomaly that there was not a great back coming out this year?
No, I think that's definitely the case.
I think there's great backs out there. They're just not being valued highly.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I think. Yeah, I just wanted to be supported. Thank you.
Yeah. I think Taylor's a great back. I think Swift's a great back. I think Edwards-Helaire's a great back. And there's a couple good ones too. But they're probably going to be more second. And the other thing is when you get to the end of the first round here, that fifth-year option becomes a big difference in taking a guy now, taking a guy a little bit later. Is running back the position you really want that fifth year for? It actually turns out okay. I mean, you look at what happened with the Steelers. They ended up with Le'Veon Bell and running out his contract, use a franchise tag, and then let him go. And I think they were okay with that. I think a running back would be an interesting pick here for the Dolphins, and they're going to have they have 30, and then where's their second round pick is very high, right?
39.
Yeah. So they get two relatively close together. I wouldn't hate a running back here, but I think Winfield is the pick for me. The guy that McKinney or Winfield, really, either of the safeties. I think they're both very good, but to me, the safeties are too good, and there's only two of them. And Grant Delpit and Ashton Davis are probably second round picks, but there's not as many guys there. Running back is totally untouched. From the Dolphins, I take the safety.
Where does the first running back go if not in this crazy off-the-wall scenario right now when we really feel like receiver, we really feel like McKinney is probably the more realistic pick? If not here, you're looking at Minnesota, you're looking at Kansas City. Where does a running back go? It appears not anywhere in the first round.
I mean, Kansas City could potentially go running back, but I think that they'd probably they need to go, I think, in a different direction. But they could use another running back too.
They could, but when you have Mahomes, who's still young, you have an offensive line. You just won. You want to win again. I mean,
But that's the thing. That's the thing that's been the case though with the Chiefs for a while now. Is ever since the Jamal Charles era ended, they kind of cycle through a running back for like
they don't
kind of thing, and they move on to the next guy. I mean, They really need a corner. So maybe that's where we see Fulton go or Diggs.
I would think they would finally replace what they lost a year ago, even though they won a championship.
Yeah, I mean, they could really use a corner. But the Dolphins don't go receiver or safety. And I'm going to butcher this name here.
Oh,
the quarterback from Auburn.
Okay.
Noah. I lost the name.
I'm
But,
still waiting for the read.
Yeah, they take the cornerback.
Oh, I see. Okay. And there's another crier. We get the congrats balloon.
Igbenogany.
Yeah, that's
Igbenogany. That's correct. Igbenogany. That definitely is how
Look
I
at
would
me.
read that. So I know.
Look at that.
Yeah, you still have the reading chops. Yeah, and that fits, I guess, what they needed, but is a little surprising in terms of McKinney on the board. I mean, I'd love to be talking to Nick a little bit now because in terms of where he had him on his big board and how he's still available, this appears to be one of the larger slides for sure.
Corner felt realistic to me, but I would have thought that Gladney or Fulton would have been the pick.
But why do you need to go corner if you need the entire secondary help? You need help in the whole secondary.
Well, yeah, I mean,
why are you just out of curiosity? Why are you prioritizing corner over safety?
Their corners aren't good either. I mean, let's be real. No,
But is there a reason to prioritize corner over safety?
Not really. No.
So then why not McKinney? He's the best player available.
obviously they didn't think so. I mean, I actually.
Well, I know, but I'm feeling like the Dolphins aren't having that great of a first round right now outside of Tua. You guys didn't agree with me yet. I don't know.
Well,
Are you on the wagon?
I'm confused by the corner because they already have Xavier Howard, who I believe is the highest paid corner in football.
Or are you? Is that potentially going to be a trade that they make in the future because they clearly
Like,
moved
clear up
Minka?
space.
They
I mean, I
moved
don't know,
Minka.
but
I mean,
I'm not entirely sure who they have on the other side of Xavier Howard. But I know they really like him, and he's one of the better corners in the league. So
And
I'm
now
kind of
you
confused.
leave safety alone. Safety is just a dead position now.
Well,
Exactly.
no, because I've got another pick in 9 spots, so nothing is being left alone.
But is
and they
McKinney
have
going to
a million
last?
draft picks?
Well, the reason why here's okay. You're fine if McKinney is able to be still there in 9 spots.
McKinney or Delpit or any of the other 4 safeties.
You know, I feel like McKinney's the way to go here. I would have felt more confidence in having McKinney and then worrying about any. This is why you could worry about any of those other guys for corner because, as Cale said, they do have one. They just don't have 2. But for safety, they're basically empty across the board. Vikings now on the clock here at 31. Again, this is our Steelers Now NFL draft show here on Pittsburgh Sports Live. Not at a bar this year, but we're doing it virtual just like the NFL's doing it. It's been mostly chalk. Some funkiness here in the middle, though, and nobody yet has had technical issues. Not even us, which I was predicting that maybe we would. Mike Asti, Saunders, Cale Berger, and Nick Farabaugh, who's been in and out with us, and we definitely appreciate his mock drafts and big board analysis over there at SteelersNow.com. You also want to head over to Pittsburgh Sports Live after this show for not only where this show will live, but maybe some highlights we'll throw up here throughout the weekend whenever I have some time in the midst of this and sleeping and trying to sleep. But we got the Vikings on the clock again. Where does Minnesota go? What does Minnesota do now? They had the Diggs trade. They looked at wide receiver help. They looked at secondary help. They had those corners leave. They needed those 2 positions to be filled in this first round with multiple picks. There they are yet again as we close out the first round or get near closing.
It's got to be corner, right?
Goodell is reading off the pick right now.
Man, you are like a minute ahead of me right now. I'm looking at Mike Zimmer.
And they go corner. They go Jeff Gladney.
Okay, they had to go corner.
To me, that's probably the best player that was left in terms of upside. He's a guy that, you know, is from a slightly smaller school, but really could be just as good as those other corners that were taken earlier in the draft. He's not as big as them. He's only about 5'10". So he's more of like a slot guy, but he can also play press man. I think he's the most impactful player that was available to them at the position where they clearly had the biggest need. And also where I mocked going here. So I got another one in the cap.
Well, I'm very happy that you are correct again, Alan.
He's a guy. Gladney.
We have that.
I like Gladney. He's a guy too who was battle tested, playing in the Big 12. They throw the ball all over the yard, and had some success against some of these really high-powered offenses in the Big 12. So I like the pick. I mean, they eventually had to do it, and I think they got a good one in Gladney, but they still going to have to get another one. Either they're going to have to sign somebody off the street that's still a free agent, I don't know who's available, or they will have to make a trade or take another one here coming up in the second round because they need another one bad.
Yeah. And as you see, Minnesota does take the corner, and now we get the Chiefs on the clock. The Chiefs, the defending champions, the first time saying that in 4+ decades. And they have a situation where they really basically, again, they need pretty much secondary help in corner, I feel like is where they would be going here. Maybe running back because they don't have one necessarily, and they are that franchise that goes intermittent with close to elite back every couple years and then kind of falls off. You have Patrick Mahomes, best quarterback in football, reigning champ and former MVP. Maybe more weaponry around him. I don't know if that's possible. I feel like when you have a top player at that position available, maybe they also have thinking McKinney's been sliding and could go in that direction just because of a player that fell in their lap that they wouldn't have thought would be there. You're not necessarily going to feel the pressure because you just won a championship. They don't even have as many needs as even the 49ers did coming in because they were in the game, but they do have a hole.
I mean, McKinney was mocked like in the late 20s, so it's not like absurd that he's here.
No, but I mean, I don't think the Chiefs thought he would be to them. maybe I'm wrong.
Yeah, I don't really think it's that unusual that for him to fall to the bottom of the first round. Generally, you're looking at one safety maybe taking the first round. So, I mean, if it's him, if it's not, I don't know. But I'm kind of interested in running back here and the options there. But I thought Trayvon Diggs, the corner, I thought could be here too. There's the guy that I mocked here.
I'm loving the Andy Reid Hawaiian button down right now. That's
He's just kind of that Chiefs athlete, right? I mean, he's obviously related to Stephon Diggs and he's got good bloodlines, but he could be a guy that they could like play on offense some or use him as a kick and punt returner. They have a great history of good special teams players. I would expect the player that the Chiefs here that they take here to be somebody that they can use even if he's not a starter because they don't have any big, huge needs.
Right? Yeah, no, they don't have major needs at all. And this might even be a situation where after winning a championship, they can play around and take out a running back who maybe could become an elite back. And if he doesn't, that's no big deal. They won without one, and they have Mahomes, who's going to be fine for the next several years, if not decades. If so, then you have a world beater and you can go for it again. So who knows? I mean, they're not going to obviously have a long stretch with a back that's not valued that high right now in the NFL, but they don't have too many needs. They're either going to go corner or running back here. I can't imagine anything else.
Yeah, I say they're definitely going corner or running back. When you look at them at safety, they got Honey Badger, Tyrann Mathieu. They got Juan Thornhill, who they drafted last year, who was really good for them, especially down the stretch in the playoffs. At corner, they got Rashad Breeland, and who else do they have at corner, kind of thing. So I think they definitely need a corner in there, someone who can step in and play right away. There's some guys who have dropped a little bit that could start. I think Christian Fulton is a guy still, Diggs as well. But also, yeah, I mean, like we talked about earlier, they kind of every 2-3 years cycle through running backs. It's been Damian Williams the last 2 years, right. But, maybe the next guy up is whoever they take right now. So I think they have the pick of the litter when it comes to any running back on the board right now. And whoever they like the most, they can just pull the trigger and take them right now, and they've got another weapon on their offense. But if maybe they want more offensive weapons, but I think we're all in agreement here that they're probably fine.
If not a running back by the Chiefs, where does the running back go first?
As I look into the second round here,
Miami.
Yeah, Miami at 9.
Yeah, as we welcome Nick back.
Yeah, the few places I could see running back going, Miami, Tampa Bay, and Atlanta are the 3 ones that I could see. Also Jacksonville could. We know the Fournette is.
I could see Tampa Bay for sure.
Yeah, I too. But listen, regardless, and just looking at this from a Steelers point of view, one of the top 5 backs is going to be there at 49. You can probably guess that. Depends on how many of them, but if Akers, Edwards-Helaire, Swift, Taylor, or Dobbins are there, they might pull the trigger on that one.
Yeah, and the Steelers are a team that obviously there's been the whole conversation of Leonard Fournette and whether or not they should trade for him. And we can leave that for tomorrow's show and more of the second-round program that involves the Steelers. But regardless of whether you're in favor of doing that or not, it's pretty clear they wouldn't be against running back help. They've been trying to get running back help for the last couple of years. James Conner has exceeded my expectations and did have a Pro Bowl year a couple of years ago, but he has not stayed healthy enough. And it's just not the NFL way to do it on your own. So if a running back falls to them there and they have a chance, maybe they don't want to worry about Fournette. Maybe they don't worry about giving up draft capital to do that, even though that would be a win now mode type of deal to pair him with Conner. But maybe you draft a running back then, even though that would be potentially a risky move, depending on how your future holds, and that there are other needs there. We will see, though. And again, the Steelers don't have this first-round pick because they got Minkah Fitzpatrick. He basically becomes the first-round pick, and I think the entire way this has gone, it has proven that was a smart deal and one of the better trades and draft picks. It would have been one of the better picks of this year's draft if it was this year's pick, and it basically
Chiefs are picking right now. They do it. The Chiefs pick Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
There you go.
I think that's a great pick for the Chiefs.
Especially for them.
Instead if they took a guy here that they could use him even if he isn't a starter. And a running back that can catch the ball is brilliant.
In that offense,
He's
In
one of
that
the
offense,
first
yeah, with Mahomes, who's going to find him and Mahomes' completion percentage is going to be off the charts now. He has a legit check down as well as a running back who can catch the ball. In addition to the best tight end in football, I mean,
and he's a good special teams player too. And the Chiefs are great at special teams. I think it's a great pick. But I want to talk to Nick now that we've closed the first round about the board, what's left, where things stand, and maybe some surprises from the first round. Who surprised you that did not get taken?
Christian Fulton. I mean, that's the big shocker. The many corners went off the board before Fulton. Fulton's like a consensus top 5 corner among the draft community. So that's a surprise. I think Xavier McKinney's a surprise. No safeties at all in the first round is kind of a surprise. You thought one would sneak in there, whether it would be Winfield, Chin, or one of those guys, maybe even Ashton Davis. You thought one would sneak in. No safeties at all go. I think Denzel Mims is another one that's kind of surprising. He had a lot of first-round buzz on him, but he doesn't go in round 1. Josh Jones at tackle, Ezra Cleveland at tackle. A lot more options at tackle than we thought coming out of the first round. I expect those to go early on day 2 because there are a lot of tackle-needy teams still that have not gotten their tackles. So, yeah, I mean, no running backs other than Edwards-Helaire here at 32. So other than that, though, not too many surprises. The first round got a little wild towards the back half of the draft with Love and Brooks going, but nothing too shocking. But I'm very confident with the Steelers being able to get a good player at 49.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So when it comes to the tackles, it seemed like really what sort of the draft community consensus was after that top group seems to have been off a bit. It seems like that the two teams that took tackles after that sort of obvious top group went way off the board and has left some guys, Jones, Niang, Cleveland, especially, was a guy with a ton of hype, late. What do you think the reason for that was, and what does that leave in the second round here?
It's hard to predict tackles with the NFL. There's no real philosophy that the entire NFL kind of collectively agrees on. So it's just preference. I mean, when you look at a Mike Vrabel-led team, a smash mouth power guy that runs a lot of gap concepts with a guy like Isaiah Wilson who can smash a defensive end 10 yards back because he's so powerful, that makes sense. Or a guy like Austin Jackson to a team like the Dolphins, when you're looking at a Patriots-esque culture, you want that traitsy guy that has good footwork and movement skills. So it's tough to note. Cleveland, maybe we just overhyped the athleticism factor with all three of those because they're athletic guys. I think with Niang, it's medicals because he did tear his labrum in his hip this season. That's probably medicals. The other two, I just think the NFL views them probably as not fit for their team and maybe a little bit lower than we do, maybe as round 2 talents than round 1 talents.
We've talked about safety being in need for the Steelers and how it's not.
Yeah.
It's not sort of a top of the tier need. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. It's not in your face need, but they don't have much in the way of backups after Fitzpatrick and Edmonds, and also, you know, losing Mark Barron, who's technically a linebacker, but you could just as easily fill the role that he had with a safety as a linebacker, and Edmonds really could fit into that role pretty well. The fact that no safeties go, does that make safety a pretty good-looking pick for the Steelers too?
I happen to think it does because I think a lot of these receivers and tackles and running backs that we see on the board now aren't going to be there at 49 because we see when you look at the teams after this, there's a lot of teams that need receivers, tackles, and running backs. So I don't think we're going to see a lot of safeties go off the board before 49. And that takes me to, what if Antoine Winfield's there? Do they take him? I mean, in my mock, I have them taking Ashton Davis. I think Ashton Davis gives them flexibility on the back end that they need. So, yeah, I think safety is very possible, especially Winfield with his NFL bloodlines. The Steelers love that. If McKinney's there at 49, he's probably the pick. I mean, he's Minkah Fitzpatrick's clone, just a little lesser version of him.
Yeah, that would be insane if he would be there. I don't think they would be predicting that. I mean, obviously, maybe you could see the argument of whether or not he was a mid first round or late first round, and that might not be that big of a deal on a slide. But if he gets all the way to the Steelers, that would almost be funny after the because Fitzpatrick trade of last year, they'd get both guys basically.
They're gonna if he's there at 49, he's the pick. Like I have no doubt that they would take Xavier McKinney at 49. He's a Steelers pick through and through. So he could be a pick. Del Pitt could be another guy.
He's a Steelers kind of guy.
It might just be best available for the Steelers at this point.
Yeah, and it looks
they do have more than one need, but it might just be best available because there might be guys that are going to slide to them as the draft now closes here in the first round. But Nick, I also wanted to
like edge rusher didn't go. There weren't as many guys as we thought would go in the first round either. Uche's still there. Yutar Gross-Matos is still there. Epinesa is still there. That seems like a pretty significant second round position to me as well.
Yeah, they're going to go. I think they've signaled throughout the process they're going outside linebacker early. They've met with
Kevin Colbert talked extensively about how deep he thinks this edge class is.
Mm-hmm.
So really, I mean, I think you look at running back, receiver, safety, edge, all of those pretty easily projected picks for the Steelers at this point. Is there anywhere else you see from what happened in day one that maybe we weren't thinking about happening that could happen now for the Steelers at 49?
What about interior O-line? I think this is a slept-on position.
Cushenberry?
I'm going to not say Cushenberry. Hennessy.
Okay.
Hennessy.
Okay.
So I work over at Pro Football Network as well. Tony Pauline has said that the Steelers like Matt Hennessy. If he's there at 49, could be the pick. Gives them flexibility. He can play center or guard. So Hennessy's a possibility. That's the sleeper. The real sleeper that I'll give you. What if they go corner? If Christian Fulton's there at 49, do they bite on corner?
That's the best available thing? They can't be able to turn somebody down.
They've met with a few corners. They've met with Dantzler. They've met with Amik Robertson. They've met with Jalen Johnson. I mean, they've met with AJ Green. He's a later round guy, but they still met with him. They've met with cornerback. So Fulton's there at 49 could be a surprise pick there too, I think.
Okay, so we've talked about 4 positions where we've been talking about there being needs for the Steelers, and it looking like there's going to be guys at all 4 of those positions when they take it 49. We've talked about a couple other positions that maybe we didn't think was going to be there. They don't have that many draft picks. Could they trade down?
Yeah, definitely. It depends if they think so. If they trade down, they're not trading out of the second round, is what I would say. I think they're going to trade down, maybe to like 59 is a talked about place. There's a few places they could trade down to. If a team wants to come up and get a Jalen Hurts, for example, a Jacob Eason.
Yeah, I was going to actually bring up Jalen Hurts because that's been another conversation that obviously we saw that weirdly with the Packers kind of shocking the world and looking to the future and replacing Aaron Rodgers, even though that doesn't make much sense to me right now. But Ben is an aging quarterback who has more tread on his tires in terms of injury and wear and tear than maybe even Rodgers does. Not going to be around there forever. Do they look to that future? Is that something that they do? Maybe if McKinney and Fulton don't fall in their lap, and if they don't think that's going to happen, and if they both go early second round, do the Steelers just then say, I'm tagging out, we're going to trade down, they go get Jalen Hurts maybe, and then worry about the rest later? They do that would be interesting because they have several needs and they keep saying they're going to go for it next year. So that would be contrary to what Colbert and the brass has been telling us in media. However, maybe it's just hard to avoid at this point.
I don't think Hurts is going to be there. I know there's smoke there. A lot of guys that have sources have mocked them there. Yeah. But there's
where there's smoke, there's not always fire, though.
Yeah,
you'll learn that.
The one trend that we've seen over the years, and this is where the smoke has come up all the time with the Steelers. Colbert and Tomlin always go to pro days of prospects that they are going to pick. They weren't at Oklahoma Pro Day, and it was before the coronavirus and everything, and they weren't there. If they thought Jalen Hurts was going to be a possible franchise quarterback, I think Tomlin and Colbert would have wanted to see him in person at Oklahoma Pro Day.
Right. Although it's Oklahoma, so it's not like they'd be flying across the country to see one guy. You know, like it would not be out of
Right.
character for
They're
them to go to
loaded.
Oklahoma anyway.
Gallimore's there.
Yeah, they're loaded. Yeah, they could
Yeah.
see somebody else too. Yes.
Yeah, you could see Neville Gallimore, who's another guy
There's
possibly.
another interior offensive lineman that could be their second round pick, actually.
Yeah. So I mean, there's guys there at Oklahoma that they could have gone to see. They could have gone to see Kenneth Murray if he maybe had fallen. You know, there's guys they could have gone to see there at Oklahoma, and they didn't go. And that leads me to believe that they are not going to go with Hurts. And I don't think they're going to go with Eason. I think we are not going to see a quarterback pick. I totally believe Kevin Colbert when he says Mason, Devlin, and Paxton Lynch are my quarterbacks. I totally believe that. I don't see a quarterback. I think it's just at this point, it makes sense because from a casual fan's view, it makes sense because Big Ben is so injured. But just from what we've seen, it just doesn't seem like it's going to happen.
I
I'd be
No,
shocked.
and they want to win next year, and they figure that Ben's going to be healthy next year, and they also realize that if Ben somehow gets hurt again next year, they have two quarterbacks that did play some last year, have more experience now, and even if they're not going to get the job done, the year is probably lost without Big Ben anyway, and it is about putting your chips in for next year. As we get close to rounding things out, though, guys, I do want to get any major predictions you guys have for the second round. That's going to involve the Steelers finally picking. There are some players that fell there that maybe we'd have thought already would have been drafted. Anything anyone can throw out there as maybe a prediction and see what happens?
I think they'll trade down from 49. I'll throw that
Okay.
out. I think there's going to be enough good players there. They don't have specific needs. And Kevin Colbert likes to get a lot of draft picks.
He does.
He wanted there to be 10 rounds, right? And he's only got 5 picks.
He wanted there to-
Trading
yeah.
down to add a pick or two seems like something a guy that wanted there to be 10 rounds would.
My prediction is I think everyone expects and wants the Steelers to make the sexy pick, a wide receiver, a running back, completely shock everyone and take a quarterback. I don't think it's going to happen. I think they're going to go one of these interior offensive linemen that fall, or they're going to
the safest of picks,
or they're going to go interior defensive lineman with a guy like Gallimore. I think it's going to be the non-sexy pick, but it would end up being probably the smarter pick.
And they had a sexy pick last year when they traded up and shocked everyone, and they actually did that. That was a sexy pick. The Minkah Fitzpatrick trade was a sexy trade and was a sexy pick, and that basically served as their first-round pick this year. So I actually think they're going to trade down as well, just unless somebody somehow falls in their lap. I think McKinney and Fulton are both going to go early in that second round. But yeah, I would not be surprised that if they did not, they just went safe, and as safe can be. So we're kind of going to wrap things up here. There were mostly chalk picks, but there were some surprises. I would say that, the Packers move is going to be discussed ad nauseum for weeks by every talking head in existence, and that's going to be the annoyance of this draft, I am sure. Stephen A. is going to be somewhere yelling from some megaphone, yelling however 16 times.
They drafted Aaron Rodgers when Brett Favre was 35 years old to be his eventual successor. They draft Jordan Love when Aaron Rodgers is 36 years old. So
yeah, but
I understand, but I just don't.
Aaron Rodgers. I am not a believer in Jordan Love at all.
That's my thing too. You're not going to compare Aaron Rodgers coming out of college. Clearly, but the difference is Aaron Rodgers coming out of college was well touted more than Love is now. And I get the ages, and maybe Favre seemed older at that time, but he was more on the tail end, and he had a great 2009, but had a horrible 2008. I mean, we'll see. It might be okay if they have a few years to sit under. I think the really overlying point is they had a chance to build to try to win next year. And if I'm Aaron Rodgers, I feel like you're saying, okay, even if I'm going to be your starter the next few years, you're basically saying we don't care if you win another championship. And if I'm him, I do care. So that doesn't seem to be their main goal and main mindset right now. Nick Farabaugh, I definitely want to thank you for joining me. I know you had a lot on your plate here. I could see your arms flailing about when you were doing other things during this program, and catch your surprise while moves were made, even if you weren't on with us. Cale, always radio gold as always, and the fade
Appreciate
wasn't there.
that.
like back in the studio, but it was close. It was maybe the best we can give here during the quarantine season. Alan, you don't really look homeless. I don't think you got the homeless look. You cleaned up a little bit. I think that's the regular Alan Saunders look. I feel like
He threw on the polo, so he's in his uniform. I appreciate it.
He did throw on the polo here. I had to represent for transplant week here with the green UPMC. They finally delivered this to me after I ordered it months ago. So guys, we're going to be back at it. So we're basically going to go to sleep, get back to work, and then be back at it before you know it here for another round of this where you actually get to see a Steelers pick, and we'll give some analysis that actually will be more relevant to Steelers Now in Pittsburgh Sports Live. So for Nick Farabaugh, Cale Berger, Alan Saunders, I'm your host, Mike Asti, and this was the NFL Draft Show here, Pittsburgh Steelers Now on Pittsburgh Sports Live. This was the first round edition. We'll be back for the second round edition. And catch it all on SteelersNow.com and Pittsburgh Sports Live on YouTube.
We clear, Mike?
Yeah, we're done recording. I'm just making sure the live's off.
Gotcha. All right, guys. Talk to you tomorrow.
All right. Thanks, man.
Catch you tomorrow, guys.
What approximate? What we start like 6:45 again?
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Catch y'all tomorrow.
All right.
Peace.
Hey, Alan, can you go see if make sure the live's off? My computer's not refreshing to it by chance. Oh, here we go. Never mind. I got it.